Chapter 621. Trust you? The only way? There's no better choice? King Kessel chewed on these words and seemed to be deep in thought. Thales controlled his breathing and stared at the king. The king paused for a while and laughed coldly. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was deafening and the lights around them flickered. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. He felt a heavy weight in his chest, and the air around him was heavy. But he had no way out. The laughter slowly disappeared. From what I saw, Duke Thales of Star Lake Fort. The Iron Hand King's tone was calm, but it was even scarier. The crown is not on your head. The crown. An inexplicable sense of fear came over him, causing Thales' breathing to become slightly irregular. Even if you don't take this path, the king said faintly, the wheels of the kingdom are destined to never stop. The teenager pressed his fist against the table and felt the pressure and pain coming from his fist, as well as the strange agitation of the sin of Hell's River. He knew what the other party cared about. He knew. Or did he think he knew? Thales took a few deep breaths and looked up. Of course, you are the supreme king of Constellation. The Iron Hand King was expressionless. You can ignore me, scoff at the West Baron, and reject this proposal with one vote. Thales adjusted his mood and changed the topic. Anyway, you are very confident, and you have more than just Sand King in your hands. He pointed at the letter on the table and maintained a calm tone. Just like how you can threaten Jean Inlay to replace Western Desert and force South Coast Hill to pull your carriage for you. You can do it again in another place. King Kessel snorted in disdain. But what's the price? In the next second, Thales changed the topic. In order to execute Sand King, father, how much have you invested? How much have you paid? As he listened to Thales' words, King Kessel frowned slightly. Whether it is the huge amount of money spent on preparations, the astonishing scale of the standing army of the royal family, or the western front lines that you have been operating for more than 10 years, the prince was unhurried as he continued to speak. Human, material, financial, and mental strength, including the political games behind the scenes, are not easy to do. Even the opportunity is too rare. It's not every year that there's an unlucky prince wandering outside, convenient for you to use as an excuse and bait. The king coldly snorted. If your plan had succeeded and you had reaped huge benefits, then these costs would have been nothing. But now. Thales paused for a moment and looked at him. King Kessel pursed his lips. His expression was tense. My guess is that the reason why Supervisor Kirk complained about being poor in the Imperial Conference, and why the Department of Finance had insufficient budget is because... Thales spread his arms towards the table. In the end, it was because you mobilized the regular army for Sand King and emptied the national treasury, didn't it? At that moment, King Kessel suddenly raised his eyes. His gaze was so sharp that it was as if it had physical form, and he inched closer to Thales. The atmosphere in the room was extremely stifling. That bargaining chip, that orphan of the Amole family. A few seconds later, the king spoke coldly. Where is she? The teenager exhaled and glanced at Zayan's letter. In that case, father, you're not satisfied. You don't want to give up on Sand King's efforts for nothing. You're denying yourself and wasting all your efforts. Iron Hand King's eyes grew colder and colder. However, Thales' tone became harsher. He withstood the pressure and insisted on finishing his sentence. Otherwise, father, your so-called Sand King plan will be tantamount to a tyrannical and evil act. The gains do not make up for the losses. It will harm the kingdom. The crime lies with you. At that moment, the coldness in King Kessel's eyes reached its peak. It could not be any colder. The everlasting lamps in the room seemed to have sensed something. They flickered rapidly in that second, as if they were shivering. It seems that the sword Faken has gave you is really useful. The king enunciated each word clearly. It was meaningful and ominous. Who told you to be arrogant and fearless? But the prince only laughed bitterly and ignored the king's hint. But this is not the end. The Iron Hand King's gaze was fixed on Thales. It was as if his gaze was about to pierce through him. Thales said loudly, after Sand King's failure at the last minute. The regular army of the royal family took back Bladefang's camp, removed their armor, retreated, and ceased all activities. The people of Western Desert returned to their hometown dejectedly. They were dejected and admitted that they were unlucky. The second prince arrived safely in the capital. Father and son were reunited, and he was conferred the title of Duke. These peaceful appearances kept most of the people in the kingdom in the dark. They slept peacefully and did not know the truth. Thales narrowed his eyes. But Father Yuan Faken has. If he is the only one. All of you know the undercurrent of Sand King. All of you know what happened a few months ago, and what did not happen. King Kessel did not say anything. Only his gaze was distant, reflecting the shadows of the lamps. When you passed by each other, you saw the sharp blades behind each other's backs. But both of you have excellent acting skills and enough self-control. That is why you pretended not to know and greeted each other with a smile. You maintained the most hypocritical peace and the most fragile tacit understanding. Bang. Thales slammed his palms on the table, causing the everlasting lamps around him to flicker. Trust me, Father. This is the last step between Renaissance Palace and the West Baron. Behind us is a bottomless abyss. The prince stared at the king. Next time you will not be so lucky. King Kessel lowered his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. One of the everlasting lamps behind him dimmed, pulling the king's side profile into darkness. Thales took a deep breath and said solemnly, "When that time comes, if you want to deprive the vassals of Western Desert of their armies and expand the regular army of the royal family, the price will only be higher, and the situation will only become worse." King Kessel did not respond. He only turned his head silently and buried the side of his face in the darkness without any light. Admit it, Father. Sand King's failure left behind a huge mess that pushed you and Western Desert to the edge of a cliff. You no longer have any room to maneuver, unless you completely give up on Western Desert. Thales paused to give the other party and himself time to think. At this moment, who? The king's voice rang faintly, as if he was not there. What? Thales was puzzled. What who? King Kessel's expression was complicated. When you left in the morning, your mind was filled with women. Women. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. At that time, you were muddle-headed and distracted, the king said coldly. Light and shadow appeared on his face at the same time. You did not have the confidence and courage you have now. You did not care about the kingdom, politics, and all these things when you were blinded by women this morning, let alone risking your life to barge into the palace and give advice to the emperor. King Kessel leaned forward slightly and stared at Thales with a thought-provoking gaze. What changed you when you were outside the palace? Thales was stunned. What changed me? He snapped out of his daze and gritted his teeth. That is not important. Thales tried his best to sound more sincere. What is important is, Father. Now when we are at our wits' end, we have another choice. King Kessel pursed his lips. Thales suppressed his restless power of eradication, slowed down his tone, and probed. Fakenhas was the first to take a step back. For this, they offered their most powerful bargaining chip, enough to suppress Western Desert. King Kessel turned his head and snorted in displeasure. Amore. The prince nodded and fixed his gaze on the king. Accept it. Even if you don't earn a lot, at least you have a chance to make up for Sand King's huge loss. Accept it. Perhaps you can't solve the problem once and for all, but you can minimize the worst consequences. Accept it, let me communicate with them, give us a chance, and give Western Desert a way out of this mess. The king snorted softly and did not comment. Please believe me. Be it from a realistic perspective or a long-term perspective, this is the only way. It is also the most efficient, easiest, most peaceful, and the path closest to success. Thales' words had unknowingly become urgent. If you still want to complete Sand King, Father, at least don't let it become a mess. Then this is not only the best choice. It is also the last choice. Thales looked straight at the king. Father, for the sake of the kingdom, don't be rash and act in a fit of pique. Don't drag this out until you are beyond cure. Let me do it. End it now, right now. Before it is too late. Once he finished speaking, King Kessel did not answer immediately. He sized up Thales carefully, as if he wanted to see every detail on his face clearly. This made Thales feel uneasy. Very good. Thales observed the king's reaction and silently cheered himself on. This is indeed something he cares about. At least, he still cares. Fortunately, he still cares. I hope he still cares. More than 10 seconds later, the king snorted softly. Extravagant rhetoric and eloquent words. King Kessel changed his sitting position and said softly, "But you avoided the important and dwelling on the trivial. You missed the most important point." Thales felt a chill in his heart. The king turned his head and said with a playful tone, "That is, even if I accept this proposal, why is it necessary for Sand King to be carried out by you, Duke Thales?" In that second, Thales' eyelids twitched. He subconsciously pressed down on his knees. Because Fakenhas gave me the bargaining chip." Thales took a deep breath and met the king's gaze. "And I, as the introducer, the middleman and the guarantor, should have some remuneration, right?" King Kessel snorted softly. "So, this is actually a deal." The king stared at Thales, and his tone became more dangerous. "A two-party deal between Fakenhas and me." "A deal?" Thales clenched his fists. "You can interpret it that way. But my existence is one of the conditions for Fakenhas to accept the deal. From this deal you will get, and I mean you will gradually get Western Desert and become Sand King." The prince tried hard to find logic and tried to convince the king. "The price is just..." In the next second, King Kessel looked up. His eyes were like lightning, and he made Thales choke on his words. "No," the king said softly, and it sent chills down Thales' spine. "You are not a guarantor or an intermediary." Kessel's gaze was like a sword that pierced Thales. You are the real bargaining chip in the deal." Thales Jade Star. The heir to the throne. Thales' breathing froze. "In this deal I will hand you over to him," the king said slowly, but every word he said was unsettling. "Only then will he hand Western Desert to me." "Isn't that so?" Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly. "Damn it. I will not let this go. Listen, father." He could only reorganize his words. "I know what you are worried about." Thales racked his brains. "But please relax. I will not interfere with specific matters. I will not participate in the promulgation of any government decree, and I will not touch a single soldier's file. I will only be in charge of negotiating with the people of Western Desert. It will not be too complicated. I will only need a letter to mention this bargaining chip, and with Fakenhas' cooperation, they will soon understand the pros and cons. You will be in charge of the rest of the matters." At this moment, the king suddenly spoke loudly and interrupted the prince. "And the people will understand." Thales was stunned. He saw that King Kessel had sat up straight at some point in time. Light and shadow overlapped on his face, and light and darkness intertwined. "The people will understand that there is another person in Renaissance Palace other than the king." The king emphasized the word "another person," and Thales could not help but hold his breath. No matter what problems they face with the king, no matter what, as long as they find this person, King Kessel stared at Thales, as if he was strangling him through the air. "Then the price will not be so high, and the situation will not be so ugly." The king narrowed his eyes. His tone was chilling. "Because he has a sword in his hand. He can fight against the crown. Is this what you want?" King Kessel's words continued. Every word seemed to be laced with venom. "The future. Thales the First?" At that moment Thales' thoughts froze. "So, is this also what you care about?" A few seconds later, Thales took 2 absent-minded breaths and spoke with difficulty. "Whether it was sealing off Mindy's hall, interrogating my guards, or summoning me into the palace to warn me, was it all because of this? To tell everyone that there is no other person in the palace?" King Kessel did not answer. He only snorted coldly and leaned back in his chair. "Hand over that orphan girl, that bargaining chip." The Iron Hand King's gaze sharpened. His words were stern and resolute. "As for you breaking into the palace and plotting treason, your crime is punishable by death. Let bygones be bygones." Thales raised his head and stared at the king with mixed feelings. King Kessel closed his eyes. His expression was serene. "As you say, before it's too late. End it." Thales suppressed the resentment in his heart and gritted his teeth. "But the matter of me contacting the people of Western Desert." But King Kessel only raised one finger gently. He stopped Thales from speaking. "Forget about it." The king was expressionless. He said softly, "For your own good, after you hand over that orphan girl, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to show yourself, let alone intervene. Continue to be the Duke of Star Lake peacefully." Thales felt a chill in his heart. "That's all," the king said coldly. "Don't talk about conditions. And don't block the way. Block the way. In the next second, the king opened his eyes and changed the topic.
In that case, your guards in Mindy's hall. And those loyal idiots who followed you into the palace to rebel. Hearing the underlying threat in his words, Thales's eyelids twitched.
King Kessel said softly, "Don't worry. Then you don't have to be replaced." Replaced. Both of them sank into silence. Ballard Room returned to silence.
Thales suddenly understood. He understood what the other party cared about from the moment he made this suggestion.
This made him feel a little tired. "I don't understand."
Thales lowered his head and sneered.
"Be it you or Fakenhaz, why is everyone's gaze only on that crown?"
King Kessel glanced at him.
"Is it really so mysterious and precious that it can capture everyone's soul? We are obviously talking about the future of the kingdom."
Thales raised his eyebrows and said indignantly, "And were you born for the stars, or for the crown?" Hearing this, King Kessel snorted lightly and curled his lips.
"You don't understand, maybe it's because it's not on your head yet."
Thales clenched his teeth.
In the next second, the king's expression became stern. "I'll ask you again, where is the orphan girl of the Amory family?" Thales clenched his teeth and ignored the faint threat in the king's tone. He forced himself to calm down. He could not convince him. At least, not in this way. This was not enough. Far from enough. Thales took a deep breath. He had to give more. Even himself.
When he thought of this, Thales closed his eyes and opened them again.
"What if I say no?"
The king looked up and said in a playful tone, "No?" Thales puffed out his chest with a stern expression.
"That's right. If you don't accept my conditions."
The prince's attitude became firm.
"Then there will be no deal, no bargaining chips, no Amory's orphan girl, no Western Desert people giving in, and no Fakenhaz taking the initiative to cooperate."
Thales snorted angrily.
"Say goodbye to your Western Desert." The king's pupils constricted slightly. "Then you will no longer be pardoned for breaking into the palace and rebelling."
"That's right," Thales retorted without hesitation. "But you, father, you will bear the great damage and loss of Sand King's failure.
You will be stuck in the impossible situation of Western Desert. You will gradually drift away from your desires."
The king frowned.
Thales paused for a moment and chuckled. "Of course, with the Iron Hand King's personality and methods, you will definitely not let this go. You will definitely think of new ways to fix Western Desert. You will cheat, swindle, and seize. You will not give up until you achieve your goal."
When he said this, Thales' expression became solemn. "Then, in your next failure, you will fall into the abyss and detonate the West Baron. It will be like detonating an oil barrel that will last forever." Thales lowered his head and glanced at King Kessel coldly.
"Believe me, I have seen it before. It is an unforgettable scene." The Iron Hand King's gaze turned cold. "Are you threatening me?" "No."
Thales snorted and shook his head.
"I am just showing you the future reign of Kessel V." Thales' smile disappeared. "Western Desert is just the beginning.
When the situation there is completely out of control and there is no way to control it, you will finally ignite the entire kingdom."
King Kessel's expression became even more unpleasant. "Tell me, father, do you really want to?" Thales paused.
He stared at the king, took a deep breath and said word by word, "When you see the next, the bloody year?"
"The bloody year." His voice faded away. The room was silent. King Kessel was silent, and he did not move. Only a pair of eyes gazed into the void, reflecting the light. He did not seem to care. Thales stared at him aggressively. Until the next second. "You are asking the wrong person." The king's voice rose faintly. "After all, you are the one who holds the bargaining chip." In the next moment, Thales shuddered. He felt the sin of Hell's river roaring angrily in his blood vessels, bringing with it a piercing pain. It made him restless.
"You should ask yourself, if I do not accept your conditions, if I am not willing to give you the weight of the crown," the king's words were very slow and intimidating, "then you would rather hold the bargaining chip in your hands and watch with folded arms. Watch the stars fall to the ground and the kingdom burn?"
Thales suppressed his power of eradication, but he could not help but be stunned. King Kessel lowered his head slightly. His gaze was like a blade pointing at Thales. "Tell me, Thales Jadestar." Thales forced himself to meet the king's gaze,
but he could not help but gulp.
Do you want to witness the bloody year with your own eyes while you are alive? The king said casually. Believe me, I have seen it before.
That scene is unforgettable.
Thales's breathing froze.
He was about to refute, but he stopped himself.
The king laughed coldly.
See, if you really understand what it means to be born for the stars, then you should not hesitate on this question. As for whether you will be the one to carry out the Sand King's orders, you should not care.
Thales was stunned when he heard this. He did not know how to answer. So, this will be the last time I ask you. The king's voice gradually hardened.
He was no longer indifferent, like a sharp blade being unsheathed.
It will also be your last chance.
The bargaining chip, the orphan daughter of Amore.
Where is she?
Thales lowered his head and bit his lip.
Not enough. Not enough. King Kessel will not accept my conditions.
He will not tolerate any transactions that are beyond his control. He will not allow even the slightest flaw to appear on the crown. The benefits of the kingdom, and even the bloody year are not enough to convince King Kessel. They are not enough to convince the Iron Hand King. Sweet nothings, threats, and promises are all useless.
He had to do more. More.
The sin of Hell's river seemed to sense his emotions. It surged and filled his entire body. If you want to enter this circle, Thales, you have to climb to the top.
The first thing you have to do is to bow down to them.
Open up your body and mind, let their world and ideas rule over your entire being, and turn you into a person you cannot recognize. Only then can you start playing this game, and only then can you play it well.
Bow down to them. Open up your body and mind. Turn you into a person you cannot recognize.
So no matter what, he had to play this card. Even if it meant eternal damnation. As the sin of Hell's river roared excitedly, Thales sucked in a deep breath and raised his head. Father, listen. But in the next second, his father snorted softly and shook his head, interrupting him.
All right, I understand what you mean, boy.
King Kessel's eyes moved, and he said a name.
Viral.
Thales was stunned. What? The king rubbed the back of his hand gently and pondered. That's the name of the assassin who broke into the banquet, right?
Thales clenched his fists. Viral. What?
I'm guessing that because Faken has gave you that sword, that bargaining chip, and that orphan girl, you became fearless and full of confidence, and dared to break into the palace and plot rebellion to achieve your goal.
King Kessel put away the sternness in his voice and regained his composure. But you were not like this from the start. At least, you were not like this when you left this place. You were a completely different person before and after you left the palace. Then, this bargaining chip that can make you proud can only be obtained during the time you were out of the palace.
In that instant, Thales' heart trembled. As for the assassin who broke into the banquet, King Kessel looked as if he did not care at all. He rubbed the back of his hand attentively. He is one of the people you met in the secret intelligence department after you left the palace today. He is also one of the few people who can talk to you about the kingdom's politics. He is also from Western Desert. That orphan girl of Amole and the four-eyed skull are also from Western Desert. Midier once said that there are no coincidences in politics. In that instant, Thales' mind froze. What? King Kessel raised his head and looked at him. He sneered. So, this is why the assassin did not want to commit suicide after he failed at your homecoming banquet. Instead, he put down his weapon. The king stared at him like a hunter holding down his prey. Because he is counting on you. He is counting on that Prince Thales, who is famous for being compassionate, to go back and look for him after this. All right, Faken has real sword, the bargaining chip that can overturn Western Desert, Amole's orphan girl, will be given to you. Thales forced himself to maintain his expression, but without realizing it, he was drenched in cold sweat. The king's gaze became fierce. And, it's only for you. To make things difficult for me. To overturn the situation. Hearing this, Thales' breathing became irregular. Impossible. No. His bargaining chip, the only card he can use to bargain with King Kessel. Just like that, it was easily overturned by his opponent? The king chuckled and no longer looked at Thales. It was as though the latter was no longer important. It's all right. Murat will pry everything out of his mouth. King Kessel leisurely said, including that orphan girl. Pry everything out. Thale's pupils slowly dilated.
Viral. Ankh viral.
Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you for being willing to come here and listen to my voice, or my last words. Although there is no sunlight here, it is not that dark, right?
No.
When he thought of this, Thales took a deep breath and clenched his teeth with difficulty.
No, you are wrong.
Fakenhaz and I have a secret communication channel. Then it is the others, Kessel V interrupted him without hesitation.
The others you met after leaving the palace.
It does not matter, it is enough to know that this orphan girl is alive. The king did not even look at him. Whether it is the people you met after leaving the palace, or the places you went, the Secret Intelligence Department will know what to do.
The people you met.
The places you went. Lilian Yanni, the abandoned house.
No.
Thales could not believe it.
His breathing gradually became stiff.
King Kessel raised his eyebrows and spoke in a relaxed tone. Do not worry, that orphan girl will soon regain her title with the support of the royal family and become Baroness Amory.
Her surname is destined to go down in history.
The king said playfully. If her father knew after his death, perhaps he would be proud of it?
Go down in history.
Thales was in a daze.
So, Your Highness, what is the price?
The Viral family will become traitors and the target of public criticism.
Tina, she will never, ever, ever forgive me.
No. No.
Thales looked up abruptly.
Under the influence of the sin of Hell's River, an unprecedented resentment surged into his chest. The teenager no longer hid it and glared angrily at the king.
You are not listening to me seriously, are you?
Thales clenched his teeth and said angrily, You talked to me for so long just to figure out where I found out about Amory's orphan girl. King Kessel snorted lightly, unbothered. Thank you, child, but you have completed your mission. By the way, no matter who played along with you in this farce, the king's tone was calm, but every word was piercing.
They will pay the price. For your foolish actions.
Thales took a deep breath. Why Ralph, Doyle, Glover and Cohen, who I tricked into coming here.
No.
You can't do this, the prince said with difficulty. Remember, it's not that I didn't give you a chance. Many chances. King Kessel did not even look at him and responded coldly. You gave it up yourself. The Iron Hand King reached out gently and turned the handle on the table to inform the people outside.
Now, get out of my meeting room.
He concluded the entire conversation in a low voice. Go and ask Vanguard Mariko how many lashes he should receive for trespassing into the palace and offending the king.
At that moment, Thales felt a bone-chilling cold. Western Desert Hill. Ruins. Floating Sand Palace.
Yo, Scarface. Come over here and play chess with me. Duke Fakenhaz, who was by the window, tightened his cloak and waved at the Baron Bone Man behind the pillar. The tall and strong Baron Bone Man turned his head and approached the Duke, causing his ponytail to swing back and forth. A younger guard looked at the sawtooth tattoo on the Baron Bone Man's body, and put his hand on the hilt of his sword warily. However, he was stopped by another older guard. The Baron Bone Man walked past the nervous young guard. He did not even look at him, as if he was used to it. He came before the Duke of Western Desert and rudely slammed his butt on the chair.
He looked at the chessboard between them and frowned. Fakenhaz gestured happily.
The Baron Bone Man shook his head. His words were stiff and unpleasant.
Koh, you won't.
Fakenhaz sighed and quickly waved his hand.
I know. Why else would I look for you? Koh was stunned for a moment. He looked at the chessboard, then at the Duke. His face was full of disdain. He pointed at the moon through the sandstorm outside the window. Little Crow Head, let's go. After him. Koh's words were unpleasant and difficult to understand, but Fakenhaz did not seem to be affected by it. He shook his head. No. Let Derek go.
He has to rush back to Wing Fort to prepare for important matters. The Duke looked at the victory and loss record book for the entire afternoon with resentment.
Besides, why should I chase him back? I can't win against him.
Little bone cub, I'm here.
After him.
I was the one who taught my son how to play chess. It's meaningless to play against him. Fakenhaz clapped his hands.
Come, let's play chess.
Koh snorted angrily. He extended his hand and moved a chess piece randomly.
Ah, Scarface, how can you move the queen first? That's not how you move. But it's okay.
Look, I'm eating it now. Humph. Tisk, tsk. That move of yours is not smart.
It's the same as giving me a chess piece to eat. Clack.
Ha ha ha.
Ko, you don't understand. It's okay if you don't understand. You'll understand once you lose more. Ko, food. Don't go. Ask the servants to bring you whatever you want to eat and drink.
Come, look at my move. Ko, kill.
Ah, don't be angry, Scarface. It's just a game of chess. Winning or losing is not important.
Back and forth,
Fakenhaz was having a lot of fun. Not long after, the chessboard was filled with Koh's pieces that had been eaten. After he finished his last move, the Duke grabbed Koh's hand in satisfaction and pushed the latter's king down. He lay on his chair and sighed. Ah, it's been a long time since I had such a satisfying victory. Awesome. 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 Fakenhaz leaned back in his chair and shook his head.
However, the Baron Bone Man stared at the satisfied Fakenhaz and said in a muffled voice, Bone Cub, kill.
When he said that, Fakenhaz's smile disappeared. The Duke got up from his chair and stared coldly at the Baron Bone Man. His expression was disgusting and terrifying. Koh stared back at him without showing any signs of weakness.
A few seconds later, the Duke of Western Desert laughed and waved his hand.
Nonsense. I'm playing chess. Why would I kill someone for no reason? However, Koh shook his head. His gaze became terrifying. The surrounding guards felt a sense of discomfort. Bone Cub, the Baron Bone Man said sternly. Kill, great kill. Fakenhaz's smile froze again. He pointed at Koh and shook his head. You. Bone Cub lie. Koh clenched his teeth. His expression instantly became ferocious. Koh, kill. Kill. The Baron Bone Man's abnormal behavior made the Duke's personal guards around him nervous. Then, Fakenhaz waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. The suzerain of the ruins sighed. All right, I'll tell the truth. Fakenhaz supported the chessboard and looked into the distance. I'm a little frustrated.
Only you can see that, Scarface. The Guardian Duke of Western Desert looked out of the window in a daze.
You know, waiting is the most torturous. Koh flashed a cruel smile. Kill. The Duke shook his head in disdain. Oh, I can't be happy even if I kill. Koh was obviously disappointed. He muttered, stood up and left in disappointment. Tell me, Scarface. When Koh turned around, Fakenhaz suddenly spoke. Have you gambled before? You pay and say something. If you get it right, you win money? The Baron Bone Man frowned and thought for a while. He shook his head. Koh, no. At least you've seen others gamble before. Fakenhaz sighed. I mean, before you opened the prisoner column and carried me out of Sherilyn tribe? Koh thought carefully for a while. His brows gradually furrowed. When Fakenhaz saw his expression, he said in resignation, All right, I won't make things difficult for you. 58 water-shifting periods ago. Koh suddenly spoke and interrupted him. Caliguri, beast cage. Luma bet. Fakenhaz's expression changed. He patted the table in front of him with great interest. Koh sat down again. All right, so, when your tribe went to Caliguri, they played with beast cages. Who did your brother bet on? Tribal warriors? Slaves? Exiles? Desert robbers? Or beasts? The Baron Bone Man's gaze turned cold. Koh, kill. Fakenhaz's eyes lit up. Ha, your brother made a bet. And you personally went down to fight and kill? Koh nodded. Look at this tattoo of yours. How many did you kill? Koh stood up and pulled open the clothes on the side of his back. He pointed at a few serrated tattoos as if he was very familiar with them. 8. Wah. Fakenhaz sighed and said, I guess you're rich. But Koh was silent for a while before he shook his head. Luma. Lose. What? Fakenhaz frowned in puzzlement. But you're still alive. How did your brother lose? Did he bet on the wrong thing? Koh's expression turned gloomy. Tribe. Bet on bloody thorn lizards. Fakenhaz's smile also gradually faded. Oh, your tribe has ordered you two brothers to fight each other in pairs. The Duke sighed and said, This is the highlight. This is the highlight of the show. My guess is that he wants to attract big bets and make a big profit. Koh gritted his teeth. His cheeks trembled. Luma. No. Ko, no.
Faken has nodded. Of course you refused, so you can only lose money? The Baron Bone Man paused. After a while, he looked up with difficulty. Tribe kill. Cage Master kill. Holy Chief, kill. Tribe kill. Sand Servant, kill. The Duke shrugged. Yes, I guess so too. Everyone is very unhappy. Especially those who placed bets. I heard someone mention it before. He snorted softly. Your tribe set up a monster cage, and perhaps even received bets, but did not complete the duel. He must have lost a lot. Ko did not say anything. The Baron Bone Man only shook his head. His gaze was terrifying. Tribe, poor. Luma, pay life. Faken has paused. Ko gritted his teeth and looked up while his body trembled. Ko, punish life. The Duke of Western Desert did not say anything. He only sighed, extended his hand, and patted Ko's shoulder. Ko turned his head and revealed a ferocious expression towards the invisible air. Ah, I remember now. Your bastard old tribe. Fakenha's eyebrows twitched as he came to a realization. That unlucky fellow who was attacked from the bottom to the top by you, from the head to the ribs, and only died after wailing in pain until dawn? Ko snorted and did not answer. Fakenhas chuckled. Well done, Scarface. You have avenged your brother. Ko did not say anything. After a while, he suddenly looked up. Bone Boy bet. Fakenhas was stunned. He understood and nodded. Yes, I am betting too. The Duke looked to the east and giggled. Bet on another round. Bloody Thorn Lizard. Ko frowned. Tisk, TSK, TSK. The Duke of Western Desert shook his head. How should I put it? A full 6 years. Fakenhas gradually fell into a daze. The Baron Bone Man revealed a ruthless expression. Ko kill. Bone Boy bet. Of course. Fakenhas smiled. If it is killing, Scarface, I will definitely let you go and bet on you. But no, it is not. The Duke's gaze became sharp. The key to this gamble of mine is not to kill and take lives. Instead, I'm betting on whether or not that person of mine, with his high standing in the capital city, will be able to risk everything. Ko showed a puzzled expression. Bet on him. Bet on whether he is willing to be like your brother. Duke Fakenhas' expression turned cold. He waved his hand and swept all the chess pieces on the table. Pay with your own life. In exchange for your life. Chapter 622. You can't do this. Thales's despondent voice rang in Ballard Room. But what welcomed the teenager was the king's nonchalant reply, as if the thrilling confrontation was over. Get out. Thales's breathing froze. His nails dug into his palms, bringing pain. No. It's not over. It can't be over. Thales took a deep breath and made one last effort. That orphan girl is a bargaining chip to control Western Desert, but it's just an excuse, even though it's a shocking excuse. He leaned forward on the table and gritted his teeth. And the real bargaining chip, as you said, is me. But the king was unmoved, his expression indifferent. Are you going to protect your dignity and get out, or are you going to wait for the royal guards to come and drag you out? Thales tried his best to ignore the king's words and refocused on the topic. Without me, Fakenhas won't go along with you. Without me, Amoliai's orphan girl is worthless in your hands. But King Kessel had clearly lost interest. He lowered his head and pondered again, no longer responding. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Thales was anxious as he looked at the king's stubbornness. The Duke of Western Desert won't let you get what you want. Thales unconsciously raised his voice. Since he dares to take the risk and offer a bargaining chip, he must be prepared. He might even lead the Western Desert people to retaliate fiercely, causing the situation to deteriorate. But he was disappointed. King Kessel still did not respond. When that time comes. Thales stopped. He looked at the king, who was deep in thought with his eyes closed, feeling tired and annoyed. What to do? What to do? Anxiety and resentment burned in his chest at the same time, causing the sin of Hell's River to become untimely excited, making Thales even more irritated. The man in front of him was stubborn, headstrong, not threatened, unwilling to compromise, self-centered, and did not listen to advice. He refused to be convinced by the hard way,
and refused to be hooked by the soft way. He was covered in thorns and disgusting. Why wasn't such a person beaten to death when he was young? How did he become king? Were the nobles who made him king all blind? Hey! The king's attitude angered the teenager.
He stood up abruptly and slammed the table.
Hey! Buddy! Didn't you hear what I said? King Kessel seemed to have turned back into a statue and did not move an inch. I'm fucking talking to you.
Thales threw away all manners and shouted rudely and angrily. Kessel *** Cur Jade Star.
There was a cracking sound behind him. The door to Ballard Room opened.
What followed was a cold wind and a cautious request. Your Majesty, we're ready. The king is still alive.
The prince interrupted angrily. If you really want to kill your father, for the sake of the sunset goddess.
Without turning his head, he roared angrily. I will warn you before I act, Vanguard Mariko, son of a ***tch.
Thales' roar echoed in the corridor, eliciting whispers from the royal guards outside the door. A few seconds later, as if someone had given them a hint, the air became completely silent.
On the other side of the long table, King Kessel finally opened his eyes and frowned.
Very well.
Thales looked at the king and exhaled.
His anger had yet to dissipate. I thought you'd had a stroke, father.
A friendly cough came from behind, but it was not Mariko.
My apologies, Your Highness.
The voice of the chief commander of the royal guards, Lord Adrian, was heard along with his footsteps.
I'm just here to deliver dinner. Thales turned around and saw the chief guard captain walk steadily into the room with 2 trays in his hands. The royal guard stood guard outside the room, still vigilant. Thales was a little surprised, but he slowly came to his senses. After he calmed his breathing, he became more and more disappointed. It's over. The royal guards came in. That meant... I know. Dinner is supposed to be Baron Quinton's job. Lord Adrian walked to the king's side and served the food nimbly to ease the atmosphere. But after he settled the bill with a few glass merchants, he had a headache and asked for sick leave. King Kessel interrupted him. You're right. No need. Adrian. The king glanced at Thales coldly, then looked at the vigilant guards outside the door. We're done talking. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Captain Adrian had just finished preparing the king's meal, and his movements also froze when he heard that. He put away his smile and turned to Thales, deep in thought. Really? So fast? King Kessel did not move. Thales took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. His heart gradually turned cold. You really don't care, do you? With despair and exhaustion, Thales said dejectedly. I don't understand. If the whole kingdom is destroyed, what's the point of all the things you've done? The expeditions, the reforms, the tax increases? What's the point? The volume of his desolate question was extremely high, and his words echoed in the corridor. King Kessel turned a deaf ear to the prince's questioning, and only curled his lips in disdain. But Adrian's expression changed. He hurriedly turned to the door and signaled his subordinates to close the door. Once he was done, Adrian sighed and carried the tray to Thales' side. Don't bother, Adrian. He won't be eating here. The king said coldly. Of course, but... Adrian put down the tray, picked up a small wine pot and filled Thales' cup. He squeezed out a smile. As far as I know, you haven't had a good meal all day, Your Highness. At least have a cup of wine to refresh yourself. Northern rye from the Northern Territory. I hope it's to your liking. But Thales had no interest in dinner at the moment. He just stared at King Kessel with bloodshot eyes. I don't drink. Oh right, I heard Mallow say that before. Hearing that, Adrian had no choice but to take the wine pot away and sighed. It's a pity. From the harvesting of raw materials, brewing in the cellar, long-distance transportation, to the selection of dishes in the kitchen, countless people overcame all difficulties and advanced wave after wave, just to deliver it to you. Countless people overcame all difficulties and advanced wave after wave, just to deliver it to you. Just like himself, he fought hard just to sit here. But, listening to Adrian's words, Thales looked at the expressionless king, but felt even more sorrowful. Smack. A crisp sound rang. Adrian turned his head in surprise. The wine cup in front of Thales had been swept to the ground and shattered. Your Highness! Before Adrian could finish his sentence, he was stunned again. Thales' hand had appeared out of nowhere, grabbed the wine pot in his hand, and pulled at it in an unquestionable manner.
The prince still stared at the king. He lifted the lid, aimed at the mouth of the pot, and tilted his head back to drink. The wine entered his throat. Thales only swallowed a mouthful before he spat it out pathetically. Damn it! This wine is definitely not produced in the Northern Territory. Feeling the taste that he could never get used to, the prince coughed painfully while he stared at King Kessel with bloodshot eyes. It's from further north, from At.
Is that so?
Adrian was slightly surprised. Then I admire them even more. How far did they have to go? Adrian. The king interrupted the god captain with a cold expression.
Escort Prince Thales back to Mindy's hall.
Panting, Thales clenched his fists. Adrian's smile faded, and he turned to bow.
Yes.
The head guard captain, who had been in office for many years, had a telepathic connection. His reply was undecided as he waited for further instructions. King Kessel paused for a moment and gave Thales a deep look.
My son is young and frivolous, and he is in love for the first time.
He is dissatisfied with the arrangements of the marriage and rashly barged into the palace to demand an explanation. Thales breathed absent-mindedly. Seeing that a calamity that could shake the throne had been turned into a casual affair, Adrian immediately beamed with joy.
I see.
Until the king's next words. I couldn't restrain my anger. I gave the order to punish them severely. Severe punishment.
Thales' heart skipped a beat.
The head guard captain also frowned.
Your Majesty?
King Kessel snorted softly before continuing. Fortunately, the ministers in front of the king dissuaded us, so we had a face-to-face talk and finally cleared up the misunderstanding. Cleared up the misunderstanding. Adrian nodded and breathed a barely noticeable sigh of relief.
I see.
The royal guards, Jade-Star private army, palace servants, and visiting officials and nobles who witnessed the incident today, King Kessel's tone was very ruminating.
Make sure that when they are asked, they can give an accurate answer.
Of course, Adrian's smile faded a little. They have a good memory, they won't remember wrongly. Listening to their arrangements for the funeral, Thales, who knew that the situation was already hopeless, sneered.
The correct collective memory?
Thales looked at the king, and what he said made Adrian look sideways.
I can't convince you with the righteousness of the country, can I?
Even when I use the bloody year as a sword, you are still indifferent. Thales' smile faded and he said coldly, When will you understand that the stars don't belong to you alone?
Tyrant! Adrian's expression suddenly changed.
The Iron Hand King finally raised his head and looked at Thales.
Adrian.
This time, the king's answer was indifferent. Those attendants who instigated the prince to break the rules and surrounded him to break into the palace today. Thales' heart tightened. Whether they are guards, servants, attendants, lovers, civilians, nobles, descendants of the 7 Jade-Star attendants, or appointed families, make a list and hand it over to the Nobles Affairs Council, the police station, the Department of Discipline, the Flag-Bearer Division, and the Secret Intelligence Department. The king looked at Thales and narrowed his eyes. They know what to do.
Thales trembled slightly.
Wuxia, Ralph, Glover, D. Cohen. Yes, Your Majesty. Adrian did not hesitate.
I'll do it right away.
The prince glared at King Kessel, his breathing erratic. But this was not the end. As for Mindy's Hall's carelessness in allowing an assassin to sneak into the royal banquet, the king raised his chin and looked down at Thales. Tell Flag-Bearer Vogel that this concerns the prince's safety and the royal family's reputation. Be sure to investigate and interrogate them strictly. The king paused, his gaze cold. Investigate strictly.
Investigate strictly.
Thales gradually fell into a trance.
Also, let Mallows return to his post. Perhaps you are right. He is not suitable for this position.
King Kessel retracted his gaze and scoffed. As for the prince's guard captain, we have another choice. Vogel or Mariko.
Both are good choices.
Adrian did not say a word and only bowed again. At that moment, Thales' fingernails clenched tighter and tighter in his palms, almost tearing his flesh apart. You will not succeed. The prince's voice rang coldly in the room, full of resentment and anger. You will only drag the whole of Constellation to hell.
Just like the former king.
As soon as he said this, the temperature in the room seemed to drop again. The king was silent for a moment, and Adrian lowered his head in silence.
That's all, Adrian.
King Kessel said flatly but unquestionably. Now, take him and get lost. Thales sneered and lowered his head.
Yes.
Adrian bowed, but suddenly froze. Oh, Your Majesty, I just remembered something. The guard captain looked up, and the king looked back at him indifferently. Adrian said hesitantly, On the way here just now, everyone saw me come in with dinner. King Kessel frowned. So, if the misunderstanding of breaking into the palace is really resolved, and we can reconcile? Adrian asked tentatively. Then at this time, His Highness Thales should be ashamed and embarrassed, and you would kindly invite him to dinner?
Dinner together. King Kessel frowned. Thales also looked up in confusion. What?
Adrian smiled warmly and waved his hand towards the door. Only then will everyone remember. Accurately?
Accurately. The king was silent for a moment, while Thales looked at Adrian in surprise.
The Imperial Conference is not over, King Kessel said coldly. I didn't spend the whole night with him either.
Adrian's eyes lit up.
Oh, speaking of this, Your Majesty, please don't worry. Half an hour ago, Baron Quinton had already arranged food and lodging in the palace for everyone in the Imperial Conference, in case you need to summon them at any time.
King Kessel's expression changed slightly.
Lord Adrian nodded with a smile and gestured to the dishes on the table.
Relax, Your Majesty. You do have the whole night.
King Kessel paused for a few seconds, frowned and questioned. You just said that Quinton was not feeling well after paying the glass bill and asked for leave.
Adrian raised his eyebrows. Is that so?
In the face of the king's cold gaze, the guard captain chuckled. He looked as if he had been exposed, and he felt helpless and awkward.
All right, then I'll take His Highness out and see if we can keep a low profile and not let people see us.
Adrian sighed and walked towards Thales, smiling apologetically.
At this moment.
That's enough.
The king interrupted him coldly. King Kessel glanced at Thales and said disdainfully, He's staying. Think about the time and take him away later.
Adrian's eyes lit up and he replied fluently, Yes, Your Majesty. Thales stared at Adrian in a daze.
What is this? But before I leave. The king changed the topic at the right time.
King Kessel gestured at Thales with his chin. Take this idiot to Mariko and tell him that the king is strict with his son, and ordered him to replace the discipline division in carrying out the punishment of the royal family.
Strict with his son? Thales clenched his teeth.
He stared at the king, a myriad of thoughts surging in his mind.
Adrian was silent for a moment, suddenly remembering something.
Oh, speaking of this, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I just remembered. The guard captain looked up, his face full of smiles.
Mariko has left for some reason.
I just sent him to Mindy's Hall to meet up with the Flag-Bearer Division to express my condolences to the brothers of the Star Lake Guards who were detained for some reason.
The king sneered. Just left for some reason? Just like Quinton on sick leave.
Yes, just like Quinton, Adrian answered without hesitation, but he realized something was wrong halfway through his sentence. He chuckled and said, You're right. He chuckled and said, Maybe it's still different. There was a moment of silence in the room. The king turned his head and glanced at Thales, who had a complicated expression on his face.
You take good care of him. Of course.
Adrian did not even blink and answered without hesitation, as if he could not read between the lines. Mariko is still young. He should run more errands and train more. Bang! The king slammed his palm on the chair.
Adrian.
King Kessel snorted angrily, his gaze as sharp as a sword. You've made up your mind to go against my wishes? Adrian's expression turned solemn. It's my fault, Your Majesty. He took a step back and bowed deeply.
It may not go against your wishes.
The guard captain said respectfully, but it suits your needs. King Kessel stared coldly at his guard captain, anger boiling in his eyes.
Suits your needs.
Thales watched the confrontation between Adrian and the king in silence.
Dinner together.
He suddenly understood what the other party was doing.
But what's the point?
His battle in Renaissance Palace. 10 seconds of silence. King Kessel did not answer, but the anger in his eyes slowly faded.
It's Gilbert. Did he beg you to soothe his cheeks? Adrian looked up.
He was confused at first, but then came to a sudden realization.
What?
Oh, Your Majesty, if you want to summon Count Casso, I'll... King Kessel exhaled, feeling a little helpless and annoyed.
Enough, get lost.
The king waved his hand impatiently.
I'll give you 5 minutes. Come back and take him away.
Lord Adrian nodded, obedient and convinced.
As you wish.
But the guard captain's footsteps immediately stopped.
But from an outsider's point of view, Your Highness will at least have to finish your meal and chat before leaving with me.
Adrian said awkwardly. A quarter of an hour?
A quarter of an hour? The king and Thales were stunned for a second.
Clang. In the next second, King Kessel, who could not take it any more, knocked over his wine glass and glared at Adrian. Ed. Yes, Your Majesty. Lord Adrian bowed and hurriedly replied before the king. Lord Adrian.
Then a quarter of an hour it is. Once he finished speaking, without waiting for the king's response, Adrian turned around and left, but he stopped halfway. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but I have to take away your knife and fork. The guard captain walked to Thales' side, glanced at the stunned prince, and apologetically took away the knife and fork beside the plate. I believe a spoon will be enough. After all, the Far Easterners can eat with only 2 thin wooden sticks.
Thales looked at the guard captain with a complicated expression. Thank you, my lord, he said hoarsely. Thank you and Gilbert for fighting for me. A quarter of an hour.
But things had already come to this. What else can I do?
You're welcome, Your Highness. Adrian smiled as he weighed the knife and fork in his hand.
By the way, your sword is indeed quite heavy. It's not easy to hold it in my hand.
Thales laughed bitterly and ignored the king, whose expression was almost frozen. That's not mine, it's Caribbean's. But Adrian didn't let him continue. Instead, he said to himself, he continued, but after we found its scabbard, it will be much more convenient. The guard captain of the royal guards nodded in a profound manner.
After all, since ancient times, swords cannot escape its scabbard. Cannot escape its scabbard.
In the next second, Thales suddenly raised his head. What?
He looked at Adrian in surprise. Lord Adrian smiled faintly, blinked, and immediately left. As the door opened and closed, he walked out of Ballard Room.
Thales stared in the direction he left in a daze.
Tormund Mallows.
You son of AB*TCH, watchman, the guard captain I hate the most.
Isn't he being interrogated by the flag-bearer division and unable to take care of himself? And he still has time to care about my business?
Thales clenched his fists.
The door closed. The room returned to silence. Looks like you're very popular.
The king stared at the door and seemed to be deep in thought.
And this makes you feel uneasy? Thales took a deep breath, returned to reality, and looked at his father. The king snorted coldly. Eat. King Kessel nonchalantly grabbed his knife and fork. Unless you want to starve and be whipped. That doesn't feel good. Thales grabbed his spoon and stared at his soup bowl. He could not fight against the king. He could not turn into another sword. Just like Temple and Imperial style, the source of their formation determined that they were bound to fight against each other, and they were as incompatible as fire and water. Neither of them would easily lower their heads to the other. And him.
Thales stared at his own reflection in the bowl.
So, he could not use the bargaining chip given by Fakenhas to negotiate terms with King Kessel. He could not hold the sword given by the Western Desert people and claim credit from Renaissance Palace. That would not work. Thales clenched the spoon in his hand and frowned slightly. Not enough. He had not given enough. Not enough. Far from enough. The sin of Hell's River surged and filled his brain, but it made him think more clearly. He had to give more. More. Since ancient times, swords cannot escape their scabbard. 1,000 blades are sealed, and they are evil. Thales stared at King Kessel, who was quietly eating. He slowly became lost in thought and gradually understood. Are you ready? Deep in his heart, a small voice reminded him. Thales?
In the next second, the prince suddenly raised his head.
I know. Thales fixed his gaze on King Kessel. His tone was calm and unperturbed. I know that I can't hide Amoliai's matter from you. As long as I still want to use it as a bargaining chip, I can't hide it from you, much less convince you. But Thales' tone changed. But you won't succeed, even if you have that orphan girl in your hands. But it's not because Fakenhas won't compromise, nor is it because you lack means.
Kessel V did not say a word.
He just lowered his head and ate. Thales sucked in a deep breath.
His next words were directed at the king as well as himself. but because this is destined. The king responded to him with a cold snort. But Thales was not discouraged, nor was he impatient. He pierced a piece of what looked like a sausage with his spoon. Your Majesty, I just figured something out. That is, whether there is a Sand King or not, whether you want to centralize power, expand the army, reform, or make the country rich, no matter how many years pass, you are destined to lose everything. Across the long table, King Kessel, who was cutting meat, paused. The prince's expression did not change. He continued to focus on his plate. Remind me, how did the Sand King fail? From vision to goal to assumption, from planning to preparation to execution, it was grand, precise and logical. But at the last moment, it fell short of success. He was forced to take a step back, fold his cards to stop his losses, and win with less losses. What exactly went wrong? The king did not answer, but he slowly raised his eyes and looked at Thales. Was it the imperial conference that held each other back? The kingdom's secret intelligence department spoiled everything? The regular army was eager for quick success? The legendary wing was short-sighted? The vassals of Western Desert were shrewd and vigilant? Or the forces of the desert were unruly and uncooperative and refused to cooperate with your performance? The prince chuckled and took a bite of the sausage, but he could not taste it at all. Or is it that no one has a problem here, or is it that everyone has a problem? King Kessel did not move. He only fixed his gaze on Thales. Wait. Thales narrowed his eyes. You don't really think that it's my fault, do you? The king still did not respond. But Thales did not expect him to answer. No. The teenager snorted and laughed. The truth is, even if everything goes smoothly for the Sand King, and everyone does their duty. The second prince's gaze sharpened. It is also destined not to succeed. Because it has a link, and that itself is the biggest problem. Thales completely abandoned table manners. As he chewed, he pointed his spoon at King Kessel. Chapter 623. King Kessel was silent for a second before he chuckled. Me. The king put down his knife. He looked interested, but his words were cold. Let me guess, Fakenhas thinks the same? Thales shook his head. When the branches rot and the leaves rot, one must ask the root. If there is a problem with your rule, your majesty, the first person in the kingdom to pay the bill, and the first person to reflect and hold accountable, is definitely and only you. The king's disdainful sneer rang out in the room. He lowered his head again and continued eating. Thales smiled as well, unperturbed. Yes, you probably think that if the kingdom's rule is unsatisfactory and there is a problem with Constellation's development, it must be due to the officials' deviation in execution and the poor governance of the lower ranks. Minor adjustments and corrections will not harm your grand strategy of ruling the country, nor will it harm the wisdom of the nobles before you, or the wisdom of your king. Just like the Sand King, in your eyes, how could it be wrong? It must be that the people who do things are not courageous, there must be mistakes in execution, the enemy is too cunning, there must be accidents that happen more frequently than expected, it must be that unlucky prince's problem. But, Thales' smile turned cold. Only the simplest and kindest of citizens would have such naive and beautiful fantasies. Only the most sinister and vicious scoundrels would say such slanderous words. Thales pointed at the king and said seriously, No, the reason why the Sand King failed is because of you, your majesty. The sound of a knife clashing with a plate responded to him. Yes. Perhaps certain that victory was in his grasp, King Kessel did not even raise his head as he spoke perfunctorily. I, the king of Constellation, am the kingdom's weakest link? But Thales shook his head decisively. On the contrary, your majesty Kessel. Thales smashed his spoon on the plate. In fact, you are the strongest link in the center of the kingdom. King Kessel's knife cut the food in front of him into two. He raised his head slightly. The tip of the knife in his field of vision was facing Thales' face. But that is precisely why I failed. The prince said calmly, as if this was the most common sense. Your majesty, it is precisely because you are too powerful, too outstanding, too wise, too terrifying, and too decisive. King Kessel looked at Thales at the end of the knife and was silent for a while. Flattery won't absolve you. Thales shook his head. He scooped up a spoonful of soup made of some unknown substance and put it into his mouth. Think back, your majesty. Before the Sand King, from the Desert War until now, From Blade Fang's camp to Blessing's town, from the emergency control order to the border county development tax exemption order, from the legendary wing to the regular army, how many things have you done to Western Desert?
How many times have you stabbed them, and how many times have they gritted their teeth but could do nothing?
Thales raised his head, and his voice grew sharper.
And since when did you replace the treacherous desert and become the greatest enemy that threatens their survival? Across the long table, King Kessel's gaze was focused on the tip of the table knife.
So much so that today, before you had the idea to take action, the Western Desert people had already made hundreds of contingency plans, like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring.
There was nothing else but how to resist the threat of Renaissance Palace. Even in their dreams at night, they imagined the scene of the regular army of the royal family invading Western Desert.
Under this premise, Your Majesty, whether it's the army, the tax, the land, or the rule, no matter what you want to do with that land, the people of the Western Wilderness will never let you get what you want.
Thales said coldly. So, how could the Sand King succeed? How could he succeed? This time, King Kessel was silent for an exceptionally long time.
Finally, the king raised his head slightly.
You overestimate them.
Thales chuckled and nodded.
Is that so? So, you think that when you ordered the army to march west, everyone believed that they were going to rescue me? You think that the suzerains of Western Desert really took your bait and were unaware of the conspiracy?
You think that the main forces of the three great families did not fall into the trap only because the legendary wing dragged things out?
You think that the kingdom's secret intelligence department and the regular army messed up the plan because they were not capable enough?
You think that between you and Fakenhaz, who was the first to find me in the desert and seize the initiative in the Sand King?
At that moment, King Kessel's gaze turned sharp.
Thales sat up straight and said solemnly, You are the one who underestimated them.
Your Majesty. King Kessel did not comment, but his gaze flickered.
I know, I made the same mistake.
Thales was slightly dazed as he recalled the past. Before the new year, when I escaped from Dragon Cloud City, I thought that my plan was flawless and that no one could see through it. With the help of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, such a complicated political situation, such a strange situation, and such a coincidental time, anyone would first suspect that Prince Thales was kidnapped by the forces of Dragon Cloud City and did not sneak away on his own.
Thales heaved a deep sigh.
But I was still caught, on the first day I escaped from Dragon Cloud City. King Kessel's gaze shifted. Thales stretched out his left hand and rubbed an abnormal bone.
He furrowed his eyebrows tightly, as if he was feeling the pain of it cracking again.
I was caught by a boorish man in Dragon Cloud City who was one of the best in the Western Peninsula when it came to sword-wielding, but whose political IQ was said to be the lowest in the world. Thales sneered faintly.
Even though it was later proven that the reasoning logic that the Star Killer relied on to track me was simply mechanically copied and made no sense at all. That damned Ryland paper.
Thales raised his head and looked straight at the king with a solemn gaze. So, just like you, I lamented my bad luck countless times, cursed the guy who made me give myself away, and cursed that stupid logic of a lucky hit.
But I never doubted my own plan and reflected on my own responsibility.
King Kessel did not say a word.
I was wrong. Thales sighed and said calmly and helplessly, because no matter how powerful my methods were, or how brilliant my schemes were, he was destined to catch me at that time and that place.
Because during the 6 years of good times in Dragon Cloud City, Thales clutched his left arm tightly and sullenly said, Sorry Nicholas the Star Killer regarded me as his greatest and most dangerous enemy. Sorry Nicholas, the Star Killer. He treated me as his greatest and most dangerous enemy. If he ran into an accident, he would suspect me. If he was attacked, he would be wary of me. If he made a mistake, he would look at me. If I suddenly disappeared, he would still think of me.
Even if one of the sewers in Heroic Spirit Palace was clogged, the prince sneered indignantly. In his eyes, I must be the one playing tricks behind the scenes. It was a shocking conspiracy that I had been planning for 6 years.
So I was caught, and almost brought back to Dragon Cloud City. Thales looked into the distance, which he could not see.
And later, I understood that the reason why I was targeted by him was because I was caught in a trap of my own making.
I went on a rampage that night in Dragon's Blood and turned myself into the most terrifying, bizarre, and dangerous variable in Dragon Cloud City in the eyes of others. I changed the fate of all of At. The king listened quietly, his thoughts unknown.
It's the same in Western Desert.
Thales sighed and returned to the reality before his eyes. Especially when they see you as the strongest enemy, Your Majesty. King Kessel pursed his lips.
Them,
The king said coldly.
with that group of selfish, fat and short-sighted rotten nobles?
They are like a sheet of loose sand, fighting incessantly among themselves. They can't even unite under one flag.
Thales's voice became stern.
Then it's even more impossible for them to be obedient to you. King Kessel raised his chin. They will do it. King Kessel's gaze sharpened. He also raised his voice, resolute and unquestionable. They have to do it.
They have to.
Thales smiled.
Yes, just like how King Nuvan once thought that he could make the troubled citizens of the Alliance of Freedom bow their heads and obey Xtet with just a bloody massacre and a little political maneuvering.
That way, they would never rebel against his granddaughter and shake up the entire political situation in Northland, he said sarcastically. In the next second, the youth's expression turned cold. His tone changed. But do you really think that as long as you are strong enough and clever enough, everyone will bow their heads and everything will go smoothly? Then why don't you simply declare that everyone in Western Desert is a traitor and rebel, and order the regular army to attack and annihilate them in order to pacify the country? Why do you still do everything possible to bypass the Imperial Conference and keep a low profile to advance, Sand King? Why do you still use me as a famous chess piece and bait? Thales paused, looked at the king and called him by his name. Because you also know this, Kessel. The king frowned. Looking at King Kessel's deep expression, Thales understood something. Unlike his previous opponents, this time, he could not hold up a sharp sword and face the Iron Hand King. In the face of a ruler, a person may cooperate, be loyal, or obey.
Thales recalled the conversation in his memory.
But a large group of people? That is a giant beast with a bottomless appetite, an insatiable shark, who will always respond to the ruler unexpectedly and catch you off guard. The youth pointed behind him. If you order Vanguard Mariko to whip me, I can guarantee that he won't even bat an eyelid. But what if your order is given to a group of people, such as the entire royal guards? I can also guarantee that there will be people who hesitate, some who are doubtful, some who are uneasy, some who are troubled, some who shrink back, some who are secretly indignant, some who deal with the situation, and some who pretend to comply but secretly oppose. At that moment, Thales' thoughts returned to the prison of bones in Western Desert. He thought of the former group of guards. King Kessel did not speak. He just stared at Thales.
The youth gulped, walked out of the past and continued. When your army wreaked havoc in Western Desert, Your Majesty, would you have thought that a few months later, one of the sons of a Western Desert noble would hide a sword, crash a banquet, and commit murder, causing the entire kingdom to be in a mess and caught unprepared? When the Sand King failed and you were trapped in the royal court, did it ever occur to you that the master of the West Desert would bet on me crazily and riskily, offering a bargaining chip that was disadvantageous to himself in exchange for an alternative way out for you? King Kessel still did not speak, but his expression became more and more tense. Thales leaned back in his chair and looked at the ceiling, feeling something in his heart. As a ruler, Your Majesty, you have countless subjects, from the 3 great families who have high statuses to the criminals and prisoners in Blade Fang's camp. But they will never, never, never obey your will step by step. The king narrowed his eyes. These are not your own words. Thales lowered his head and met the king's eyes without flinching. But this is something you have to admit, something you can never control. Sand King is just one example, and this situation is not limited to Western Desert. Thales got up from the back of his chair, pushed away his plate, and leaned back on the table again. It was like returning to the battlefield, to the place where he fell. Yes, Amoliai's orphan daughter, she may be able to help you solve your difficulties and awkwardness for a while, and the 3 noble families may humbly cooperate with you to avoid the fate of being ruined. But what then? What then? Thales' expression was solemn as he repeated, What then? What about beyond Western Desert? What about Land of Cliffs, Eastern Sea, Blade Edge, and the Northern Territory? After the military reform, when you become stronger and more powerful, what if you want to do more and more outrageous things, and have no choice but to provoke more and more enemies? Thales' expression was stern. Are you hoping that there will be a second Fakenhaz, a second old man who is bold, adventurous, and slippery, who will hand over the chips to you by accident and let you butcher them however you want? The Iron Hand King still stared at Thales without saying a word, but the emotions in his eyes were different. As for this letter, Thales reached out and grabbed the Jade City's petition for servitude, which had been forgotten for a long time. He snickered. Why, do you really think that the young Zayan Covendier, the master of iris flowers, the guardian duke of South Coast, is really as elegant, easygoing and knowledgeable as he appears? And that this temporary inferior horse will successfully pull the chariot, starting from South Coast Hill, benefit the entire country, and bring you the ending you want?
In the next second, the king's gaze changed.
Thales exerted force in his hands and tore the letter in half without hesitation.
King Kessel finally spoke, unable to hide his shock and anger.
You,
But Thales' smile faded and he interrupted him.
believe me, your majesty, even if you march the regular army into Jade City's Palace of Clarity, the crafty Zayan, do you know what method he used to make the vampires catch up to me back then? Can still cause you a lot of trouble, and it will not be any easier than in Western Desert.
And this is only Western Desert, only South Coast. Only the powerful feudal lords here disgust you, obstruct you, and frustrate you. And next time, there will be other people in other places, countless people, for the same reason and concern, who will use more and more complicated ways to disgust you, obstruct you, and frustrate you. Thales was unusually determined.
He tore the letter into pieces without hesitation. Not just the Sand King, not just the military, not just the suzerains and vassals, not just the Imperial Conference.
Further away, there's the National Conference 6 years ago, New Star, and Vala Rund whom you defeated. Even closer, there's the accident at the royal banquet, and Zayan's hypocritical petition that has buried countless holes in it.
Thales spread his hands, letting the pieces of the letter fall to the ground.
King Kessel stared at the pieces from afar, gripping the arm of his chair tightly. His eyes were filled with anger. Once their interests are harmed, their rule is in trouble, and their living space is squeezed, Thales' voice continued, sounding cold and ruthless. Their first reaction will always be to resist and counterattack, and the first target they will fight against will always be Renaissance Palace.
It's you. At that moment, Thales' gaze was as sharp as a sword.
Because to them, the Iron Hand King is too powerful, too terrifying. So powerful that you can't do anything. As long as you're still sitting on the throne, you're already everyone's enemy.
You're bound to encounter their instinctive vigilance and resistance, whether it's on the surface or in the dark.
Because to them, the Iron Hand King is too obvious, too special.
Now that things have come to this, the excuse and convenience that the bloody year gave you to revive the kingdom have been used up.
Your actions can no longer be hidden, and Renaissance Palace has long surpassed all threats without them realizing it, becoming their main enemy. King Kessel took a deep breath, suppressed his raging anger, and closed his eyes. But Thales was not affected at all, as if everything was within his expectations. So when you look around, there are enemies everywhere, and when you move forward, every step is arduous. So from the inside to the outside, everything is not going well for you. From the top to the bottom, nothing is going well for you.
Thales shook his head gently. No, your majesty.
You can't do anything. Can't do anything.
His voice was deep and sorrowful.
Can't do anything.
In the next second, King Kessel suddenly opened his eyes.
Alarmist, he said coldly. Eloquent and eloquent.
Thales hummed in agreement and spread his hands.
But there's nothing you can do.
The youth's eyebrows gradually furrowed.
You can defeat them, but you can't destroy them. Faced with a pile of loose sand and a mess, you are caught in a dilemma and don't know where to start. You don't even know where they will jump out to stop you, or which part of the chain will go wrong. Throughout the Sand King, you looked awe-inspiring and took the initiative to attack, and no one dared to face you head-on. In fact, most of the time, you were just swinging your sword in vain and suffering from hidden losses. At that moment, King Kessel's expression became a little ferocious.
But Thales' words continued, making him feel uneasy.
And they are all over the kingdom, at all levels, all over the world, north, south, east, west. They are hiding in every gap of interests, ambitions, desires, stances, and will. They are unexpected and unpredictable. They can change from cowardice to fearlessness at any moment, from meekness to zealotry, from indifference and selfishness to fury and desperation, and from conformism to boldness and aggressiveness. You can never see them. When you swing your sword to kill, the opponent is nowhere to be seen. But when you suddenly look back, you are shocked to find that enemies are everywhere.
Thales thought of something and could not help but snort softly.
It's just like a police officer on the streets of the capital. It's useless to only kill the most ferocious and vicious criminals, because he's facing the entire lower city district. His enemies are hiding in the unreachable corners and the most inconspicuous mediocrity. They are constantly sprouting and sprouting, leaving him overwhelmed and powerless. Thales raised his gaze and looked straight into the king's eyes. And you, your majesty, what you are facing is the entire constellation. At the end of the long table, the king sank his face into the darkness where the light could not reach. The enemy is weak, I am strong. The enemy is rotten, I am new. The enemy is scattered, I am one. Thales said in a low voice. That is your greatest and only advantage. But the enemy is divided and I gather. The enemy is hidden and I show. The enemy is in the dark and I am in the light. The enemy is confused and I am clear. The enemy is outnumbered and I am outnumbered. The enemy is strange and I am upright. Thales said coldly, these are your most painful and uncomfortable predicaments. King Kessel looked at Thales with a strange gaze. If you behave as usual and act as usual, your majesty, Thales said, then, it is not hard to foresee that not just the Sand King, but everything else that you want in the future will be greatly hindered. In the next moment, Thales' gaze turned fierce. You won't succeed, that's what I'm telling you. Be it military reform, land inspection, tax reform, centralization of power, or other bullshit. You won't succeed. Thales glared at King Kessel, as if he wanted to use his gaze to cut open the other's skull and see the thoughts inside. Until the day you die with unfulfilled ambitions, your majesty, Roland said in a low voice. He repeated, emphasizing each word. You will not succeed. His voice fell. Ballard Room was dead silent. For a long time, Thales and the king faced each other in silence. Neither of them said a word. Finally, King Kessel moved. He reached out and grabbed the knife. Amidst the hissing, the king lowered his head and began to eat again. At the beginning you changed your address, King Kessel said calmly. You no longer call me father. Thales' gaze moved slightly. Yes. Because I am no longer sitting here as your son, your majesty. The prince remained calm, but his voice was steady and firm. In the name of the Duke of Star Lake, I attend the imperial conference to give my voice to the noble and wise King Kessel. The king stopped cutting the meat for a second. Interesting. King Kessel's expression was indecipherable, but he began to eat again. Then what's your suggestion? Thales took a deep breath and spoke cautiously. You know I'm right. You've always known. It's just that you're used to holding power. You're no longer willing to lower yourself and bow down, the prince said with a frown. To listen to different voices. King Kessel picked up a glass of wine, took a sip, and snorted coldly. Thales lowered his head and adjusted his breathing. The old way no longer works, your majesty, the teenager said seriously. We need. Thales paused and changed his words. No, it's still you, only you. In the face of such a predicament, you need to change your mind. King Kessel's gaze moved imperceptibly. Change my mind? Thales nodded slightly, his expression serious. Let me handle the matter of Western Desert, your majesty. I'll take over and fulfill your wish. The king was silent for a while, then smiled coldly. So in the end, this is still the same condition as before. He looked at Thales coldly and said disdainfully, the so-called change my mind is to accept the deal Fakenhas gave me, push you out in exchange for his bargaining chip, and finally cause the royal family to fight and destroy the foundation of Renaissance Palace. He was rejected again, but this time, Thales did not react. He just exhaled and shook his head with a smile. No, F***CK Fakenhas. Thales said with a smile. King Kessel narrowed his eyes. The prince chuckled and said rudely, F***CK his deal, F***CK his sword, F***CK his bargaining chip. He said sincerely, to hell with that eccentric old man who harbors ill intentions. From now on, this has nothing to do with him, your majesty. Thales said solemnly, and it only has to do with you and me. King Kessel parted a piece of meat and responded with a sneer. That's you, Duke Thales. It's your kindness acting up, or your greed acting up. The king raised the table knife, the tip of the knife pointing at Thales' cheek in his field of vision again. You want to advise me to slow down the pace of moderation in the face of those local vassals, and govern gently and gradually? Thales smiled faintly and did not answer. King Kessel's smile disappeared. Then I've seen it too, and I'll return your words, the Supreme King said coldly. You're destined not to succeed. Thales raised his eyebrows. He heard King Kessel say faintly, in a tone that he rarely heard him preach, "You're right. Moderation means compromise. Compromise means retreat. Retreat means wavering. Wavering means giving up, and giving up." Kessel V paused and snorted. "It means that you've been on the wrong path from the beginning. You'll soon be trapped in their seemingly righteous, but actually sinister and cunning stance. You won't be able to control yourself." At that moment, a cold glint flashed in the king's eyes. "And one day, when you're no longer in line with their interests, when you no longer respond to their cries, when you no longer cater to their wishes, you'll be opposed, despised, expelled, abandoned, and betrayed by them." King Kessel said softly, "Just like the Sand King in the past." The king paused and continued faintly, "And my father." Chapter 624. Thales' eyelids twitched. He scrutinized King Kessel's face. For the first time, he discovered that there were different emotions on this resolute and cold face. "Is that so?" "His a father." "No, your majesty." Thinking of this, Thales said calmly, "What I want is indeed the same as before." But he changed the topic. But not for so-called gentleness, so-called compromise, so-called gradual progress. Thales' expression darkened. "At least this time, it's not." King Kessel's table knife cut the next piece of food and knocked it against the plate with a crisp sound. "Then what is it for?" The king mocked. "Could it be that this dinner has really changed you?" Thales looked at him silently. At that moment, he was filled with emotions. "Do you still not understand, your majesty?" The prince lowered his head, picked up his spoon and sighed. "You can't defeat them. You can't do it alone." Thales stared at his spoon, watching it dig out a piece of food. "You need me. You need me." King Kessel was silent for a while. "Isn't it too late to ask for peace now?" Hearing this, Thales could not help but smile, but his smile was a little bitter. "Ask for peace? Who said I'm asking for peace?" Thales raised his head, his expression gradually turning cold. "I'm here to declare war on you, your majesty." At that moment, the king's table knife knocked against the plate. Kessel slowly raised his head and looked at his son. "What?" Thales' expression was gloomy and his tone was solemn. "From today onwards, your majesty, I will give you a weapon that has never been seen before. I will truly help you succeed." Across the table, King Kessel stared at him coldly, his expression unfriendly. "Amoliai's bargaining chip, it is no longer in your hands." Thales shook his head. "No, not the orphan daughter of the Amolai family," the prince said nonchalantly. "That's at most a bonus." "A bonus?" Thales nodded. "Yes. Just like the Sand King, it was just a beginning. It was a bumpy wagon at the beginning that deviated from the path, but it was eventually pulled back to the right path by us." King Kessel did not speak. He knew that Thales had more to say. As expected, in the next second, Thales' expression became stern. "In order to defeat them and your slippery and unpredictable opponents, your majesty, you have to change your strategy. You can't just charge around with your strength anymore. You can't be so aggressive anymore. You can't wield your sword aimlessly anymore. You can't be alarmed every night." Thales said in a low voice, "You need them to jump out, stand up and shine. You need them to be lax, to be careless, to make mistakes. You need to understand them, control them, and numb them." At that moment, the king's expression changed slightly. "Yes, your majesty." Thales' attitude was frank and magnanimous, as if this was the most logical and natural thing to do. In Constellation, in this mess left behind by the virtuous king, the situation is so clear that there is no way out. What you truly need, what you lack. In the next second, Thales' expression became stern, and his voice suddenly turned cold. "It's an opponent. An opponent who can stand up to you as an equal." At that moment, Kessel V's eyes suddenly widened. Thales looked at the king from afar and actually felt a strange sense of calm and relief. That's right. Since ancient times, swords could not escape from their sheaths. What he wanted to become was not a sword. It was a sheath. And this opponent, he must be like you, strong enough, noble enough, able to summon heroes to shake the kingdom. With his existence, Thales did not continue,
but glanced at King Kessel tentatively. For the first time, the Iron Hand King, who always said what he said, replied in a low voice. "I'm listening." Thales sighed in his heart.
He found it. Receive the enemy, observe the enemy, deal with the enemy. In this hurried and arduous battle with King Kessel, Roland's heart sank. He charged, fell, resisted, was defeated again and got up again and again. Finally, he came to the last step. The sin of hell's river flowed madly in his body, and finally left in satisfaction. In the next second, Thales suddenly looked up. Logically speaking, this is the only way. With him, you can mislead your enemies. The Iron Hand King is not invincible, not unstoppable, not destined to be your natural enemy. With him, you can confuse your enemies. Renaissance Palace is not a monolithic entity, not flawless, not without weaknesses. King Kessel's expression was solemn, no longer disdainful or careless. Thales continued quietly. With him, you can weaken your enemies. In false hope, they will lose their vigilance, indulge in civil and military affairs, and die in peace. With him, you can lock onto your enemies. With the anti-king's flag flying high, all who gather under it will fall into your trap, and you will catch them all in one fell swoop. And he will give you unexpected help you see through them, disintegrate them, and finally, destroy them. King Kessel unknowingly put down his knife. At that moment, he looked at Thales with an extremely complicated expression. The king frowned. "You?" Thales did not give him a chance to reply. He raised his voice and continued. "In terms of benefits, this is also the only way. With him, your enemies will no longer be hidden or scattered. They will gather like a pack of wolves, like a herd of horses. From then on, they will be traceable, and visible. You will clear the path for the chariot and point the sword in the right direction. Is there a battlefield that is easier to understand than this?" King Kessel clenched his fists, and the space between his brows began to struggle. Thales' voice echoed in Ballard Room, causing the lights to flicker and the shadows to flash back and forth. With him, you will have the most unfathomable undercover agent. As the enemy's leader, you will lurk deep in the enemy camp. No matter which chess player you face, or what game you experience, you will have the other party's king firmly in your grasp. You will have the enemy in your palm, and you will be able to do whatever you want. Is there a chess game that is more likely to win than this? At that moment, the king gritted his teeth, his expression ferocious. "You. And in reality, this is also the only way." Thales stood up abruptly. "Today, I have committed treason, brought my sword to force the king to abdicate. I have done wrong, and I have almost rebelled." Thales looked down at the king, who was in disbelief across the long table. For the first time, he felt that the king was hiding behind the long table. At this moment, no matter how much the Secret Intelligence Department tries to cover up any loopholes, the news has long spread throughout the capital, and will soon sweep through the entire country. No matter how kind and filial we are in the future, there will always be people who will remember the rift between the king and his heir, and the scene of our confrontation as ruler and subject. They will try to take advantage of the situation and make things difficult for us. Thales' voice became gloomy. "Our relationship has long been irreparable. All the efforts you've made for the kindness of a father and a filial son have been wasted. They are meaningless." King Kessel's expression changed several times. He reached out and clasped the table tightly. "If that's the case," Thales was expressionless and his tone was cold, "why not make the most of it, make use of this matter? Why not push the boat with the current, and ride the wind and waves?" "Ride the waves?" The Iron Hand King breathed with difficulty and squeezed out words through his teeth. "You? So, for the sake of reason, for the sake of interests, and for the sake of reality, your majesty." Thales looked at him quietly, seemingly righteous, but also cold and ruthless. "I, Thales Jadestar. I am destined to be your enemy." His voice faded away. The atmosphere in Ballard Room seemed to have returned to peace. It was incomparably quiet and comfortable. Comforting. After a few seconds, King Kessel recovered from his shock and questioned him in disbelief. "Do you know what you're saying?" Thales let out a long breath. "Strange." He smiled slightly. "More or less?" "No." The Iron Hand King interrupted him with suppressed anger. "You don't know." King Kessel took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing.
On the surface, you want to break off all ties with me, clearly oppose and denounce me, stand as an equal with the Supreme King, walk into that sinister and greedy camp, become brothers with the enemies of the kingdom, speak up for them, and become their flag and hope?
Behind my back, you are going to conspire with me. You are going to be my spy against your conscience. You are going to work with the tyrant. You are going to destroy your previous stance and foundation. You are going to sell your soul to the royal power. You are going to be at the king's beck and call, and you are going to stab me in the back countless times? The Iron Hand King gritted his teeth, as if he was looking at the biggest bastard in the world. Do you know what this means? Why was he so surprised? Was he not the one who created this situation? Looking at King Kessel's expression, Thales chuckled. It was very strange. When this moment really came, the emotions he thought he would feel, resentment, grievance, indignation, sadness, loss, all disappeared without a trace. All he could feel was a boundless deathly stillness. It's funny, I have a friend who taught me a lesson.
Thales smiled, thinking of his former old friend.
He said wistfully, betrayal is the true meaning of an alliance.
What was equally strange was that, in addition to the hatred and disdain, he suddenly missed that ugly woman a little at this moment.
So this was how she felt. King Kessel's expression changed again. But this time, he suppressed the excess emotions and tried his best to return to being the calm and rational king from before. Do you know the price and the worst consequences of this proposal of yours? The Iron Hand King's eyes were burning.
If you take this as an expedient measure to brush me off, hoping that the two sides will waver, or even be fickle and gain from the middle, then you are gravely mistaken. Thales pursed his lips, feeling that the air in Ballard Room had finally begun to flow. You better understand.
At this moment, the king was extremely serious, and there was a hint of threat in his words. This is not some chess game or game. This is a real war.
Thales' eyelids twitched.
And anyone, no matter what his name is, how high his position is, how much power he has, whether he is wise or brave, aggressive or gentle, if he thinks he is infallible and dares to stand in the middle of the battlefield. At that moment, King Kessel's murderous intent was overflowing.
They will all be crushed.
Not to mention benefiting from both sides.
Benefiting from it. At this second, Thales' heart was empty.
That's right. The scabbard.
Thales silently said to himself, not only to face the wind and frost outside the scabbard,
but also to endure the sharpness within the scabbard. This was the way to deal with the Iron Hand King. No matter how heavy the price was. Sealing 1,000 blades, how evil was that?
The prince lowered his head and exhaled with difficulty. Yes, I know.
When he looked up again, his eyes were already serious. But as you said, I was born for constellation. King Kessel's gaze froze. Compared to the vast constellation and the mighty kingdom, Thales said calmly, our father-son relationship, gratitude and hatred, and even our lives and fortunes, none of it is that important. At that moment, King Kessel's expression changed. He struggled several times, but in the end, he did not speak. Looking at the other's reaction, Thales smiled softly. Just like 500 years ago, the King of Ascension killed his son as a sacrifice to the gods. King Kessel was slightly shocked. Thales looked at the deep ceiling and sighed. Those who hear only know that this is a violation of the natural order, cruel and terrible. Those who know are the ones who walk. Only then will they know the inside story. It is sorrowful, heroic and generous. Recalling the story he had unearthed, Thales gradually became lost in thought. Ascension King Alan I bore the infamy and his prestige was destroyed. Alien Prince Herman shed blood and sacrificed his life. Jade Star joined forces, father and son conspiring together, stirring the kingdom's blood to boil, inciting the anger of the subjects and people to crusade. Finally, they knocked down Sunset Temple, which had dominated Constellation for 200 years, from its altar, causing it to split and decline, never to recover. At that moment, the room was extremely bright, and the words were powerful. And King Kessel's gaze changed.
This version of the story has always been a royal secret.
How did you know?
Thales looked at him and smiled in relief, but did not explain.
Yes, outsiders do not know, but the Jade Star royal family knows. This is the truth and meaning of Ascension sacrifice.
With the blood of the son and the grief of the father, strip the ribbon of divine power from the king's scepter. In the next second, Thales's expression became solemn.
Let me show up, your majesty. Let me become your enemy. Your spy, your chess piece, your bargaining chip. Your sword.
He placed his hands on the table and looked straight at the king.
In this way, I can help you achieve your wish. Not just Sand King, not just Western Desert, but all of the kingdom. At the end of the long table, King Kessel stared blankly at the teenager in front of him, swallowing several times. Perhaps the entrance and exit of the guard captain made the lights burn brighter. The chill in Ballard Room gradually dissipated and warmth returned.
As I said, father, when you are overwhelmed by the weight of the crown, you will not be able to breathe.
At that moment, the prince's gaze was aggressive.
I have come to save you.
For this, I will stake my reputation, my life, and my future.
To help you achieve the unprecedented greatness of the kingdom.
Thales clenched his fingers into a fist and punched his chest. The scar that was burned many years ago seemed to be heating up again. This is my real bargaining chip today.
He looked at the speechless king and said in a low voice, It has already taken shape since I openly broke into the palace and rebelled under the eyes of the entire kingdom, and completely broke off relations with you at the imperial conference. And you have no reason to refuse.
Thales punched his chest, his gaze cold. Accept it, and you will gain unprecedented benefits. The dilemma is no more, and the solution is easy. The road ahead is wide open and new. Thales paused, took a deep breath, and forced himself to speak sternly. As long as the stars exist, the empire lives forever.
In the next moment, Thales suddenly reached out in the direction of the king.
King Kessel trembled slightly.
But he looked at Thales in a daze. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not his son,
but a new stranger.
For the sake of Constellation, your majesty. The teenager raised his palm, his tone firm and his gaze fearless.
Let us be enemies with each other. The secret chamber was deep, but the king did not answer. His breathing was disordered. Kessel Jadestar. Thales was unmoved.
He continued to stare at the man in front of him.
What do you say? The lights flickered. Kessel did not answer. He looked dazed.
Iron Hand King.
Thales' expression was deep. He dragged out his words and lowered his tone, making people uneasy. What do you say?
The Iron Hand King did not answer either.
His whole body was stiff.
Father. At this moment, Thales' eyes were sharp. He shouted at the top of his lungs. You! What do you say?
After being locked in the small dark room for so long, this was all he had until New Year's Day. End of this chapter. Chapter 625. It was late at night, and the temperature was getting colder. In the corridor outside Ballard, the royal guards arranged as few people as possible for the sake of secrecy, and as many as possible for the sake of abundance. They formed the most efficient and strictest defense and siege formation, filling every corner within sight. The guards in the innermost circle maintained absolute silence and concentration as they waited for the enemy to arrive. They were all experienced and capable elites transferred from the 6 wings. They stared at the door of the imperial conference room as they pressed their hands on their weapons. It was as if what was locked behind the door was the most mysterious, cruel, and terrifying beast in Renaissance Palace. It was grinding its teeth and claws, growling, and could break through the door at any time to devour people. But they could not be timid, let alone retreat. They were the Emperor's Praetorian Guards. They had an oath that they would guard this door until the Emperor's order reappeared. Or the minister would rest. Lights flickered in the corridor.
As time passed, anxiety spread in the air, and the fingers on the hilt of the swords became tighter and tighter.
But the heavy stone door remained motionless and silent. In the face of countless increasingly sharp gazes, it was unperturbed. It fulfilled its duty and locked all the beasts behind it. Just like the past 600 years. 6 doctors who specialized in trauma first aid, toxicology, and pharmacology were urgently summoned by the court baron and ordered to wait outside. Confused, they were anxious but did not dare to ask questions. They could only force themselves to stay alert in the suffocating atmosphere and tremble in the endless speculation and prayers. They were also waiting.
Behind the third row of guards, a few nobles were calm and collected.
They could even pace leisurely and talk in low voices. But as time passed, their expressions remained the same. It was just that they paced faster and faster, and the intervals between conversations became shorter. The air was dead, and the palace was dark. Heralds and trusted servants kept their heads down. They kept appearing from corners, seeping into the crowd and disappearing again and again. They came and went without warning, and their tracks were fleeting. Only the whispers and shadows of ghosts could be heard in the ears of a few people and on the dimly lit walls. Time was probably still moving forward, but it seemed to be moving slower and slower. It stopped moving forward and admired the changes it brought to its surroundings.
In the silence, the guards had never felt that their breathing was so heavy, to the extent that they could even raise 2 inches of dust in front of their noses.
They had never realized that their hearing was so sensitive.
Just the sound of their bones rubbing against each other was enough to make the muscles of the soldiers 2 feet away tense up.
And their eyelids were so afraid of loneliness that they would bump up and down every once in a while to greet each other, for fear of being left alone. As for their hearts, they were so strong and powerful. As a result, when the heartbeats of hundreds of people in the palace gathered together and became faster and heavier, it felt as if a huge monster known as Renaissance Palace had just woken up from a long slumber and was slowly waking up. And that stone door, which everyone stared at with rapt attention, was the ferocious eye that was about to open. This made everyone tremble with fear. What happened? What would happen? What if? What should they do? Should I swing my sword? Or should he back off? The political knowledge gained from years of guarding the palace allowed the royal guards to force themselves to remain calm, but at the same time, they could not help but feel uneasy. They wanted to turn their heads, look at each other, and exchange their emotions. At the very least, they could find some comfort in the same doubts. They could get rid of their confusion and loneliness when they were led by their own kind. But the guards' orders were clear. This sword will only be brandished for the Emperor's edict. It will only be broken for the Emperor's edict. There is no other use for it. The habit that was engraved in their bones and formed through countless training sessions made them restrain themselves and remain vigilant. This made them force themselves to get rid of all distracting thoughts and focus their gazes, which had become a little unfocused because of the long wait. They placed their gazes on the heavy stone door that they had guarded countless times but had never once made them this anxious or nervous. Asterisk boom. Asterisk everyone trembled at the same time. The dark stone door, which seemed as if it would never open again, suddenly cracked open from the center. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the huge beast opened its eyes. That was everyone's first thought.
With a mechanical and unpleasant sound of friction, the stone door slowly opened to the 2 sides like a pitch-black eyelid.
A golden-red brilliance shone from the crack of the door. It was like the brilliance of a lamp, but also like the bright red of blood. In just a few seconds, the stone door stopped. It only opened a crack that allowed a single person to pass through. It shone with a golden-red brilliance, just like the half-opened eyes of a beast. It looked like it was asleep, but not asleep, as if it was not awake. It was as if the huge beast was immersed in a nightmare. Cold wind assaulted them from behind the door. The royal guards in the first row were extremely vigilant. They took a step back together. This door of Renaissance Palace. It's quite heavy. The huge black beast in front of them opened its deep and ominous mouth, and its voice was deep and mocking. But it doesn't move. An even darker black figure peeked out from the narrow beast's eyes. He pressed against the stone door on both sides, panted, and sneered softly. What do you think? The royal guards instinctively stretched out their hands and moved.
They unsheathed their weapons and formed a formation.
As he watched this scene, the black figure in the middle of the door was silent for a while before he sighed. All right. The black figure turned his body sideways and squeezed through the narrow crack of the door. If you don't want to help, then forget it. I'll do it myself. The black figure gritted his teeth.
His face contorted as he forced his way through the crack of Ballard Room's door.
Only then did the light illuminate his face.
Prince Thales came to the corridor with a pale face and looked at the surging heads in front of him. Everyone looked at him as if they were facing a great enemy.
Wow. I'll believe it even if you say that they're here to hunt dragons.
The exhausted teenager turned his head to look at Ballard Room, then at the royal guards in front of him.
He felt a little resigned.
He walked out of the treacherous and dangerous hall. He walked into the heavily guarded encirclement. This scene seems familiar?
After sizing up the prince's body,
The guards in the first row only stayed silent for a moment before they pressed their swords together and moved forward.
Steady! Chief Guard Captain Adrian's voice rang. He pushed through the crowd and patted his overly nervous subordinates from time to make them relax. It's okay. Relax. Relax. It's over.
Adrian's voice seemed to have a soothing power. Wherever he went, the blades of the swords would be lowered. Your Highness, it's only been 15 minutes. The captain welcomed Thales in a relaxed manner. As he spoke, he looked at Ballard Room through the crack of the door. I was just about to go in for dessert. There's no need, Lord Adrian.
Mealtime is over.
Thales exhaled and placed his hand on Adrian's shoulder without hesitation.
He moved sideways and squeezed his way through the stiff postures of the people around him. He squeezed into the Royal Guard's lockdown formation.
Adrian saw the situation through the crack of the door. He frowned and turned his head around. Then all of you. Don't worry.
Thales waved his hand nonchalantly.
In case you're curious. In the face of the guards who remained vigilant and suspicious, he took a deep breath, placed his palms by his mouth, and roared at the ceiling.
The king is not dead.
Thales used the sin of Hell's river. This time, his voice was like thunder, and it could be heard clearly in the entire corridor.
The lights flashed, and there was a commotion in the crowd.
Thales patted the 2 royal guards in front of him, who looked shocked. He pushed them away tiredly, and did not forget to add something that made the people around him change their expressions again.
He's not dead yet. Adrian frowned.
He glanced at Thales' back, but still turned his head around. He signaled his subordinates to open the stone door and enter Ballard Room to ask for the king's permission. Your Majesty! On the other side, Thales squeezed past the surprised or nervous people. He did not care whether they were servants, doctors, guards, or guards. He said loudly without any scruples, "If you're waiting for the king to give the order to capture or release me, don't even think about it. He doesn't dare to capture me, because I have something on him." The crowd's surprise and commotion grew louder.
He can't release me either, because he's the king.
Thales squeezed past the 3rd row of guards, and was gratified to see that they had begun to consciously make way for him.
So please everyone, be kind and understand the king's difficulties.
Just pretend that you didn't see me.
The guards were in disbelief. They either exchanged glances or asked for help from their superiors.
But the chief guard captain was still in Ballard Room, and their efforts were naturally futile.
Excuse me, excuse me. Thales walked forward under countless people's surprised and wary gazes.
As he cleared the clouds and saw the sun, he spoke listlessly. The event is over.
I have to catch the subway home.
I still have to go to school and work tomorrow. But just as he was lamenting why this group of sweaty and smelly men did not know how to make way for him, Adrian walked out of Ballard Room and solemnly ordered, "Royal Guards, everyone present today, report to your immediate superiors.
Return to your posts and stay overnight to work overtime."
The guards were stunned, and there was another wave of commotion. Adrian glanced at Thales from afar and said with a complicated expression, "We still have paperwork." Thales watched with satisfaction as the guards who filled the corridor finally dispersed. Many of them could not help but look at Thales before they left. Their gazes were as if they were looking at a monster, and their gazes were filled with surprise, wariness, and doubt.
Your Highness, I'm glad you're safe.
Thales stopped in his tracks and looked at the nobles in luxurious clothes in front of him. Sir Cullen, Prime Minister. The prince heaved a long sigh as he looked at the old duke, who was smiling from ear to ear, and the ministers around him, who had complicated expressions on their faces and were hesitant to speak. And you, Advisor Sauter, Chief Kirkirk Viscount Kenny. Have you been standing guard here?
Of course not. Prime Minister Cullen looked elated. He happily patted his bulging belly. I just came after eating.
I wanted to slip away, but this bunch wouldn't let me. Kirkirk, who was muttering in frustration. After all. The Prime Minister rolled his eyes and gestured towards Ballard Room.
The meeting isn't over yet. Thales nodded. His gaze swept past the Prime Minister to the other ministers behind him.
He noticed that Gilbert was not among them.
So it's over now, the teenager said calmly.
But Advisor Sauter, who had been watching him, had the wrong impression. The prince's words left no room for doubt. Your Highness, Kenny, the Minister of Trade who had been watching Ballard Room hesitantly said, You and His Majesty, he...
Nothing.
I got bored, so I picked a fight with him, Thales said nonchalantly, his face beaming. That's all. Got bored, so I picked a fight with him. The ministers looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes.
About what? Viscount Kenny, the Minister of Trade, pressed. Your marriage?
Thales snorted softly.
Yes, I guess he won't force me to marry someone I don't like anymore.
Military advisor Sauter grew even more puzzled at these words.
Compared to that morning, this teenager who had just walked out of Ballard Room felt unfamiliar to him.
Apart from those who stayed behind to keep watch, the surrounding royal guards gradually dispersed, casting glances at this group of central high-ranking officials from time to time.
I see, Viscount Kenny persisted.
Then may I be so bold as to ask, the candidate you rejected, which family's young mistress is from?
Thales exhaled, feeling inexplicably irritated. Who cares whose family it is?
Fortunately, the smiling Duke Cullen interjected in time and personally took over the topic that the already exhausted Thales was extremely annoyed about.
Then I'm sure you won't mind considering my granddaughters? Thales smiled perfunctorily. Seeing that most of the people around him had dispersed, he did not intend to waste any more time. His Majesty has said that today's Imperial Conference shall end here. If it's time to disperse, so be it. As soon as he said this, everyone was surprised. That's great. The drowsy Kukirk suddenly opened his eyes. He snapped his fingers happily and said gratefully, I knew it. Advisor Sauter frowned.
But we still have business. I know, Thales interrupted him with a wave of his hand and said impatiently, there's still business to discuss, right? Thales looked towards Ballard Room, at the faintly discernible figure, and sneered. About substitute service, tax payment, Western Desert, the expansion of the regular army, the reduction of conscripts, and so on. He spoke carelessly and without bothering to conceal his volume.
This caused the expressions of all the officials, including Sauter, to change drastically.
Your Highness, be careful with your words.
The military advisor interrupted Thales and looked around nervously.
This is. Thales slapped his forehead, as if suddenly enlightened.
Oh right, this is a secret of the kingdom.
The prince turned his head lazily and said loudly to the few royal guards who were still present, That's a secret of the kingdom.
Everyone, you didn't hear anything. Didn't hear anything. Did you hear anything? You didn't hear anything. The guards turned around in bewilderment, not understanding what was going on. Aware of the pros and cons, the officials looked at each other with ashen faces.
Sauter was even more astonished.
Ayaya, you might not believe this. Prime Minister Cullen interrupted the conversation at the right time. He was in high spirits. This time, the chef from Renaissance Palace has surprisingly made a new dish. After working hard for so long, Thales, who just wanted to find a flat ground to lie down on, no longer wanted to feign civility with him. He faked a smile and said, Very well, good night. Without looking at the Duke of Eastern Sea's expression, he turned and left.
No, the meeting is not over.
Behind him, Advisor Sauter tried his best to stop the officials who were about to leave. Everyone, with all due respect, today's Imperial Conference is of utmost importance. The kingdom is now at a critical juncture. The enemy has already struck, we have to respond. Thales stopped in his tracks. Oh, he also wanted me to bring a message to you, my lords.
Thales turned around and pointed his thumb in the direction of Ballard Room.
He was all smiles. The kingdom's secret intelligence department acted in time. That letter is safe. As soon as he said this, the officials were taken aback. Letter? Viscount Kenny recalled and asked suspiciously.
Oh, you mean the letter that just arrived today? Advisor Sauter said in surprise. And it's safe?
What do you mean? The chief of finance, Kukirk, rolled his eyes and said without hesitation. You mean the person who deliberately leaked Covendier's letter has been caught? The officials shuddered in unison. Kukirk. Sorry, I spoke too quickly, Kukirk said nonchalantly as he turned around. But this person from the secret intelligence department said they couldn't. The chief's expression changed. He turned around and looked around. That's strange, where's that Scarface? I remember he was here just a moment ago. Where is he? The letter has been recovered. That means, Viscount Kenny said solemnly, we still have room to maneuver, as long as we pretend that letter doesn't exist? Thales watched the officials go back and forth with cold eyes. It was strange.
This morning, he had never felt this way when he was listening to the briefing in the Imperial conference room. It was strange, cold, indifferent, and boring, as if there was a thick curtain separating them. Interest in chess. Yes, interest in chess. Just like the feeling when he used his mystic energy. Thales' heart sank. Amidst the bustling debate among the officials, Duke Cullen was the only one who stayed out of it. He smiled with narrowed eyes. Ah, that's good. Given the kingdom's secret intelligence department's capabilities, they naturally won't tolerate any mischief. Advisor Sauter gritted his teeth in disbelief and was about to walk towards Ballard's room. No, that's impossible. I'm going to see His Majesty. But Thales raised his arm gently and blocked his way. Please don't, Sir Sauter. I tore that letter in front of him just 10 minutes ago, the prince said casually. His Majesty is in a fit of anger right now. Thales' words, which were as light as a mosquito, silenced all the ministers. They looked at the young man in surprise. What? Sauter turned around in shock and disbelief. Letter, why you? Thales lowered his arm and nodded expressionlessly. Believe me, you don't want to see him now, much less mention this to him. Sauter's breathing quickened and his face flushed. He was silent for a second, then rushed towards Thales. You soldiers, take it easy. Take it easy. Kirkirk, who had a hunch, grabbed Sauter's waist from the side and used all his strength to stop him from moving forward. Calm down, that's the prince, the prince. Aya, it doesn't matter if the letter is gone, we're not going to use it anyway. Besides, it's not like it was leaked, we don't have to worry, what's the rush? The other officials came to their senses and hurriedly surrounded Sauter to dissuade him. Thales watched the scene coldly. The Prime Minister smiled and hummed a tune. But Advisor Sauter was still struggling and extremely angry. No, you don't understand, you don't understand. Do you know that, That's right, Thales replied calmly. That was paid for with my life. Covendier's letter of surrender. Sauter was taken aback and stopped. Oh, by the way, the next time you want to mobilize the regular army, or check other people's accounts, or something like that. Thales turned around slowly and smiled at the military advisor and the chief of finance, who were hugging each other. Tell me first, okay? He spread his hands helplessly. Otherwise, I'll have to do it again. The military advisor choked, closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. The officials looked at each other. Aya, be more careful. Look at your age, you're prone to diarrhea after eating a new dish. The Duke of Eastern Sea reached out to comfort him. Duke Thales, your highness. Sauter finally calmed down. He looked puzzled and pained. What happened? Thales shrugged. Nothing much. His Majesty changed his mind, that's all. But it shouldn't be like this. Sauter gritted his teeth. What did you do in the middle? What did I do? Thales' gaze froze. I just saved your lives. He looked at every official in front of him, his expression calm and unperturbed. You're welcome, my lords. Sauter looked at him in disbelief, while Kirk frowned deeply. Some did not understand, while others were deep in thought. Prime Minister Cullen, however, laughed. His plump abdomen dropped and he bowed. I am eternally grateful for your saving grace. Thales ignored him. And the right question should be, Sir Sauter. The prince looked indifferently at the trembling military advisor. You and His Majesty, and perhaps that Scarface. What did you do? With that, Thales did not linger any longer and left. Behind him, Sauter stared at Thales' back with a solemn gaze. But as Thales walked along the brightly lit corridor, his thoughts drifted back to what had happened earlier. I know what you want to do. The king's voice rang out in Ballard's room. It was less sharp than before, but more hoarse and deep. You want to be the kingdom's chariot. King Kessel said calmly, restrain the galloping warhorse and fasten the heavy chariot. Warhorse. Chariot. Standing in front of the council table, Thales was dazed for a moment. A fierce horse will not yield to an iron whip, and the driver will not give up whipping. You think you're protecting the chariot. The king shook his head. But by doing so, you're slowing down the warhorse and interfering with the chariot. So he knew. Thales told himself. Of course he knew. He always knew. He just didn't care. As you say, your majesty. Thales composed himself and slowly sat down. I wander on the top of a cliff, but dream of the heavens. The Iron Hand King snorted with a half-smile. This road is treacherous. If you take the wrong step. I understand. Thales quickly replied to him. Yes. If people find out that I'm the king's spy, I will be regarded by thousands of vassals as a traitor to the noble camp. I will be condemned by thousands and despised by tens of thousands. The king nodded with a solemn expression. They will hate you more than they hate me. Thales rubbed his spoon and was silent for a moment. Then we better not mess up. The king shook his head slowly. Messing up is just the best outcome. But if you act too well, hide your abilities, convince everyone, and successfully become the savior of the vassals, the hope of the vassals. King Kessel sized Thales up. His tone was cold. Those who are deceived by you and support you will gather into a rolling wave. They will use their reputation, stance, camp, interests, connections, situation, and everything else to force you to move forward. You will not be allowed to defend yourself, you will not be able to control it, and you will not be allowed to regret it. They will love you more than they hate me. Thales' smile slowly disappeared. The king's words became flat. When that time comes, you will have no choice. Even if you want to get off the chariot halfway, it will be too late. Fakenhaz's words rang in his ears again. You have to know that when your vassals and subordinates are enraged and the will of the people is high, you will have no other choice but to go with the flow. Thales wanted to say something but stopped. And on the other hand, King Kessel looked at the door with a complicated expression. When you raise the war flag of rebellion against royal power, far more than just the feudal lords will unite. Under Renaissance Palace, the growing king's partisans, the ambitious new nobles, the opportunists who change their direction when the wind blows, and the people who once showed goodwill to you and treated you with friendliness will treat you as their political enemy and an unfilial son. In fact, they will not hesitate to make things difficult for you so that they can raise their status. Thales gritted his teeth. Gilbert, Putre, Sauder, Kirkirk, Viscount Kenny. Many faces flashed before Thales' eyes. There were even a few seconds when the purple mask flashed before his eyes. From that moment on, the title of heir will no longer protect you. On the contrary, it will magnify the fear and scrutiny you face, and increase the price and pain you have to pay. In the eyes of many, the day of the new king's coronation will be the day of disaster. King Kessel narrowed his eyes. They will hate you more than they love me. Thales did not speak. He looked around and exhaled heavily. The night breeze caressed the windowsill. Their figures intertwined with the lights. Ballard Room was cold and quiet at night. The portraits of several famous ministers of the past on the wall. Wise Minister Hulva, Oracle London, Hyena, Amber Tabark, Lumberjack Parramatta, silently watched the conversation between the father and son, flickering in the light. This made Thales ponder. In history, were the predecessors who guided the country in this meeting room, and the decisions they made, as cold and cruel as this heavy palace? Then I can only pray, Thales said absent-mindedly. King Kessel did not say a word and only stared at the prince quietly. A few seconds later, Thales looked back at the king with a tranquil smile. Pray that they are not true love. Chapter 626. Thales walked alone in the long corridor of Renaissance Palace. The everlasting lamps flashed past him, illuminating his face and making it flicker between light and dark. Along the way, the guards and servants all had complicated expressions on their faces when they saw him, and they avoided him. But Thales did not care. He only took a step forward, pressed a floor tile under his feet, dragged it behind him, took another step forward, and repeated the process. It was dark, cold, and narrow in front of him. And where should he go? Where should he go? Where? Your Highness. A familiar voice traveled into his ears. Thales stopped in his tracks. He turned around and turned his head back from the darkness and cold. He flashed a gentle smile and nodded slightly. Gilbert, I thought you left first. The Foreign Affairs Minister came in front of Thales with his staff and bowed respectfully to the prince. He was meticulous in his actions. It was as if they were meeting for the first time. You know that I will not leave. Gilbert stared at him. His words were filled with gratification and absent-mindedness. Before you and His Majesty. Thales did not speak. He only smiled faintly. Gilbert and Thales' gazes met in the air.
One of them had complicated feelings, while the other had subtle feelings. They faced each other in silence for a full 3 seconds. The person beside Gilbert, the Archdeacon of Sunset Church, Guy Stylianides, smiled when he saw this. He tactfully took a few steps back to give them some space.
Gilbert flashed an apologetic smile at his friend. He then turned his head around and hesitated to speak. "So, His Majesty," Thales nodded. There was not a hint of emotion in his voice. "He let me go."
"That's it?"
Gilbert looked surprised for a moment. "Forgive me for being blunt, but His Majesty did not know, the royal guards did not." "No."
Thales tried his best to make the hint of mockery in his words less obvious. "I guess that His Majesty is tolerant and kind, and loves his children like his people."
The two of them were quiet for a while, and both sank into deep thought.
"Is that so?"
Gilbert did not care about the small flaw in his words.
The Foreign Affairs Minister exhaled and mumbled absent-mindedly, "That's good, that's good." Thales did not say anything. At that moment, he suddenly felt that the cunning fox of Constellation had aged a lot.
However, the scene of Gilbert calmly driving the carriage with a lantern and bringing the dirty and pathetic child beggar into Mindy's hall felt like it was only yesterday.
"Right, it's quite a coincidence." Gilbert snapped out of his daze and smiled again.
"When you were having a heart-to-heart talk with His Majesty, I felt bored, so I went out of the palace for a walk.
I happened to wander near Mindy's hall, so I took a look and casually asked around. Mindy's hall." A thought struck Thales, and he said in surprise, "Gilbert." The smile on Gilbert's face grew wider, just like his wrinkles. Flag-bearer Gaetan, who was in charge of the investigation, assured me that after a thorough investigation, the unhappiness at the banquet was just an accident. The guards and servants around you are all fine, and they should be released immediately. Mindy's hall should be unsealed immediately as well. Of course, some necessary security work has been strengthened. I hope you do not mind." Thales stared at him in surprise.
"From here to Mindy's hall, you cannot reach it merely by strolling."
Constellation's cunning fox's expression did not change. "Looks like I'm not old yet. My feet are fast enough."
Thales did not speak.
Gilbert suddenly thought of something, and his eyes brightened. "By the way, I ran into Vanguard Mariko in the corridor just now. He was with your subordinates, the ones who followed you into the palace, including Wuxia. I also asked around. He and them, got along quite well, and they had a pleasant conversation." They had a pleasant conversation. Thales was silent for a long time. His emotions were complicated. "Thank you."
Gilbert shook his head. His smile remained the same as before, and he looked behind him.
"Thank Guy.
I did not want to say this, but I am thankful that the people still believe in the holiness and majesty of the Sunset Goddess, and that they gave extra respect to the Archdeacon."
At that moment, Thales felt a suffocating feeling in his chest. "Gilbert."
The Foreign Affairs Minister turned his head around and sighed.
"And I hope that this will make you feel more at ease."
Thales took a deep breath and felt his voice tremble.
I.
However, Gilbert, who had always been good at reading people's expressions, did not seem to see the prince's distress and hesitation. He only clapped his hands and said apologetically, "Oh, my bad, Your Highness."
"You must be tired. Coincidentally, I called for a carriage."
"Why don't we go back together?" "Gilbert." Thales had no choice but to raise his voice and use all his strength to interrupt him.
"Aren't you curious?" The prince's breathing quickened. He glared at his teacher. "About why I broke the rules and barged into the palace. Why I disobeyed the king." Gilbert paused. The smile on his face slowly faded away, and he lowered his head in silence, as if he was avoiding Thales' gaze. Thales took a deep breath. "And what I said to His Majesty just now. This is not a joke." In Ballard Room, Thales quietly listened to King Kessel's words. "Whether you succeed or fail, if you are not careful and make the slightest mistake, you may be overturned by the warhorse and abandoned by the carriage. Not only will you never be able to be crowned, you will also have enemies everywhere. You will be surrounded by enemies, and even your life will be in danger."
Surrounded by enemies and in danger. The king's warning was clear in his words.
"When that time comes, the nobility of the Jade Star family will not be able to save you. The vastness of Constellation will not be able to accommodate you.
Even the king.
King Kessel paused for a moment.
He looked at the staff of Constellation leaning against the chair with a complicated expression.
Will not be able to protect you.
The king will not be able to protect you. Thales's gaze froze, and Asda's words echoed in his mind.
What I am looking forward to, Thales, is not your ultimate success. Instead, you will be caught between your own nature and the gazes of others. In the end, you will be torn apart by conflict, destroyed by conflict, and devoured by regret.
Then what if? After a few seconds, the teenager raised his gaze, and his smile was a little stiff.
Do you think Dragon Cloud City will accept political asylum? King Kessel did not respond to the joke. His gaze was profound, and no one knew what he was thinking. All right. In the end, the teenager sighed, and the relaxed and joking expression on his face disappeared. It seems that you really do not have a sense of humor.
The king stared at him without saying a word.
It was night, and the lights were dim. Two shadows facing each other were cast on the stone floor, and extended to the walls. They were dark and cold. Bottomless.
That is for me, your majesty.
The prince snorted softly, and focused his gaze on the spoon in his hand. Please, be healthy and live to a ripe old age. King Kessel's gaze flickered. At least finish the show, don't quit halfway, and leave me alone on the stage, unable to defend myself. At that moment, Thales looked at King Kessel, but he thought of King Nuven,
and his head that rolled in a pool of blood.
Believe me, the feeling of a person's curtain call, Thales said emotionally with lingering fear in his heart.
It's not that good.
Kessel did not reply. Perhaps it was because it was late at night, and the lights in the room became soft.
The light and shadow between the two were no longer as sharp as the edge of a sword, and they were clearly separated.
Instead, they were one, and light and darkness coexisted.
You know, King Kessel suddenly said, you could have not done this.
Thales' gaze shifted. You could have behaved yourself, followed the rules, not revealed any attitude, not got involved in any trouble, and not acted impulsively like you did at the banquet and today. Your actions were shocking.
Then you would have worn the 9-starred crown, and ruled over the entire kingdom. The Iron Hand King said softly. It was only a matter of time.
The 9-starred crown. Thales' breathing stopped. The word seemed to have magical power.
It seeped into Thales' brain from the air, and became a constantly growing thought.
When that time comes, the whole of Constellation will be ruled by you. The whole of Constellation will be ruled by you. The king's voice was long and deep, with an indescribable meaning. The teenager tightened his grip on the spoon in his hand. It's too late. Thales shook his head, dispelling the thought that he should not have. I openly broke the ban and barged into the palace so that everyone could see it. It's too late to turn back now, and put on a show of family harmony, fatherhood, and filial piety. The king did not care.
That's not important, Thales shook his head. No, besides, if the kingdom falls before I'm crowned. But the Iron Hand King's voice drowned him out.
That's not important. Kessel V leaned forward, and his aura was oppressive. What's important is that at that time, you will no longer be held back, and you will have nothing to worry about. You can overthrow the old system, set things right, push all the blame onto the Iron Hand King, use my mistakes to strengthen your rule, and use my brutality to set off your benevolence, just like the virtuous king after the Red King.
Thales found that his breathing was speeding up.
Then, piece the kingdom together into what you want.
The king's words were tempting.
Where Constellation goes, it's all up to you.
Do as you please and do as you please.
No longer held back, and I will have nothing to worry about. Do as you please, Thales gulped.
In a daze, he once again saw the young man with the crown, facing the towering palace wall alone.
That familiar yet unfamiliar back.
But this time, the young man stood behind King Kessel, dressed in a luxurious robe and had an extraordinary bearing.
He looked down at the people in the capital outside the window as if he was examining a chessboard. His posture was calm, his expression indifferent. Thales' heart skipped a beat.
But.
He opened his mouth to speak, but it was difficult for him to speak. In the dead silence, King Kessel's voice reached his ears faintly. When I was young, my mother said this before. The blood of the Emperor's bloodline can only be as dazzling as gold and endlessly majestic in two places. dazzling as gold and endlessly majestic. King Kessel slowly raised his head and looked at the portraits of famous ministers in Ballard Room. Legends. The light was dim, but the historical figures in the portraits were still vivid, looking at them with burning eyes. Never faded. Never moved. Thales pursed his lips tightly. The Iron Hand King lowered his head and knocked on his chair in a daze. Throne. The night wind swept past the window. The everlasting lamp in the room trembled and leaned in the same direction. It was neat and uniform. There were no exceptions. Thales held his breath. 450 years ago, the alien star who questioned the Church's scriptures became a legend. The King of Ascension ruled over Constellation and sat on his throne. In the cold wind, the king's gaze met Thales, and his tone was cold. Which do you want to choose? I understand, Your Highness. Gilbert only closed his eyes gently, but this action seemed to have used up all his strength. Thales frowned. Really? You understand? Gilbert let out a long sigh. Yes. When he opened his eyes again, he seemed to have aged a great deal. Whether it was during the royal banquet or after the investigation of Mindy's Hall, you were young and impetuous. It was only natural that you felt indignant when you were wronged. Young and impetuous. It was only natural that you felt indignant when you were wronged. Thales listened quietly and subconsciously clenched his fists. Is this the meaning of Gilbert's actions today? Gilbert tried his best to put on a smile. Obviously, during the 6 years in Dragoncloud City, you have gotten used to the way Northlanders interact with each other. That is why when you entered the palace, you were so. I know I met King Nuvan before. The first time I met him, he almost forced me to jump off the fortress wall. Northlanders, the way they express their opinions is always, very memorable. Thales did not speak. But the Foreign Affairs Minister only looked at him lovingly and kindly, as if he could tolerate all of his audacity. Gilbert, the prince said faintly, this morning, I actually managed to attend the Imperial Conference in a dignified manner, even though I caused a huge disaster. I heard from my father that it was because of your suggestions and persistence. Gilbert was stunned for a moment before he smiled in a sentimental manner. You know, when I woke up this morning, I thought that there was nothing worse than a hangover, until I heard the news of you stepping forward bravely during the royal banquet last night. He sighed and said, Your Highness, I just feel that if there is any misunderstanding between you and His Majesty, there is no better way than to clarify it in person. And if you want to explain what happened at the banquet to His Majesty, then you should first show your face in front of all the lords during the Imperial Conference. They will more or less be of some help to you. Thales was silent for a long while before he forced out a sentence with great difficulty. Thank you, teacher, for all of this. Gilbert smiled in a gratified manner. He waved his hand. It is my duty. It is not worth mentioning. Thales felt complicated. He wanted to end the conversation and leave as soon as possible, but he could not help but blurt out, But you know, Gilbert, my actions today have consequences. Gilbert paused for a moment. No, listen to me, Your Highness. The Foreign Affairs Minister took a deep breath and said with a smile, Prince Thales yearns for freedom. He rebelled against the engagement and pursued true love, which is why he barged into the Forbidden Palace and interrupted the Imperial Conference. This is probably a classic love story that people are happy to see. It is romantic and bold, and it echoes with your experiences in Northland. He looked at Thales seriously. Everyone will understand. Thales frowned. But this is not what I wanted to say. Gilbert chuckled and raised his hand to stop him from speaking. But I do not suggest using the Lady of Blazing Blood as a cover. It will leave a bad impression, especially after she led the Northlanders to a great victory. Thales frowned even more. Gilbert, you know that my wanton attempt to force the abdication of the throne is tantamount to treason. Your Highness! Gilbert, who had always been gentle, suddenly raised his voice and interrupted him. This surprised Thales a little. Gilbert took a few deep breaths, and with great difficulty, his twisted face relaxed. I must admit that I was negligent just now. Gilbert forced a smile. It has been 6 years. Regardless of whether it is you, me, Eternal Star City, or even His Majesty, we have to go through a process of getting used to each other again. We should not be too hasty. But Gilbert stared at him with eagerness and anticipation. Since you and His Majesty have cleared up the misunderstanding, then the biggest problem is solved, is it not? Thales stared back at him in a daze. He did not know how to answer. As for everything else, such as getting used to each other, we in the entire kingdom can take our time. Take our time.
Unknowingly, there was a hint of a pleading look in Gilbert's eyes.
Just like in the past. Just like in the past. This made Thales feel even more unfamiliar. He also felt guilty.
What if it is not?
Thales heard his own voice echoing in the palace.
If I barged into the palace, it was not just because I felt wronged.
He could not lie to him.
What if His Majesty and I did not clear up the misunderstanding?
He could not pretend that everything was fine as Gilbert wished.
What if we cannot go back to the past?
Gilbert became silent, and his eagerness disappeared along with it.
Your Highness!
The Foreign Affairs Minister sucked in a deep breath, as if he wanted to use this action to muster up his courage. What happened?
Thales forced a smile.
Let me put it this way. My conversation with him did not go well.
Gilbert did not answer immediately. He sized up Thales, and there were a few times when he wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words.
No, I mean... After hesitating for a long time, Gilbert's voice trembled a little.
What happened to you, Your Highness?
Thales looked back at him and maintained his smile. What? Something is wrong with you. Gilbert shook his head and stared at Thales with an incredibly complicated gaze. Compared to this morning, you are like a completely different person.
If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would even suspect that you have been impersonated.
Perhaps you are right. Thales thought in his heart. What happened to you after you left the palace?
Thales was silent for a while before he answered truthfully.
I went to Lower City District. Gilbert was stunned. Lower City District.
But that is not where you... Yes. Gilbert was silent for a while before he said, You are rash, Your Highness. You must know that you have a noble status, and your every move is... But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Thales' vague and absent-minded answer. I am afraid of him.
Gilbert was taken aback.
What?
Thales looked at him and smiled. He then turned his head around to look at the end of the long and dark corridor.
When I was still abroad, even though my life and wealth were in someone else's hands, and I was in a precarious situation, I was never afraid of the sinister vampires, the powerful born kings, or the ruthless Chapman Lampard.
Yes, most of the time I was not afraid.
But when I returned to the kingdom, I saw him.
Him. Thales stared at the darkness at the end of the corridor, and his mind gradually wandered off. Gilbert furrowed his brows. When I was in the same room with him, I always felt like an idiot and a coward. I could not help but try to figure out the meaning behind his actions and guess the meaning behind his words. I was paranoid and uneasy. The prince snorted softly. Yes, I know this sounds ridiculous, but yes, I am afraid of him. Thales turned his head around and looked straight at Gilbert. His words were pained and sincere. But tell me, Gilbert, why would I be afraid of him?
Gilbert only stared at Thales in a daze.
He did not know what to do.
It was completely different from the cunning fox of Constellation's usual confidence and composure.
Yes, he is the supreme king of Constellation, but is he more cunning than the vampire, more powerful than King Nuven, and more ruthless than King Chapman? Is he more difficult to guard against than Shadow Shield, which he thinks about every day? Thales' gaze was sharp, and he spoke faster without realizing it. Is he more sinister, ruthless, fatal, and terrifying than the countless jackals, wolves, tigers, and leopards who wanted to harm me along the way? Gilbert found it difficult to understand this question. His lips opened and closed in disbelief.
But he is your father, Your Highness.
Thales smiled. Did you know? In Lower City District, I met a boss who ran a decent business. He was absent-minded and pretended to be polite when he faced a tall, strong, and fierce police officer, Thales said absent-mindedly, but when he faced a gangster who could not see the light of day, he trembled in fear and panicked. In the same place, there was an ordinary girl who resolutely rejected the rich man's promise of a luxurious life. She would rather continue to stay by her mediocre, useless, petty, and cowardly husband. She lived her mediocre life, and there was nothing special about her. It was very puzzling. Thales' voice drifted. And in my hometown, there was a ruthless gangster who was unfortunately disabled. He hid in a small run-down house and struggled to survive.
He gave up on himself, but he rejected the help of his friends in the gang. He would rather die than return to the Brotherhood, which had once given him a glorious and imposing presence. As he listened to these words, Gilbert became puzzled again.
Just like you, I do not understand these things.
Thales stared at Gilbert and became determined.
But in the end, I understood.
The police officer's authority was not small, but the young owner was able to remain safe and sound after doing business on the streets for so long. He did not rely on the lazy police station, but on the relationship and tacit understanding he formed with the gangsters who bullied and dominated the market over a long period of time. It is good that the rich man gave her a luxurious life, but if it did not change the girl's fate of belonging to someone else, then I am not much better than her husband. At the very least, she understood her good-for-nothing husband and knew how to deal with him. As for the ruthless gangster, even though he sounded full of resentment, he knew better than anyone else that his glory in the past was obtained with a body that could fight and fight. If he lost this body and returned to the gang, he would only be asking to be humiliated. Thales took a step forward and looked straight into Gilbert's eyes. Between what they can do and what they cannot do, they all understand what is truly in control of themselves. Gilbert subconsciously took a step back. So, I think it is about time for me to understand as well. Thales stood in the deep and cold corridor of Renaissance Palace and spoke airily.
Just what is controlling me? And what can I control?
Perhaps you are right, Your Majesty. In Ballad Room, Thales lowered his head slightly.
Perhaps I can wait quietly until that day comes.
After that, I will no longer have any restraints or worries. Thales subconsciously tightened his tone and spoke faster.
At that time, I will sit on the throne and have great power in my hands. Whether I want to grant amnesty to the kingdom or ease conflicts, I can do whatever I want. I can carry out my will and achieve everything you rejected me for today.
King Kessel stared at him quietly.
Thales stared at the darkness outside the window. His gaze was empty.
Just like what many smart people have said, if you do not like the system, then join it, influence it, build it, and finally change it from the inside. In the next second, Thales' gaze refocused.
But we all know that is just the most despicable and shameless lie. At the end of the long table, the Iron Hand King's eyebrows twitched.
Thales stared at the king firmly. Just like how you are unwilling to compromise with the nobles, no matter what, even the slightest bit, even if it actually helps you in the short term. Join it, change it. Such bullshit*T is how it deceives and bewitches you in the first place. It restricts your freedom, collapses your resistance, takes away your weapons, softens your will, and eventually frustrates all your efforts.
Thales' tone became more resolute and unquestionable.
If you believe it, you lose.
Because once you compromise and drift along, the first to be changed will be you, not it.
Thales stared at the king and enunciated each word clearly.
Because you are just one person, one person.
King Kessel stared at the prince silently.
Expressionless, he suddenly spoke.
It. The king snorted coldly.
Where is it?
Thales stared at the king as if the most terrifying beast was hidden in the king's eyes.
Then look around, Your Majesty.
Thales spread his hands and asked with a chuckle. Where is it not?
The lights flickered. The night breeze blew gently. The two faced each other in silence. Ballad Room seemed to be the same as usual. Nothing had changed. King Kessel did not look back, but he frowned deeply.
But Thales did not notice his reaction. Instead, he leaned back in his chair and continued to speak.
6 years ago at Broken Dragon Fortress, that was the first time I saw the Archduke of Black Sand region.
Thales gradually became lost in thought, as if he had returned to that winter 6 years ago. As expected of an ambitious and ruthless man of his generation. His vision was broad, his bearing extraordinary, and he could command the loyalty of countless heroes. The teenager paused and snorted softly.
To be honest, he was much more charming than you. King Kessel's expression did not change. Thales became serious again. Half a year ago in Dragon Cloud City, I saw him again. Chapman Lampard.
Thales' expression changed.
But guess what I saw this time?
As usual, King Kessel did not respond.
I saw the common elected king of At, the kinslayer, Chapman I.
Thales continued to speak, his gaze becoming more and more solemn.
I saw him sitting in King Nuven's seat, starting to think, play chess, and set up plans like King Nuven.
He began to enjoy the same pleasure as his uncle, entering the same perspective as him, walking the same path as him, encountering the same troubles as him, and falling into the same vicious cycle as him.
The chains that once bound King Nuvan were also slowly binding him. He was already panting and sweating profusely. Thales widened his eyes, as if he was watching the most incredible drama. King Chapman thought that he had successfully overthrown King Nuvan and destroyed the latter completely by staking everything on his king-killing bid.
At this point, Thales' eyes dimmed.
Physically, yes. But spiritually, in terms of values, in a larger sense, Thales gritted his teeth. He did not. The teenager looked up abruptly and met the Iron Hand King's eyes.
Because he had no choice but to be ruled by the values of the born king. He was imprisoned by his vision, oppressed by his methods and habits, and occupied by his way of thinking. He was haunted by Nuvan's soul day and night, thinking what Nuvan thought, doing what Nuvan did. He was immersed in it, unable to extricate himself, until he became Nuvan's slave for all eternity, just like how Nuvan became the slave of the kings who preceded him when he was alive. At that moment, Thales suddenly thought of the Black Prophet in the kingdom's secret intelligence department. He sat on the wheelchair made of those demonic vines, relying on them to sustain his life, but was also firmly bound by them, unable to leave.
6 years, only 6 years.
Thales' gaze was filled with rare sorrow and fear.
I was surprised and saddened. King Nuvan, who had been dead for a long time, only used 6 years to devour his nephew, the former Chapman Lampard, from the inside out, from head to toe. Not a single bit left. King Kessel still did not say a word, but his gaze was extremely serious. Among all the people I have met, Chapman is already a top-notch hero. Thales exhaled and was filled with emotion. Ever since the night of Dragon's Blood, he was clear that his enemy was not Nuvan, but the things that once held Nuvan back and defeated him. Enemies that were bigger, higher, and more terrifying. He killed King Nuvan not for revenge or profit, but to prevent another Nuvan from appearing. Thales' gaze darkened as he recalled the meeting between him and King Chapman in the carriage. Thales, you know better than anyone that after 6 years, the ideal At is getting further and further away from me. Until he became Nuvan's successor, wore the crown, sat on the throne, and replaced him as the second-born king. He sensed it and struggled with all his might, but the results were minimal. He was powerless. King Kessel snorted coldly. Thales snapped out of his daze and snickered, but his words were sad and helpless. Don't misunderstand, Chapman Lampard is still dangerous and terrifying. But from what I can see, this man no longer has much that truly belongs to him. Thales stared at his plate with a complicated expression, watching the spoons sink into the soup. Since he had to compromise with reality and the rules, and bow to the joint ruling pledge. Since he, temporarily, gave up on his great idea.
Then he was collared again, Thales said faintly, and became another Nuvan VII.
King Kessel fell into deep thought and did not speak. On both sides of the long table, the king and the prince stood facing each other quietly. At this moment, Ballard Room was extremely quiet. Even the wind was no longer noisy, as if this scene could not be disturbed. Until Thales took a deep breath and looked at the Iron Hand King seriously again. In Constellation, I could not stand your methods and did not accept your will. Of course, I could lie low and endure it, plow slowly, seize power, and wait for the ascension. This may be a method that is more recognized and praised by others, a method that will be praised by history books and future generations, just like the last 2 months. But Thales changed the topic and hesitated.
But after that scene at the banquet, I am afraid.
King Kessel scoffed. Afraid.
Thales took a deep breath, nodded and said, I am afraid that in my repeated acquiescence and concessions, in the silence of I actually disagree but I won't say anything, I will gradually get used to it, slowly become numb and compromise with it. He said dejectedly, I'm afraid that I'll get used to your cruelty in destroying countless families without batting an eyelid.
I'll get used to your indifference in the face of despair and pleas for help. I'll pay the price for today's punishment. In the future, when I meet the next anchor viral and the next injustice, I'll start to hesitate and hesitate.
Thales' voice trembled.
I am afraid that one day, I will be unaware of everything, calm, and finally lose myself and accept the status quo. King Kessel's gaze slowly changed. I am afraid that the moment I sit on the throne and wear the crown, I will sit back and watch others die for me without any burden, hesitation, and with a clear conscience. And not only will I get used to it,
I will feel that it is only right, and even worse. As long as someone is unwilling to sacrifice for me, unwilling to die for King Thales, I will be dissatisfied and angry. I will think that they do not love me, do not love their country, that they betray me, or even commit treason. Thales looked straight into King Kessel's eyes, as if trying to see through all the defenses behind it. I am afraid that I will become so weak that I will not even recognize myself. I will no longer be Thales Jadestar, but an empty shell occupied by the King of Constellation. Thales' tone calmed down, leaving only emptiness and exhaustion. That scares me more than death, than failure, than being crippled and disgraced. His voice faded. Ballard Room returned to its dead silence. But this time, the surrounding lights seemed brighter. A few seconds later, King Kessel raised his head slightly and his gaze fell on the portrait of wise Minister Halva on the wall. It seems that you have made your choice a long time ago, he said faintly. Thales snorted softly. I will not play by your rules, he said firmly, nor will I play by their rules. Thales raised his head, his gaze solemn and firm. I will not become the next Chapman Lampard, or the next Kessel Jadestar. Thales paused for a moment. Just like how my blood has never, and will never shine with golden light. Kessel V lowered his head and looked at the prince seriously and sternly. To hell with the legend and the throne. Thales clenched his teeth, clenched his fist, and hit his chest hard. My blood, from the beginning to the end, has always been bright red. My red. King Kessel sneered. The air in Ballard Room seemed to flow again. Thales Jadestar. He called Thales' name softly. Are you really prepared to become the king's enemy? Thales laughed when he heard that. You are old, your majesty. I asked this question 6 years ago. Kessel's gaze moved slightly. In the next second, Thales' expression turned serious and he spoke decisively. Fate. You have long prepared for me. Chapter 627. Control. Gilbert's gaze changed several times, but his rich experience allowed him to maintain his gentle and calm tone. Forgive me for being dull, but I do not understand what you mean. Thales gave him a profound look. No, Gilbert. Thales smiled. You are the smartest person in the palace. You are so smart that you know when to be dull. The dim light in the corridor made Gilbert's expression turn as dark as still water. You know very well that from the moment you brought me into Mindy's hall, everything I have and have achieved, be it using the name of the prince to make the Archduke of Northland listen to me patiently, using the interests of the city to make Dragoncloud City hesitate in taking action, using my status to make a small group of people willingly obey my orders, and also my painstaking efforts to prevent conflicts, avert war, and help my friends. Thales' smile gradually froze. At the end of the day, all of these originate from him. Gilbert was stunned. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Thales continued. It also originates from what he represents. The kingdom, the system, the tradition. Everything. This is why I am not afraid of Nuven, Chapman, and Shadow Shield, but I am wary of him. I am afraid of him. Thales sucked in a deep breath. Because without him, without the things he gave me, I could only return to my original form, and become that lonely and weak child beggar in the abandoned house in Lower City District. Thales clenched his fists. He remembered that night in Heroic Spirit Palace, Asda's direct question to him in the room of Heroic Spirit Palace. The prince said laboriously. Am nothing. Am nothing. I know that King Kessel has always been domineering. Gilbert tried his best to find a way to interject and comfort Thales. His demands on you are too strict, which caused you to distance yourself from him and even fear him. Strict? Thales repeated the word, snorted coldly and shook his head. King Nuven forced me, King Chapman used me, and Shadow Shield hurt me. But they had to first raise their swords and resort to the most direct and brutal methods. But he is the only one. He is the only one. What he controls me with is not a certain saber, not a certain order, not a certain threat, and not even a clear hierarchy, interest relationship or power chain. Thales slowly turned around and faced the shadows in the corridor where the light could not reach. His words were bitter. Instead, it's a towering net. It's called Constellation, or This Damned World. Gilbert shuddered and blurted out, Your Highness! But Thales raised his hand abruptly and stopped his teacher from speaking.
And he is right at the top of the net. He doesn't need to say anything, do anything, or even show up.
The existence and weight of the net itself, and the impenetrable structure of the net, are enough to make me lower my head and stagger.
Thales was in a daze.
Until I was bound by the countless threads in the net and became him, or whatever it wanted me to be.
I understand.
Gilbert could no longer hold back and anxiously rushed to speak.
I understand, Your Highness.
However, you are father and son after all.
You are his heir, and you stand on the same side.
As long as you resolve the conflict and misunderstanding, untie.
Thales raised his voice and turned around.
He stared at the Foreign Affairs Minister, and a cold smile appeared at the corners of his lips.
Gilbert, you are a diplomat. You can untie a knot and a misunderstanding. You can untie the grudge between two people and the conflict between two groups. You can even untie the predicament of war between two countries. But how are you going to untie a net?
Gilbert's gaze froze. If the owner of the pharmacy had a good relationship with the gang, he might have been able to pay less protection fees.
Thales took a step towards Gilbert, and he was rather aggressive. But Gilbert, answer me. How is he going to get out of that net?
That cruel net that he is so used to that he has become numb to, that one-sidedly emphasizes that a person cannot seek freedom and security at the same time, and that he must give up on one of them, thereby justifying violence, exploitation, and oppression.
Cold wind seeped in through the cracks, and it was bone-chilling. Gilbert did not react. He stared at Thales in disbelief.
That good girl might be able to find a so-called good man like me and live happily ever after.
Thales glared at his teacher. He had to get the answer no matter the cost. But Count Casso, answer me. How is she going to get out of this net?
That unjust net that she has long seen through but can do nothing about, that women are designed and trained to rely on and submit to another person, and that they can only exchange their skirts for bread, or else they will be punished and unable to move an inch.
The lights in the corridor flickered, and ghostly shadows moved about. As he stared at the prince in front of him, Gilbert's right hand trembled. He subconsciously leaned against his cane, and his breathing quickened. As for that crippled, ruthless character, perhaps his old friends in the gang can help to provide for his living expenses.
Thales gritted his teeth, and his tone was indignant.
But Foreign Affairs Minister, please answer me. How is he going to get out of this net?
That twisted net that he has lived in for a long time without smelling its stench, that keeps repeating that the strong and the weak determine their gains, that those who fall behind will be beaten, and that logic is full of loopholes, but it is rarely questioned?
The stone wall in the palace quietly listened to Thales' questioning. As usual, it was silent and did not speak. Gilbert's chest rose and fell. He looked back at Thales in a daze. Answer me, respected teacher. Answer me. Thales raised his voice. Use all your knowledge and attainments in history, politics, grammar, and philosophy to answer me. How are you going to get out of this net? The echo spread out in the dark and empty corridor, like a tiny pebble thrown into a bottomless, pitch-black abyss. Your Highness. Gilbert was worried and anxious. I do not understand
what you are talking about and us.
But Thales interrupted him. Last night. The prince stared at the Foreign Affairs Minister.
I, the Duke of Star Lake, Prince Thales, stood at the highest point of Mindy's hall, but I still felt helpless and helpless.
I swayed, but I was not even allowed to take a step back, turn around, and give up.
Because the net that belonged to me had already bound me tightly, and it was airtight.
When he heard these words, Gilbert's expression became gloomy. In that net, I could only watch two living people fight to the death for a ridiculous reason in front of me.
I could do nothing but watch my subordinates die because this was in line with my standpoint, in line with the interests of the kingdom, and in line with the best ending.
The scene from the banquet flashed before Thales' eyes.
And if I put up even the slightest resistance and tried to tear it apart, just like what I did last night, when I appealed to my humanity instead of my own interests and tested the boundaries of betrayal, I would immediately attract this net's merciless punishment and counterattack. It would either force me to lower my head and become an obedient prince again, or it would completely eliminate me and turn me into a legend in history.
Legend and throne. Legend, or throne. Those were all his choices.
Gilbert, can you feel it?
Thales felt anguish in his heart.
Can you feel this net that is untraceable but everywhere in our lives, And yet it is filled with so much despair that it makes it hard for us to breathe? It is so unstoppable and difficult to detect that even the strongest, smartest, and cleverest person I have ever met would unknowingly become its most loyal and obedient slave. Gilbert did not say a word and sank into bitter contemplation.
This, Gilbert, is the thing that has always terrified me. Thales took a deep breath and took 2 steps back.
He rubbed the side of his forehead forcefully.
Just as Zayn said, when I returned to Constellation, what I received was not just the protection of the kingdom. It was also the shadow of the throne.
Both of them sank into silence.
After what felt like a century, Gilbert heaved a long sigh.
The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes became obvious.
I understand, Thales.
He spoke carefully, as though he was comforting an injured little beast.
I understand that the title of Prince of Constellation is not an easy one. It is the same for the Duke of Star Lake and the heir to the throne.
You do not only have to bear the burden of your own life, you also have to bear the future of the entire kingdom, but you have already done very well. I also know that our kingdom is very complicated.
It is not perfect but flawed.
Sometimes it is even vile.
We can only try our best to make up for and correct it as much as possible. And this requires your wisdom. But before that, you must have great power and a high position.
Only then will you have the right and the conditions to discuss a solution. Thales pursed his lips tightly and shook his head. No. He does not understand.
Just like the others.
Gilbert's words were filled with hope as he continued to speak.
But I swear on my reputation and responsibility that I will try my best. What happened today will not happen again.
I will advise His Majesty, and he will give you more time, more freedom, more leeway, more. I have seen it, Gilbert. Thales' voice was deep as he interrupted Gilbert.
I saw how you walked on thin ice carefully during the Imperial Conference. You tried to strike a balance between the king and the Prime Minister, between finance and military affairs, between gentleness and radicalism, and between humanity and interests. Gilbert was stunned. Thales smiled mockingly. Even as a member of the king's party, you do not agree with the king.
At the very least, you do not approve of his methods and methods of doing things.
He is radical, domineering, and unreasonable. He incites resentment everywhere. He is completely unlike Prince Midier from the past. Gilbert's expression was slightly tense.
No, Your Highness, you are making a forceful assumption. Thales shook his head, but his gaze was firm.
But there is nothing you can do.
Because of you, Gilbert Casso, the creator of the Fortress Treaty, the cunning fox of the Western Peninsula who once went north alone and forced back an army of 100,000 tigers and wolves, because you are the same as me.
You are also trapped in this net that reaches the sky. You are controlled by it, and you are powerless to fight back.
The Foreign Affairs Minister was stunned. You have already used up all your wisdom and all your strength just to ensure that you have a seat in the Imperial Conference, just to protect yourself from falling off the scales that are biased against you, and just to ensure that you are not assimilated by it.
Thales stared at him, extended his hands, and grasped Gilbert's shoulders tightly.
You do not have a single ounce of strength left for yourself, for the ideals and ambitions you once had.
Gilbert's eyebrows trembled slightly.
Thales clenched his fists slowly and said through gritted teeth, That is why when you first discovered me 6 years ago and discovered that there might be another candidate for the King of Constellation, you were extremely excited, as if you had found a treasure.
You worked hard and were willing to be my subordinate, and you did so many things for me.
Because you were counting on me to one day replace him.
At that moment, Gilbert raised his head swiftly.
The shock in his eyes could not be any greater.
Thales revealed a smile.
Am I not?
Silence, a suffocating silence, lasted for a whole 3 seconds. In the next moment, Gilbert reacted. In his shock, he instinctively retreated and broke free from Thales' grip.
Thales stared at him.
He raised his hands horizontally, but there was only emptiness in his palms. Gilbert stared at the student in front of him in shock, as if he did not know this teenager anymore. You should be happy, teacher.
Because I will be.
Thales put away the disappointment in his heart and lowered his head to look at his empty palms. The scar on them became even more obvious.
From now on,
Gilbert's expression changed abruptly. Your Highness? He seemed to have realized something. He quickly went forward and wrapped his arm around Thales' shoulder again. What are you talking about? What do you want to do? Thales smiled.
Gilbert, Do you know why I was able to walk out unscathed after committing such a treacherous act?
Do you know what's the most interesting thing about this snare we're in? Thales faced Gilbert's shocked gaze and felt the heaviness on his shoulders. He looked behind him at the dark corridor that led to Ballard Room.
That is, in this kingdom, the one who is bound even tighter, deeper, heavier, and more powerless to free himself is neither me nor you.
The teenager's smile remained, and his gaze was cold. There is someone else. How can I trust you? In Ballard Room, King Kessel began to eat again. His voice rose faintly. It was not as sharp as before, but there was a hint of coldness in it. How do I know that what you said is true?
Across the discussion table, Thales was expressionless as he quietly listened to Gilbert's words.
How do I know that you really want to be used by me, and not secretly strengthen yourself, accumulate fame, and gather support? How do I know that I am not nurturing a tiger and making you a threat that has never been there before?
How do I know that you will not benefit from the chaos, take advantage of the situation, and turn against me in the end? In the next second, King Kessel's words were cold and murderous.
Replace me. At that moment, the narrow secret room seemed to have become even narrower. There was no more space for him to move about. Thales sneered. He found it extremely absurd.
I have already said it, and you are still worried about this?
The king picked up a piece of meat with his fork and narrowed his eyes. If you can deceive a duke like Faken has, you can naturally deceive me.
And how are you going to win my trust and ensure that you will fulfill your duty and become my sharpest long sword, my most loyal pawn, and my most trusted trump card?
Thales was silent for a while.
At that moment, he finally realized that he was sitting in the same room as King Kessel.
It was just like what he had used to threaten the Black Prophet in the Secret Intelligence Department. He faced the Iron Hand King alone. Face to face. King against king. Jade Star against Jade Star. How much had he sacrificed for this moment? How much would he lose? Finally, the teenager took a deep breath and stared at the king. First of all, no matter what my intentions are, facts speak louder than words. The process and reality cannot be deceived. Your power and interests will visibly expand and grow through our cooperation. For example, this time, I will persuade the dukes of Western Desert to reduce their soldiers and pay taxes to support the expansion of the regular army. King Kessel did not answer. But Thales, who had crossed swords with him many times, gradually understood that this was the best answer.
Second, if you are worried that I will go down this path until the end, that I am really in cahoots with the disobedient, and that I will defect to the enemy. Thales' tone was calm as he spoke slowly.
I believe that you know why I made this proposal and embarked on this path.
To fight with you on the battlefield, to fight with blood, to the extent that the kingdom is destroyed and countless sacrifices are contrary to my original intentions.
This is the situation I do not want to see the most.
King Kessel snorted, his emotions indecipherable.
Third, as you said, there is a price for me to take this step.
Thales' gaze did not waver.
If I still want to return to Renaissance Palace, walk into the base camp of the king's partisans who regard me as their enemy, wear the crown and inherit the throne safely, peacefully, gracefully, and without bloodshed, and ensure that my head is on my shoulder, then I will have to count on your endorsement and acknowledgement at the last moment. Only by bowing down with the king can I not be pelted with eggs by the audience below the stage. This time, King Kessel frowned slightly and was silent for a long time. The Iron Hand King's gaze shifted.
But if you do not openly betray us and slaughter the people, instead, imitate your dearest friend in the north, plot in secret, and strike a sudden blow?
His friend in the north.
Thales frowned when he thought of Lampard's old sword and King Neuvin's head that rolled on the ground.
Someone as experienced as you is also afraid of assassins? Thales said sarcastically. King Kessel's knife and fork froze in the air. You know, Yodel is no longer here. The king resumed eating.
His voice was as usual, as if he did not care. Now you want to take my head. There is still time.
Yodel is no longer here.
Thales' heart sank.
Another day.
The prince looked at the food in front of him that had long since turned cold.
He said flatly, "This spoon doesn't fit me." King Kessel sneered as well.
Even if you are really blinded by lard right now and sincerely want to do so, the king said slowly, but how can you guarantee that once the situation changes in the future and things change with the passage of time, you will still abide by your promise, remember the agreement, overcome all obstacles for me and punish the evil? Overcome all obstacles for me. Punish the evil. Thales sneered in his heart.
I don't know. The teenager did not show any weakness and retorted decisively.
I can't guarantee things that haven't happened yet, and I don't want to say some pretty words about not changing my original intentions.
King Kessel frowned. Until Thales' tone changed. But it depends on you.
The king's gaze shifted. What?
Just like me, there is a price for taking this step.
Thales leaned forward and said threateningly, if you don't want to be detested and betrayed by me one day, if you don't want to be forced to launch a civil war against my unfilial son one day, if you don't want me to do everything I can to mobilize the heroes of the kingdom to fight against you, then you'd better go on stage with me, cooperate with the performance, and take a curtain call together.
King Kessel listened quietly.
Don't be a stage bully, don't cut corners, don't tamper with the script, and don't even have ulterior motives to frame each other. As long as you don't get out of the car first, I will behave myself and overcome all obstacles for you. Just like how I don't go back on my word halfway. You will abide by the rules and give me the throne at the end. The king's eyebrows twitched. What you want to say is, the essence of politics is the binding of interests.
Thales said coldly.
I think we both admit that this cooperation is just taking what we need, and it is destined not to be smooth sailing, my dear Sincerity. In the next second, Thales' gaze turned cold and his tone was stern, but we understand each other's nature better. No matter who goes back on their word and betrays first, no matter who turns hostile first, the other party can make him pay an unimaginable price. Studying Thales' expression, the corners of the king's mouth slowly curled up.
On this chariot, we are tied together. Thales said with certainty. We are each other's guarantors. This time, Ballard Room was quiet for a long time. Just when Thales thought the everlasting lamp was about to be extinguished, the king's deep voice finally rang. Not enough. Thales' eyebrows twitched.
Across the long table, the iron-hand king pushed away the plates and cutlery.
You want to become the king's enemy?
For the first time, Kessel Jadestar, who had always been cold and stern, raised his head and showed the teenager a bright, indifferent, and even somewhat mocking smile that the latter had never seen before.
Words alone are no proof. End of this chapter. Chapter 628. But His Majesty is not your enemy. In the palace corridor, Gilbert turned pale with fright.
He is your father.
You can't be his enemy. You can't.
Thales snorted with a smile.
Can't I?
Gilbert put away his shocked expression and tried his best to calm down. Listen, Your Highness, I have indeed been looking forward to you, trusting you and being loyal to you, but that is not my original intention.
What else could it be?
Thales said sarcastically.
You want me to be a prince so that I can be a mascot in Mindy's Hall?
Gilbert frowned and became more anxious.
No, Your Highness. You should be the future that everyone looks forward to. Everyone. That's what you've been doing all this time. Everything should have happened naturally. And everything should have happened naturally.
But Thales only stared quietly at Gilbert's hand on his shoulder. Could it be that all of this was not natural, a situation where the conditions were right?
Teacher? You are the heir to the throne.
Of course, I understand that you feel suffocated and are dissatisfied with the current situation, but you should at least wait until the day I am successfully crowned?
Thales said flatly.
Gilbert hesitated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and nodded. Of course, when that time comes, I will do my best to assist you, no matter how difficult it is, no matter how many sacrifices I have to make, I swear. Me, Sauter, Kirkirk, Kenny, Guy, and many other knowledgeable people in the kingdom, we will all help you, but before that, help me? Thales interrupted him coldly.
Just like how you used to help me? Gilbert paused for a moment.
Thales raised his right hand and slowly but unquestionably pushed Gilbert's palm away.
6 years ago, I asked you to search for my friends in Lower City District.
I asked you to help me find them, save them and help me. Gilbert was stunned for a moment before he said dejectedly, Your Highness, I failed you in this matter, I cannot absolve myself from the blame. I just returned from the kingdom's secret intelligence department, Thales said flatly.
Do you know, I realized that they are not as you said, refusing to help me because they hate me. In fact, the secret intelligence department is very interested in searching for my childhood playmates. Gilbert's expression changed slightly.
Your Highness, The Secret Intelligence Department has never been on good terms with you. But Thales interrupted him and continued on his own. They also told me that over the past few years, Gilbert, you used your connections and reputation to find the chief garrison officer. You mobilized the city hall and the police station, gathered the teams of police officers and tax officers, and launched a few large-scale sweeps in Lower City District and Western District just to help me find someone. The teenager looked into his teacher's eyes seriously.
I am grateful, Gilbert.
Gilbert was stunned and did not know how to reply.
Until the Secret Intelligence Department told me more.
Thales was expressionless.
For the past few years, the town hall and the police department have been attacking in such a high-profile manner. They directly intervened in the dogfight between the Black Street Brotherhood and the Blood Bottle Gang. They chase away the tramps, disperse the beggars, and let the powerless people at the bottom suffer. They checked the vendors and closed the shops, leaving the pitiful, honest people with no way to survive. They hunted down petty thieves and extorted local gangs, but let the real scumbags escape. They caught a few typical criminals and used them as political achievements to appease the people, but they turned a blind eye to the more serious oppression and exploitation.
They acted hastily and in a grand manner, but it just so happened that the forces of power hiding in the sewers were scattered.
Thales stared at him carefully. They were violent and callous, arrogant and conceited. They were like people sweeping the ground with an iron plow. What they cared about was movement, not tidiness. And after they left, the already chaotic Lower City District became even worse.
When Gilbert heard this, he hesitated.
Your Highness, I did not know. I am sorry.
If I had known that the chief garrison officer and the others... But Thales did not allow him to finish.
The most important thing is, their actions almost irrevocably destroyed all the clues. The prince raised his voice. From the abandoned houses to Red Street Market, everyone, things, places, and things have changed beyond recognition.
Now, if we want to follow the clues to find those child beggars, it is almost impossible.
Thales carefully observed Gilbert's reaction. It's as if someone did it on purpose. Just to stop me from finding them. At that moment, the Foreign Affairs Minister's expression changed abruptly. Is that so? The teenager said softly in the dark palace corridor. Gilbert, when you asked for help from the police, was what the Secret Intelligence Department told me the truth? The Foreign Affairs Minister did not answer. Only Gilbert's steady breathing filled the air. The silence lasted for a long time. Thales shook his head and continued to speak. 6 years ago, when I asked you to find them, you told me that I could not, because it was for the sake of secrecy. I became a prince during the national conference, but you still told me that I could not, because it was for their safety. Then, when I went to Northland, you wrote that you were working on it, but the progress was slow because it was not to be noticed by those with ulterior motives. Then, when I returned to my country, you told me that you could not find them, and advised me not to look for them, because you cannot go back. Thales faced his teacher calmly, as if he was telling someone else's story. There was no answer. What answered him was still an embarrassing silence. Thales raised his head and chuckled. The Secret Intelligence Department said that it has been 6 years, but you still could not find them. Because you did not want to find them at all. Thales said softly. Or should I say, the Secret Intelligence Department is lying? But Gilbert only lowered his head, and his expression could not be read. This time, the silence lasted for a long time. Forget it, Gilbert. No matter whether the Secret Intelligence Department lied, or how many lies they told, it is no longer important, no longer important. The teenager turned his head and said absent-mindedly. At this moment, Gilbert suddenly opened his mouth. The Secret Intelligence Department did not tell you anything, right? You only wanted to test my reaction, just like how you tested the Duke of Iris flowers. Thales sighed. The cunning fox of Constellation. Yes. Thales' gaze was desolate. The Secret Intelligence Department was wary of me, so they did not tell me anything.
What I know is what I deduced from what I saw and heard when I revisited the old places in Lower City District and Western District.
Gilbert closed his eyes. Thales and Gilbert did not speak in the corridor. Both of them just looked away in tacit agreement. After an unknown amount of time, Gilbert finally spoke. I am sorry.
His tone was exhausted, and his words were the same.
But you could not find them. Thales let out a long sigh with pain and relief. The two of them sank into silence again. I tried to convince myself before, Gilbert. Thales faced the darkness in the corridor. His tone was normal, even gentle and friendly, as if he was chatting with an old friend. Really, I tried. I tried hard to convince myself that even though Gilbert Casso was known as the cunning fox, he was, after all, in a high position. He did not know the ways of lower city district. He did not know that he would not intentionally destroy the clues, and he would not intentionally stop me from searching for them. That was why I used the simplest and crudest method in the world. And he was my teacher, one of the people I trusted the most in the world. I should not and could not doubt him. I told myself that as long as you told me that you did not do that, I would believe you. Thales' eyes were lifeless. I've tried, really, I've tried. When Gilbert heard this, he raised his head and spoke with great difficulty. Your Highness, I... Why? Gilbert was silent for a while before he spoke in a haggard manner. During the bloody year, His Majesty was crowned in a hurry. He was surrounded by enemies, and his throne was unstable. Renaissance Palace had no choice but to take the unorthodox path and carry out the subjugation crusade again. Murat Hansen was also a close friend of the late king for many years. He had a lot of experience, so the kingdom's secret intelligence department was highly trusted. They could make arbitrary decisions and act outside the law. In the beginning, this was very effective. It was simple, crude, clean, and direct. But as time passed, it allowed His Majesty to advance rashly and blurred the boundaries of the Secret Intelligence Department's authority. Thales frowned. They have His Majesty's support now, but what if you succeed the throne and are crowned? As you can imagine, in order to maintain their power, the officials of the Secret Intelligence Department will definitely think of ways to restrain you at all costs, and your past and family background are the most criticized weaknesses. Your old acquaintance is exactly what the Secret Intelligence Department wants to use against you, but they can't. But you are also the future of Constellation, the hope of reforming the politics of the court. I can't let the Black Prophet or anyone else who harbors ill intentions control you, not even a little bit. Gilbert looked at Thales with gloomy eyes. That is why you cannot find them. You cannot. Even if you find them before the Secret Intelligence Department does. Their clues should be buried forever, and no one will know. The Foreign Affairs Minister's voice faded away. Even the everlasting lamp in the corridor became much dimmer. So, Gilbert, you lied to me, Thales said in a daze. From the beginning. At that moment, Gilbert's face turned pale. But Thales still gave him a comforting smile. It's all right, Gilbert, I understand, Thales said tiredly. But now, can you feel the weight and thickness of this net? Your subconscious obedience to it, its silent control over you, its influence on me, and my wariness towards it, all of these are ranked far ahead of our sincerity. Gilbert's expression was bitter. He gulped. Thales stared at the shadows in the corridor in a daze. Just like how a student faces his teacher, an employee faces his boss, a wife faces her husband, and a subject faces his king, if they stand on an unequal scale from the beginning and stay in unclean waters, then their relationship will not just be decided by each other. When we are shrouded in an established power structure, Gilbert, when you have no choice but to use all your strength to prevent yourself from being thrown off by the skewed scales, when you are shackled from head to toe, when you are only left with the choice of adapt or be destroyed, when you are shackled from head to toe. Before you realize it, you have completely lost the right to choose freely. Unless you reject it, jump out of it, and surpass it. Defeat it. Gilbert's breathing quickened. No, Your Highness, I do not understand. Gilbert's voice was very soft, and he mumbled almost subconsciously. All of this is for my own good? Thales gently took over the conversation. The Foreign Affairs Minister did not answer. Thales exhaled with a smile. Gilbert, have you ever thought about why Wuxia is always unwilling to mention you, even though we are father and son? When he heard his son's name, Gilbert shuddered a little. I have never asked him the specific reason, but I think I know the deeper reason. Thales gradually became absent-minded, and his thoughts drifted to Northland. Perhaps you know, Gilbert, I have a friend in At, or rather, I think I have a friend. When she is in trouble, I worry about her day and night, and I think about her. When he said this, Thales snickered. I am such an idiot. I always thought that she relied on me and needed me. I always thought that I was protecting her and helping her.
I always thought that I was. Thales's smile slowly disappeared.
For her own good. But I was wrong. Because that was not what she wanted.
When he remembered that familiar face, Thales closed his eyes deeply.
And I never treated her as a friend who treated me as an equal. At most, she was someone who needed me.
Gilbert stared at him in a daze and began to tremble. Gilbert, ever since we got to know each other, everything you have done with painstaking efforts was to turn me into a good king.
For this, you even sacrificed yourself and risked everything to help and protect me.
I am very grateful, but... Thales opened his eyes.
His gaze was clear.
But I am not the kind of wise king you are looking for, Gilbert. Just like how my father is not.
Gilbert swayed violently. You can't make a mold for everyone in your mind, and then use all your means to influence and guide them. You don't feel the slightest anomaly, and even feel proud of it, thinking that it's for their own good. You just want to fit them into the mold seamlessly. Because be it me, Wuxia, my father, or even you, Gilbert, none of us are born to be molds.
Thales said gently.
This is why I will never be able to become him. No matter how you teach me to be close to him in terms of dressing style, knowledge system, and even behavior, I will never become the next Prince Midir. No matter how good of a mold he is. When Gilbert heard this, his entire body trembled violently.
He cried out involuntarily, "Your Highness, I." But Thales only smiled in a friendly manner, just like he always did.
You are a good teacher, Gilbert, really.
You treat your students meticulously, you do not care about how much effort you put in, you teach them everything you know, you answer every question, you are considerate and considerate. You are really good. So good that I cannot even find a single flaw in you. But when I met the old crow, I met Mr. Hicks, the one who shakes his head, talks all sorts of things, and always relies on what do you think to earn his salary in class, I finally understood.
Thales took a step forward and looked straight into Gilbert's red and wet eyes. Your biggest problem, Gilbert, is that you are too nice. You are so good that your students can completely rely on you and need you. You are so good that you do not leave any room for your students to be bad.
Gilbert opened his mouth to speak, but his lips trembled.
2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks. But reality has proven that even without me being good to her, my friend can still live very well. Even better.
Thales sighed and smiled subconsciously.
I am happy for her. In the next second, Thales opened his arms without hesitation and embraced Gilbert, who could no longer speak. And I hope that you can be happy for me too, Gilbert.
Thales pressed his lips against Gilbert's ear and said in a quivering voice, "My friend."
The Foreign Affairs Minister shuddered in his arms. Thales suddenly realized that Gilbert, who was dressed in bright clothes, was very thin. But in the next moment, the teenager restrained his emotions and forced back the tears in his eyes.
He gritted his teeth and said, "By the way, Count Casso,
I do not like your class schedule."
Thales let go of Gilbert, who was staring at him in a daze, and the corners of his lips curled up.
It is too full.
When he finished speaking, Thales raised his hand to his chest and bowed to Gilbert in a respectful and well-mannered manner.
Just like how Gilbert bowed to him 6 years ago. In the next second, he used all the strength in his life to suppress his trembling, straightened his back, picked up his feet, and turned to leave.
He did not dare to look at Gilbert again.
Thud.
The sound of a cane falling to the ground came from behind him.
Thales felt a pang in his heart. But he still maintained his perfect smile, took a step forward, and stepped into the unknown darkness of the corridor. The palace was deep, and the lights were dim.
But the absent-minded Thales did not walk far before he bumped into a familiar face at the corner.
"Oh, sorry, Your Highness." The chief of palace butler, Baron Quinton, who had once lectured Thales on wasting the royal family's wealth, rubbed his forehead. I didn't see you. It was not intentional."
Thales also rubbed his chin in pain.
"It's okay, it was just an accident." But he was very happy that there was someone he could talk to at this moment. Even if it was nonsense. "Your Grace."
Thales forced a smile.
"I heard from Captain Adrian that you are not feeling well?"
"Oh, it's nothing.
I used to pretend to be sick to avoid work." Quinton tugged at his exquisite cuff and wiped a notebook with a cracked cover. He did not care at all. "It won't affect my work. I am sorry to have caused you trouble."
The prince apologized gloomily, whether it is the glass cup at the banquet or today. But Chief Quinton waved his hand and interrupted him.
You know, the wine cups are actually not a problem. They are not expensive anyway. Sorry, I mean they are very expensive.
But there are still many workshops and merchants who rush to pay for them, just so that the royal family and Renaissance Palace can use the wine cups they produce.
Quinton sighed. And I have wanted to change those glass cups for a long time. They are fragile and easy to break. They always give the young ones an excuse to be slow. Now, I only hope that the metal and thick wooden cups will be more powerful. Thales smiled, nodded, and was ready to leave.
But why?
Thales paused when he heard that.
Baron Quinton looked at him with a profound gaze.
Your Highness, I have always found it strange. Why do Northlanders have to smash their wine cups when they drink? Smash their wine cups. Thales was silent for a while.
You know, even though I have been there for 6 years, I find it strange too.
Baron Quinton said, intentionally or unintentionally.
Exerting force, throwing, smashing, colliding, breaking, shattering.
But what can this prove? Extravagant? Overbearing? Bold? Fierce? Lust for power? Masculine? Quinton stared at him. His tone suddenly softened.
You know, just use the rare and precious cups that have been passed down through history, used by our grandparents and parents.
Everyone will be filled with gratitude, and drink a cup of wine in peace. Everyone will be happy. Isn't that good? Thales was silent for a while again.
I don't know. But if I don't smash it in Mindy's hole? Thales raised his head and smiled weakly.
Renaissance Palace will not get new wine cups, right?
Quinton stared at him and pondered for a while. A new batch of wine cups may not be better than the old ones.
Perhaps.
Thales felt complicated. But you don't know.
What if I know?
Baron Quinton answered quickly.
What if I have already seen it?
Thales looked at him. Perhaps it is hard for you to imagine, Your Highness. The Baron sighed and rubbed the cracked old notebook under his armpit.
But I have worked here for more than 30 years. When I was a brat, I held a pen and paper and followed behind my father. I kept records and took care of every Jade Star's clothing, food, housing, and transportation.
The Chief of Palace Affairs was absent-minded.
Every single one. Every single Jade Star.
Thales did not speak. The Baron snapped out of his daze and looked at Thales. There was an indescribable emotion in his eyes.
So, I have seen every single batch of wine cups. Every single batch. Thales was silent for a few seconds and nodded.
You are very lucky.
Quinton laughed self-deprecatingly and did not comment. In the next second, the prince smiled at the Chief of Palace Affairs.
But I remember that Hicks, Gilbert's teacher, once said something.
Under the sun, everything is new.
Hearing this, Baron Quinton was silent for a while before he sighed.
You know, even if the Jade Star royal family is as rich as a country.
He stared at Thales with worry in his eyes. You still have to pay for the batch of wine cups that were smashed.
Pay.
Thales pursed his lips.
Yes, that is how it should be. Both of them were silent.
Or should I record it down for you, Your Highness?
Quinton broke the silence and patted the notebook. There was a hint of hope in his tone. You know, maybe when you grow up and are crowned, the creditors will give you, free of charge? Free of charge.
Thales raised his head and continued to stare at the darkness under the light in the distance. Thank you, Your Grace, but there is no need.
Thales spoke faintly and was slightly absent-minded.
I still have to pay.
Or sooner.
Or sooner.
End of this chapter. Chapter 629. Renaissance Palace. Elam Atrium. This is the sword of the ancient empire. In the atrium, Vanguard Mariko swept past 2 rows of solemn-looking royal guards.
He held the hilt in one hand and the blade in the other as he carefully observed the unfamiliar long sword before him. 2,000 years ago, great Emperor Camelot Carluz forged them to reward the meritorious subjects of the ancient empire.
Hey, take it easy.
A grumbling voice came from behind him.
Mariko frowned and turned around. In between the 2 rows of royal guards, the bruised and swollen Cohen knelt on the ground. His hands and feet were tied up.
He raised his head indignantly. That's my family's heirloom. Beside him Doyle, who was also tied up, bumped into Cohen.
Shut up. Doyle gritted his teeth.
He glanced at Mariko worriedly and exasperatedly.
We're already in this state. Can't you not provoke him?
Cohen was not convinced and was about to retort, but he glanced at his surroundings from the corner of his eyes. Wyatt, Glover, Ralph, and the rest were all tied up and lying on the ground in a sorry state. They were closely guarded by guards who had unfriendly gazes. The police officer's imposing manner immediately diminished. He whispered to Doyle indignantly, "Damn it, Doyle. Damn it, Doyle, you're telling me you're just here to brace yourself." No, my original words were His Highness likes to joke. For example, he often threatens to send Officer Mallows to the prison of bones, but in the end, he still obediently goes back to be a target practice. You call this a joke?
Weren't you the one who attacked first at the palace gate? That headbutt of yours.
It wasn't me.
I was just standing in front pretending to be fierce, but someone kicked me in the butt.
Mariko's voice suddenly came.
Family's heirloom? His footsteps drew closer.
Cohen and Doyle immediately stopped talking and lowered their heads in unison.
That's right, Cohen whispered.
My old man warned me many times. Doyle bumped into him again.
Mariko stopped beside them and chuckled.
It said that the ancient sword itself has a special power. It's indescribably magical. Mariko sized up and caressed the bearer from all angles, his gaze slowly becoming infatuated. Of course, the great contributors who expanded the territory and conquered the world for the Imperium were all seasoned veterans. How could the great emperor reward them with ordinary weapons?
Cohen and Doyle looked at each other.
Mariko gently stroked the mysterious gem on the hilt of his sword. Legend has it that they can spontaneously absorb energy and matter from blood, soil, air, moisture, and even steel that they collide with to sharpen their blades and strengthen their bodies. Therefore, dust cannot penetrate them, water cannot rust them, blood cannot corrode them, and battle cannot break them. The weapon itself seems to have life and memories. Even if it is slightly bent and deformed, it will recover on its own as long as there is enough time. 100 years without losing its edge. 1,000 years without changing its shape.
Cohen was taken aback.
He looked at the familiar sword and burst out laughing.
Not even in 1,000 years.
How can there be such a god?
I have to bring it to the blacksmith shop for maintenance every month.
Master Zadie from the tower said, "This sword is quite durable." At this point, Cohen's expression changed and he looked at Mariko suspiciously.
Really? Mariko's gaze drifted away.
In the eyes of the great emperor, only an immortal divine weapon is worthy of immeasurable merit and eternal loyalty.
Cohen frowned. Then the monthly maintenance. Oh no, did I get tricked by Karachi again? And those profiteering blacksmiths in Bladefang's camp. Time flies, and the years change.
They were scattered all over the world in the chaos of war, but they are still rare divine weapons. Mariko stroked the back of the bearer's sword thoughtfully. They have been passed down from generation to generation and have never decayed.
They use the sword to show loyalty and sincerity.
They tell the descendants of the Imperium of the past prosperity of the Imperium.
Cohen and Doyle exchanged glances again. Mariko exhaled. A long time ago, my ancestors also had a sword like this.
Until the tyranny of the Red King, our family declined and we had to sell our ancestral property to rebuild our family business.
Cohen replied with an "oh," but his expression changed as he thought of something.
That's definitely not this one. Look at what I said, Doyle whispered beside him in exasperation. Mariko loves to collect weapons the most. Vanguard Mariko snorted coldly and allowed the bearer to stop.
It's too heavy, it doesn't suit me.
Only then did Cohen show a relieved smile.
I've heard of you, Cohen Caribbean, the long sword of Twin Towers from Walla Hill. Wisdom to the left, long sword to the right? Cohen could not help but frown when he heard the family language. Mariko's eyes flickered. Maybe you don't know, but 5 generations ago, before we changed our surname to Mariko to avoid disaster, our family tree crossed paths.
Crossed paths.
Cohen was stunned for a moment.
Before he could reply, Doyle's eyes lit up and he popped his head out.
That's good.
By the way, Doyle and Caribbean also crossed paths, which means that the 3 of us are. But Mariko did not even look at him. He raised the heavy sword in his hand again.
As a noble, It's not a big mistake to be unambitious.
But I thought you only wanted to mess with street thieves, Mariko said coldly. Not stupid enough to break into the palace and rebel, Royal Knight Cohen Caribbean.
Rebel? Cohen was shocked and smiled apologetically.
It's a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding.
I'm here for that.
Have you ever been in a gang fight? It's when two people face each other and talk tough while 200 people stand on both sides and shout, but don't do anything. 20 people. But Mariko did not listen to him at all.
His tone was cold.
When you broke into the palace, there were 20 guards on duty. They were all heroes from the Vanguard Division and the Defense Division. Young lads with bright futures. In the face of the arrogance of the nobles, they were neither servile nor overbearing.
They were loyal to their duty.
Even when they were beaten and injured by you, they remained resolute and protected the palace. Cohen was stunned and said anxiously, "That was a misunderstanding. I wasn't the one who attacked first."
Mariko snorted angrily and became even more displeased.
"For you, of course, it's just a small and harmless misunderstanding. But to them..." Mariko tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. "This is the cause of the death of the late king." This was His Majesty's comment. As soon as he said this, the gazes of the royal guards around him became even fiercer. This will be recorded in the records of the guards of the Flag-Bearer Division. It will accompany them throughout their lives and be passed down in the history of the guards.
The more Mariko spoke, the angrier he became.
Not only will they be humiliated, but they will also have to bear the blame on behalf of others. The royal family will not be wrong, so they can only be the ones at fault for what happened today. They will be charged with the crime of overstepping their authority and dereliction of duty. They will also have to live in fear of offending the prince. Their punishment will not be determined, and their future is uncertain.
It's all because of you.
Mariko looked at Cohen, who had a stiff smile on his face, and gritted his teeth. Bossy, arrogant, and lawless. You've turned Renaissance Palace into a mess, and you've humiliated the royal guards. As soon as he finished speaking, Mariko turned his arm. The load-bearing sword spun in the air and neatly returned to its sheath. But when the head of the sheath turned back, it strangely hit Cohen's abdomen.
Bang.
After being hit, Cohen fell to the ground in pain. He mumbled incoherently, "Grass nanny." "Sorry, it was an accident when I sheathed the sword," Mariko said coldly. As he pushed the load-bearing man away.
"It's because it's too heavy."
There was a commotion among the captives. Doyle said anxiously. "Well, when a prince breaks the law, he's no different from a commoner." When a prince breaks the law, he's no different from a commoner." But these words made Mariko snort angrily.
"Of course, you're just using your master's power to intimidate others.
So not only do you not have to do anything, all you have to do is smile obsequiously, and a big shot like the foreign affairs minister will use his connections to greet you. Whether it's overt or covert, he will threaten me not to use lynching." Mariko looked at Cohen, who was curled up on the ground in pain.
His breathing gradually quickened.
"But in the entire kingdom, no one dares to offend your noble master. Because no matter how presumptuous and outrageous he is, no matter how many people he harms, no matter how much trouble he causes, His Majesty will still tolerate him and forgive him. He will still strut out arrogantly, point at my nose, and ask me to let you go, to let you continue to get away with it, as if nothing happened. And after that, we will have to unify our statements to protect his reputation."
The more Mariko spoke, the more upset he became. In the end, he sneered.
"And the captain will even say, 'It's our duty to carry the burden for the royal family.'"
The vanguard looked at Cohen, who was at his feet. His gaze was slightly cold.
"I know this world is unfair.
But it shouldn't be like this." Cohen coughed a few times and recovered with difficulty. "Well, I understand you."
The police grimaced. "But if you F***king screw with me again. Doyle, who had been frantically signaling him to shut up, closed his eyes in pain.
Mariko sneered. This time he did not hide it.
He raised the load-bearing sword and aimed it at Cohen.
Cohen was not afraid.
He gritted his teeth and looked at him. "You make it sound nice, but what you're best at?" A deep voice rang out at the right time. "Isn't it just touching yourself first,
then being self-righteous and taking sides?
The voice sneered and deliberately dragged out his tone.
Vicente Marico brother ***? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned at first, and then a strange expression appeared on their faces. Big what? Marico's expression changed.
He turned away from Cohen and looked at another captive. Even if you haven't heard it in person, you should know more or less. Glover, who was covered in wounds and looked disheveled, raised his head from the other side and sneered. I don't know about the other divisions, but the people in the Vanguard division call you that in private. Because no matter what kind of conflict there is in the Vanguard division, you always like to be the first to stand up and uphold justice.
You're full of reason and pretentious. Why, do you think that as long as your ***CK is big enough, everyone will stick out their asses and let you poke them? Or do you think that poking everyone makes them feel good? As soon as these words came out, the entire Ellen court fell silent. Many royal guards could not help but glance at Marico. But Marico did not speak. He just stared at Glover, his nostrils flared. Among the captives, Wyatt sighed and nudged Doyle with his butt. I thought you were the most talkative one. Sorry, I forgot that your butt is injured. Doyle also looked at the zombie in surprise, as if he was seeing him for the first time. But you don't know shit. Glover struggled to move his bound arms and said to Marico, Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you.
Every time you lie to yourself, it's worse than the ***T that comes out of your mother's mouth when your father clamps her leg between his legs and ***CK her to the heavens.
The zombie spat on the ground. Brother ***. The surroundings fell silent again. By the sunset goddess, Doyle whispered in disbelief. Where did he learn to talk so much trash? After a long time, Marico took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and walked forward.
Caleb Glover, it's you again.
Marico looked at the big man kneeling on the ground with a contemptuous expression and narrowed his eyes. Why am I not surprised?
Glover snorted coldly and did not answer.
Marico looked at him with a complicated gaze. You used to be one of the best in the Vanguard division. You have a noble family, excellent abilities, and a promising future. I once thought that you were different from those fops who joined the guards to gain experience. Doyle, who was listening by the side, was stunned. Why did Marico look at me when he said this?
Marico came to Glover's side and his gaze was cold.
Until you couldn't control your lower body and fell for prostitution. Prostitution? As soon as he said this, the captives, including many royal guards, all looked at Glover. Cohen nodded subconsciously at first, but when he realized something, he quickly joined the others and looked surprised. Only Doyle was shocked.
You're really not gay?
A hint of anger appeared on Glover's face. I didn't want to say much at first. After all, the matter has been suppressed. Marico raised his eyebrows.
But yes, I know that the reason you were removed and chased out of the Vanguard division was because when you were prostituting in Red Street Market.
Cohen nodded with lingering fear. Glover could not help but say angrily, It's none of your ***king business. It was the first time many people in the Ellen court knew about this, and they could not help but frown.
Marico chuckled, and his expression gradually turned cold.
How many times?
The second Vanguard asked.
First-class Vanguard Caleb Glover. How many times did you sneak off to Red Street Market on the day of payday after receiving your money, only to come back at dawn with an empty wallet and exhausted? How many times did you lie to my face when you called up the whole team in the Vanguard division, saying that you were not in good spirits because you did not sleep well? And what was the name of the brothel you often went to? What clubhouse?
With every word Marico said, Glover's expression became worse until the latter finally could not hold it in any longer.
I like to prostitute. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Marico said coldly. Just because a colleague picked a prostitute you liked, you held a grudge and plotted revenge. In the end, you made a huge mistake and destroyed your own future. Cohen's mind raced, and he felt that this point sounded familiar. Glover remembered something, and his expression became ferocious. They deserved it. I know that Menides is a scumbag, Marico said coldly. I also know that you have an old grudge against him, and I even guessed that he set a trap to provoke you first. But so what? Are you really stupid enough to take the bait? Do you have so much heroic spirit that you've lost your mind after being provoked by a few women? Glover's eyes trembled, and he clenched his fists tightly.
Vanguard Glover, you abandoned yourself, murdered your colleagues, and maimed your own brothers and sisters, all because of a few prostitutes' pillow talk? Everyone, including the captives and the guards, was surprised and looked at Glover. Facing countless gazes, the zombie trembled. But in the end, he suppressed his emotions and sneered. Have you ever tasted a woman? Of course not. Brother *** is too big, and no one can fit inside. How pitiful. Mariko was stunned. Glover raised his head and smiled provocatively. Let me tell you, for that taste, I can kill 10 more Menides. Mariko was enraged. He has already been punished. Thanks to you, Menides will have to spend the rest of his life in bed. Glover turned his head and spat. He's lucky. In the original plan, he had to spend the rest of his life in the dirt. His indifferent attitude agitated Mariko. The latter looked at him for a long time, then sighed and shook his head. I tried to help you. Mariko was disappointed. Before that, I helped you cover up in the Vanguard Division. I just hoped that Officer Stanley wouldn't find out so quickly that you were addicted to prostitution. I visited your brother many times, hoping that he could persuade you with his brotherly love, so that you could mend your ways and repent. Their gazes met, and Glover frowned. I didn't beg you to do that. Mariko shook his head. Now it seems that you are addicted and have no remorse. After the incident, I shouldn't have gone to Officer Adrian and Officer Stanley, nor should I have visited the victims and asked them to spare your life to atone for your crimes. The Vanguard shook his head in disappointment. It would have been better to follow the rules of the guards and get rid of you in the well. Glover's gaze froze. He became angrier and enunciated each word. I didn't beg you to do that. Mariko's expression remained unchanged. He turned the load-bearing sword in his hand, and the scabbard hit Glover's abdomen. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Glover fell to the ground in pain. You made the Vanguard Division the biggest joke in Renaissance Palace. The Flag-Bearer Division is still targeting us because of your rarely seen vicious infighting among the guards. Mariko paced around him. Not only did you not feel remorseful, but you also used power to escape punishment. You even had the nerve to come back and cause trouble in the palace. You brought shame to the entire Emperor's Praetorian Guards. Glover endured the pain and raised his head. Yo, brother ***. The disheveled zombie still squeezed out a smile and mocked. You poked me so soft. Did you forget to take some aphrodisiac? Mariko's gaze turned cold. The ancient Empire sword is easy to maintain and is durable. The second Vanguard said coldly, but if the sword is irreversibly damaged, broken, and has to be returned to the furnace to be recast, the power contained in it will be changed. Even if the sword is as sharp as before, it will no longer be pure, and will no longer look the same. Glover stared at him fiercely, not showing any signs of weakness. Mariko's gaze swept across the captives in front of him. Just like the nobles of Constellation. Although it has been passed down since ancient times and has been passed down from generation to generation, after thousands of years. Mariko raised the load-bearing sword in his hand. It's no longer the Empire after all. Yes, Glover snorted angrily. Who knows which generation of your ancestors were born from a woman who went out to have an affair? Bang! Glover was knocked to the ground for the third time. Doyle, who was next to him, turned his head in pain and exhaled. I don't know what Mariko did to the zombie to make him so angry, but he'll get himself killed if he continues like this, Doyle said to the captives in a low voice. Think of a way. At this moment. But I've heard it before. Waya's voice came from behind him, causing Mariko to pause. Those people who only have the Empire in their heads. Waya looked up and chuckled. They've never seen the Empire before. Mariko put down his scabbard and turned to Waya. Doyle quietly gave the latter a thumbs up, wriggled over to the dying Glover, and lifted him up. As expected of the real Waya. The prince's attendant, Waya Casso, Mariko said coldly. Waya nodded and said calmly, according to what you said, this person is no longer under your command. Whether you want to beat or kill him, his life belongs to Prince Thales. Mariko stopped in front of him. Your Excellency, I respect your father, Count Casso. He is a noble and talented man who has made great contributions to the kingdom. Mariko was expressionless. You should follow in his footsteps and dutifully assist and advise His Highness. Instead of colluding with these sinners. Glover, who had caught his breath, could not help but speak again, but Doyle covered his mouth tightly. Waya frowned at first, and then smiled. There's no need for that. The attendant's gaze was sharp. Not every son is worthy of his father's glory. Waya pouted. Just like this sword, no matter how sharp it is, how legendary it is, how pure it is, the empire still perished. Mariko frowned. Just like your family. In the end, you still sold your ancestor's sword. Waya shook his head. That's why you're where you are today. Isn't it? Brother asterisk asterisk asterisk? Mariko's gaze became worse. Glover was inexplicably angry. Only Doyle secretly gave Waya a thumbs up again. The real Waya. Loyal. At this moment. Did I miss something? The familiar teenage voice was heard. It was casual, but it caused a commotion among the royal guards in the atrium, and they all stepped back. I mean, other than brother asterisk asterisk asterisk? Hearing this voice, Mariko sighed heavily. Thales appeared under the light amid the bustle, looking exhausted. The captives were instantly energized as if they had seen their savior. Your Highness. Little fart, Your Highness. I thought I would never see you again. Wow. We're saved. I knew it. Thales forced a smile, waved his hand here and there, nodded there, and responded to the excited shouts of his subordinates. In the bustle, Mariko turned around and shouted angrily. Shut up. The guards in Ellen Court scolded one after another, suppressing the enthusiasm of the captives. All right, the show is over. Vanguard Mariko. Thales waved his hand at Mariko and said sleepily, Untie them. It's too dark at night. I need company. The vanguard stared at him with a complicated expression and bowed first. Forgive me for not being able to comply, Your Highness, Mariko insisted. They are all suspects who trespassed into the palace or instigated nobles to trespass into the palace. They must be interrogated strictly. Thales yawned loudly and did not care. Listen, I just fought 300 rounds with the king. I'm tired, and I don't want to talk to you about this. Go ask Adrian. The prince pointed at the way they came. He'll give you the same answer. Then I'll wait here for the captain's orders. Mariko refused to show weakness. Go ahead, but they can't leave. Thales looked around and saw the group of royal guards who were indignant and in awe. Let's make a deal, Vanguard Mariko, the teenager sighed and said. If you let my people go. And I'll give you something in return? Mariko snorted coldly and refused. Bribing the palace is a taboo for the royal family, Your Highness. But Thales shook his finger and approached him. You know, when we came in, the royal guards guarding the palace gate. The prince smiled and lowered his voice. I suspect that they have ulterior motives and intend to harm the heir of the kingdom. Mariko's gaze changed. What? Thales stretched his neck and revealed the bandage on it. Look, during that conflict my neck was cut. Wow, there was so much blood. Tell me, isn't this plotting against the prince? For the safety of the future king, should we drag him out and give him an explanation? Kick him or them out of the guards? That's not the truth, it's slander. Mariko's expression turned ugly. The captive stared at him in a daze. Thales smiled. That's not up to you to decide. After all, my father also said that the death of the late king was all due to your negligence. Don't you think so? Mariko took a deep breath. You, let my people go. Thales did not wait for him to speak and pressed his palm on Mariko's shoulder. I'll take care of the flag-bearer division and make sure that those boys won't bear the crime of hurting the prince. There won't be any record of dereliction of duty in their resumes, and I won't retaliate against them. What do you think? Mariko's expression changed several times. Thales clicked his tongue. So, brother asterisk asterisk asterisk, you're going to fight me to the end? He looked at the captives who were waiting to be fed. Or, a minute later. Thales walked through the corridors of Renaissance Palace, surrounded by many people who had survived the disaster, in high spirits. Their procession was disorderly and messy, but they made a lot of noise, along with a big black horse that was unhappy because it had missed dinner, and all the guards and servants along the way avoided them. I'm sorry, Cohen. I didn't expect it to be so serious, Thales said tiredly. I just wanted to borrow your family's name,
but I didn't expect you to be the first one to make a move. Forget it. Once the director finds out, he'll definitely suspend me again. I just hope he won't cut my salary. Cohen, whose face was bruised and swollen, hugged his family's heirloom sword miserably. Snot and tears ran down his face. No, I remember now. I was suspended to reflect. And I wasn't the first one to make a move. Someone kicked me in the back. Doyle coughed twice behind him and said in a low voice, "Does the director know His Highness?" Cohen was stunned for a moment before he reacted in an unprecedented manner. "Ah, Your Highness. It's my honor to be the vanguard for you. With our friendship, I'm willing to go through fire and water for you." If Cohen wasn't the first one to make a move, then... Thales glanced behind him. Ralph looked elsewhere and snorted coldly. Tisk. TSK. TSK. Young Callan, I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this. Doyle patted Glover's shoulder in a gratified manner, completely ignoring the latter's discomfort. You're a kindred spirit too. When are we going to share our experiences in Red Street Market? Glover snorted angrily, shook him off and walked forward. Get lost. Doyle, who was rejected, was a little embarrassed. He chuckled at Jennard and Willow behind him. We have a good relationship. We talk more casually. Waya caught up with Thales and asked worriedly, Your Highness, did you get what you wanted? Thales snapped out of his thoughts and forced a smile. I'm still alive, right? Waya looked at his expression and hesitated to speak. But... Thales raised his eyebrows and interrupted him, changing the topic. Oh right, Vanguard Mariko just now. He's not bad? Glover snorted in disdain from behind him. Even though he more or less wanted to gain fame and show his loyalty to gain favor, in the end, he compromised. Thales scratched his chin. He didn't force the situation to its end and ruin the futures of his subordinates for the sake of his reputation of not fearing the prince. There's no difference. Glover was unhappy. He's still an arrogant B***starred. And those dozen idiots who were beaten up by us will probably still be grateful to brother ***, thinking that he saved them. Thales shook his head. You have to give him a way out. And we have to accept that people are not perfect, Pudgy Dumpling. Hearing this form of address, Glover looked embarrassed and could not help but slow down. Huh, Pudgy Dumpling? Doyle caught up from behind. His gaze shifted, and he looked interested. Why did His Highness call you that? You're not fat, at least you're not fat when you're wearing clothes. Could it be Pudgy Dumpling? Glover paused for a moment before he became fierce again. If you call me that one more time, you'll be in danger. Cohen, who had nothing to live for, brushed past the two of them and finished the second half of Zombie's sentence listlessly. The fierce-looking Glover's expression froze. Glover could no longer continue being fierce. He held his breath and said reluctantly, You're right. You're right. Glover glared at Doyle, snorted coldly, and left angrily. Doyle was left standing on the same spot, confused. Since when did their relationship become so good? I'm obviously Zombie's partner. I'm the grandson of that idiot's great-uncle's brother-in-law, okay? He could only turn to Ralph, who was at the back, and explain helplessly. I know. They're hard to deal with, right? They don't care about other people's feelings at all. But Ralph walked past him expressionlessly. He did not even look at Doyle. Shoo! Only Doyle was left to rub his nose awkwardly and mock himself at the air. It's okay, I'm fine. But thank you for your concern, Mr. Ralph. Also, happy working with you. Jenny Blackhorse snorted in disdain as her reply. At the front of the group, Wyatt took a deep breath. But I know, Your Highness, even if Marek does not agree to your conditions, the attendant smiled and said, You will not let those guards be wronged for no reason, right? Thales paused for a moment. He was slightly absent-minded and did not know what he was thinking. In the next second, the prince snorted softly in a non-committal manner. Who knows? Waya was stunned. Thales did not say anything else. He took large strides and walked forward. Waya stared at the prince's back and could not help but say, Strange. What's wrong? Glover, who had a lot on his mind, asked casually. Waya shook his head. I don't know. He stared at Thales' back. I just feel that there's something wrong with His Highness. Ralph snorted in disdain and made a rude gesture with his hand.
Glover asked. Why? Waya hesitated for a second and said, if he were to ask that question in the past, he would definitely smile easily and say of course with certainty.
And he would never hesitate. Ralph was slightly stunned. Glover was deep in thought. Renaissance Palace, the Royal Guard's duty room. The alarm in the palace has stopped for an hour. It's been a long time since anyone came to snitch on you.
The watchman of the Royal Guards, Tormund Mallows, gently put down his mate tea and said calmly, at least tell me what's going on outside, right? For example, Renaissance Palace caught on fire. Opposite him, the vice-captain cum chief flag-bearer, Vogel Talon flipped open the next document. The guard's daily exercise. Don't worry. The vice-captain did not even raise his head. Our work here is not done. The defense and duty of Mindy's Hall. Have you arranged the arrangements according to the rules of the Royal Guards?
Mallows looked up. The sound replication spell on the wall was still in operation, glowing brightly. The daily exercise requires 30 fully armed people to block the door of the duty room, surround the two of us, and allow entry but not exit? There was a moment of silence in the room. Vogel chuckled and said nonchalantly, that's right. We need to exercise to deal with all situations. Answer the question. All situations.
Mallows narrowed his eyes. Even me?
Vogel looked up and stared straight at him. Especially you.
Especially you. Mallows closed his eyes and let out a long breath.
Tell me, the watchman said helplessly.
He didn't assassinate His Majesty, did he?
Vogel's fingers paused as he flipped through the document. It's not that hard to guess. Mallows reached out and closed the cover of the document while answering Vogel's surprise.
Other than the prince rebelling, I can't think of any other reason to lock his personal guard captain here like a thief and have you keep me here to chat.
Vogel was expressionless. Mallows sighed. That kid shouldn't be that stupid. But who knows, he was taught by the Northlanders. Mallows looked at Vogel seriously. Listen, if the situation gets out of hand, you'll need me. The two men in the duty room were silent for a while.
All right, I can let you go.
Mallows' eyes lit up.
As long as you answer me one thing truthfully.
Vogel stared at the sound replication spell on the wall and made up his mind.
That child is His Majesty's, by blood.
Mallows suddenly looked up. By blood. What's wrong with His Highness? Mallows sped up his speech and interrogated him. Is he still alive? The watchman's reaction and attitude made Vogel frown. If he's not by blood, then he's... Vogel paused, stared at his opponent, and said tentatively, by blood of His Highness Crown Prince Midir? Crown Prince Midir. Mallows was stunned at first, then exhaled and laughed out loud. He leaned back in his chair. So he's safe? Whether he's safe or not has a lot to do with this. Vogel was unyielding. Answer me. Mallows chuckled and looked back at him with a teasing gaze. His Highness Midir died 18 years ago, in the year 660 of the calendar of eradication. The watchman looked straight at Vogel. As for that child, he's 14 years old this year. 18 years ago. 14 years old. Vogel reacted and felt strangely awkward. All right then Bang! The door to the duty room was slammed open. Mallows and Vogel turned their heads in unison. One was relieved, the other unhappy. Flag-bearer Will walked in with a mournful expression. Sir, I said not to disturb, Vogel said unhappily. Flag-bearer Will's expression became even worse. He nodded mechanically and made way for the figure behind him. Right here. Prince Thales stepped into the room. The two men sitting opposite him were shocked and stood up at the same time. Just a lousy place like this, Thales said with a frown. Aren't you too chatty? Behind him, the heads of Doyle, Cohen, Waya and the others popped out from the doorframe and curiously sized up the duty room where only the commanding officer could rest. Your Highness. Vogel was in slight disbelief. You are all well. Thales waved his hand to indicate that he understood. Your Highness. Mallows' gaze was indifferent. Did you have fun? Thales snorted and rolled his eyes at him. What are you spacing out for? The prince waved his hand and turned to leave. Go home. Mallows raised his eyebrows at Vogel, indicating that he had no choice. Vogel reacted and spoke forcefully. Your Highness. The paperwork for the flag-bearer division has not been completed.
Vogel came in front of Thales and blocked his way gloomily.
And this is an important tradition of the royal guards. It concerns the safety of the royal family. Please understand.
The corners of Thales' mouth curled up.
Who's that?
The villain of the guards. Look, even Mallows can't do anything about him. What will His Highness do?
1 silver coin.
I bet he'll do it the hard way, like threatening his house.
Then I'll bet on the soft way. Chattering sounds came from behind him. Thales' expression froze. He turned around abruptly. The heads on the doorframe disappeared in unison. It was quiet. The prince turned back to look at the flag-bearer.
What if I don't understand?
Vogel suppressed his anger, bowed, and smiled. Your Highness, allow me to introduce. This is the sound replication spell.
Thales followed his gaze to the wall and noticed the strange spell that was glowing faintly.
Magic. Magic again.
An inexplicable irritation welled up in his heart. It's recording everything we're saying at this very moment, word for word. Vogel spoke appropriately, neither obsequiously nor haughtily.
Passing it down to future generations for their judgment. Thales frowned. Future generations? Vogel nodded. Although the sound replication stone used for recording is an extremely rare consumable, in the hundreds of years of Constellation's history, many wills and wills of the former kings have been left this way. He narrowed his eyes. Many historians wrote biographies of the former kings of Constellation, which were passed down for generations to come, in accordance with this source. Wrote biographies, which were passed down for generations to come. Thales froze when he heard that. He subconsciously straightened his collar. Glover, Doyle, both of you accompany His Highness back first, Mallows spoke up and said calmly.
He said calmly, I'll be there soon.
It won't take long. Zombie and Doyle were about to enter the room, but Vogel turned around and glared at them.
Mallows and Vogel's eyes met in the air.
As if there was lightning.
Thales' fingers that were adjusting his collar paused.
Sound replication spell?
In that case, no matter what I say now, the young man turned around slowly. Behind me, the kings and queens of centuries and millennia, they can hear it?
Vogel nodded cheerfully.
Yes, so in order to be thorough, Your Highness, why don't you go first?
All right, Thales sighed and walked towards the wall. Vogel could not help but laugh.
Without a reasonable method, you cannot dismantle it. But Thales merely put his palms in front of his mouth, aimed at the spell and took a deep breath.
My descendants, listen carefully, listen, listen. Vogel was puzzled. Mallows' expression changed. He suddenly had a bad feeling about this. Thales called for the sin of Hell's River, focusing it on his vocal cords and throat. His voice grew louder and louder. Listen, listen,
listen. In the next second, he roared with a ferocious expression.
What the F***ck are you going to listen to? Stupid thing. The duty room was not big. His voice was deafening like thunder. The lights in the room flickered, and even the mate tea in the cup was shaken. After the roar, the room returned to silence. Only the echoes outside the corridor continued, shaking the entire palace. The light of the spell flickered a few times and dimmed considerably.
It seemed to be on the verge of death.
Thales exhaled. After letting out this roar that would resound for thousands of years, he only felt refreshed and carefree. The prince tidied up his appearance and turned around contentedly. He faced the two petrified men and the stone heads on the doorframe. He was cultured and elegant. Excuse me, is the paperwork done? End of this chapter. Chapter 630. A few minutes later, Thales led Mallows and a large group of people to Renaissance Palace's carpet in a bustling manner. Wyatt tried repeatedly to tell Doyle that he was in charge of the prince's personal matters, but he was always fooled by Doyle's joking, "Oh, why are there any distinctions between us?" Cohen was eager to find Glover to ask about the situation, but the latter kept moving in the group to ensure that he and Cohen were always on Ralph's sides. If the police wanted to find him, they would have to go past the Phantom Wind follower. After going through an ordeal together, the two groups of people who had no interaction with each other and had temporarily formed a team, the former subordinates of Dragon Cloud City and the Star Lake Guards, were no longer as distinct as before. The dark mass of Renaissance Palace forced them to cluster around the prince, dispel their nervousness and fear, and search for safety and belonging. "Thank you, Tormund,"
Thales suddenly said. He ignored Wuxia, who was struggling to catch up to the prince, but was held back by Doyle's excessive enthusiasm.
Mallows, who was closest to the teenager, frowned.
For what? Thanks to your prior preparations and leaving enough manpower for me, Thales said faintly.
That was just an emergency insurance.
Mallows shook his head. I didn't expect you to not only use it. As the most well-dressed, healthiest and neatest person in this group, Mallows looked at the unfamiliar faces in the group and frowned. And added quite a lot of manpower. Did something great. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Thales was not in a good mood, and Mallows seemed to have a lot on his mind. The two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding, and there was a long gap between their questions and answers.
Who is that?
Looking at the backs of the two figures in front of him, one big and one small, but with great teamwork, Wuxia could not help but ask Doyle in a whisper.
Oh, him. Doyle's eyes lit up. He looked like someone who had been through this before.
Of course it's our beloved personal guard captain, Tormund Mallows.
Oh. Wuxia reacted.
The one His Highness said was going to send to the prison of bones?
Doyle's expression changed.
He pressed a finger to his lips.
Sure.
He sneaked a glance at the captain's back.
He
is very stingy.
They walked down a flight of stairs.
The black horse, Jenny, hated this kind of terrain and environment, so she started to throw a tantrum again. Janet and Willow were flustered by her, and she caused a commotion in the group. In the end, Glover grabbed her reins and used the zombie's unique death gaze and the long sword at his waist to force her to submit. Thales sighed and said to his personal guard captain, "Thank you. You can't even protect yourself, but you still asked Captain Adrian to help me."
What?
Mallows frowned.
He's here to buy me more time.
Neither the swords of the past nor the present can escape from the sheath.
Isn't that the secret code that you asked him to deliver?
No, Mallows denied firmly.
That's what Captain taught me.
What?
The prince was stunned. So, you didn't ask him to come?
Mallows shook his head. His expression as usual.
Of course not. Vogel alone is troublesome enough. I can't deal with you.
Thales paused for a moment.
I knew it.
The prince exhaled angrily and pressed his hand against his forehead.
Calm down. Calm down. Everything depends on yourself, everything depends on yourself.
Mallows' gaze shifted to Thales' hand.
What's that? Thales froze.
He put down his right hand and looked at the ornament on his index finger. It was a grayish-white bone ring with two rings, one at the front and the other at the back. The face of the ring was engraved with a strange and ferocious beast's head, which covered almost half of the knuckle.
It was monotonous but heavy. If he wore two more, he could even use it as a punch. A gift to witness reconciliation.
Thales paused for a second, then put down his right hand and said faintly, "From father."
Mallows was deep in thought. A group of servants and guards approached from afar. When they realized that it was Prince Thales, their expressions changed drastically. They retreated as quickly as they could and scattered before they entered the salute range. How rare. I've never received such treatment.
Mallows looked at the empty palace with complicated emotions.
What did you do?
What did I do? Thales' heart sank. He was in a trance amidst the noisy crowd. Doyle talked about all kinds of ghost stories in Renaissance Palace, leaving Cohen and Willow dumbfounded.
Janet looked at the obedient Jenny with relief.
He felt that the prince had a successor to lead the horse to the increasingly impatient Glover. In the face of the complicated situation, Wuxia tried to gesture with his hands, wanting to say something to Ralph to unite them, but the latter always looked indifferent.
I sold myself, Thales said gloomily. Mallows turned to look at him. Don't worry, I negotiated a good price. The watchman narrowed his eyes. Such as? Thales glanced behind him. Such as you, and everyone in Mindy's hall, safe and sound. Escaped from disaster? Yes, Mallows' expression did not change.
It's all thanks to you that I'm in trouble.
Thales ignored his sarcasm. Due to offending the royal family and kidnapping nobles at a banquet, Anchor Byril will be sent to the prison of bones for life. Mallows raised his eyebrows. Life imprisonment? He must be very grateful.
Thales shook his head. Sparing his life is my father's biggest concession. As for the debts and political disputes between the two families, The Nobles' Affairs Chamber will step in and negotiate with the Department of Finance and the Department of Discipline to resolve them.
These are worthless. The watchman shook his head. What did you sell, and what did you exchange for? Thales paused.
You know, today's Imperial Conference was supposed to question the Western Desert Dukes about the internal strife in Bladefang's camp and the Byril family case.
Mallow's expression changed slightly.
Thales chuckled. Until I broke the rules and barged into the palace with the Fakenhas family heirloom sword, lamented the pros and cons, and dissuaded His Majesty.
Mallow's expression changed.
He glanced at the guard who was narrating Dragon Cloud City's War Chronicle, Cohen the Brave and the Fire Knight.
But the sword you held was clearly the Caribbean family's.
Yes. Thales was gloomy. But people don't know.
The watchman paused and nodded.
People don't know.
Thales nodded as well.
And I will write a letter and send it directly to Duke Fakenhas in the Western Desert.
Mallow's gaze shifted. Thales sighed. His tone was filled with endless emotions.
After writing it, we can do whatever we want in the capital, and even the entire kingdom.
Mallows was deep in thought. This time, he was silent for a long time. Thales snorted softly.
Also, please inform Logistics Officer Stone that from tomorrow onwards, Mindy's Hall will be responsible for its own profits and losses.
Mallow's expression darkened. F***CK. Have you ever thought about what if you fail?
I have. Thales sighed and said, That's why I sent Commodore.
Commodore?
Thales nodded. He was a little afraid of barging into the palace and causing trouble.
He was reluctant. That's why I sent him to look for Madame Gines. Judging by the time, it should be about time. At this moment, a breeze blew. The lights in the palace corridor flickered. Mallows frowned. Enemy attack. Everyone's expression changed. In the next second, a strong gust of wind blew. A black shadow shot out from the end of the corridor. It charged towards Thales at lightning speed. Glover and Cohen moved forward together and drew their swords. But the black shadow surprised them. He stepped on Glover's sword, then on Cohen's shoulder. In a flash, he broke through the two of them in an instant. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the black shadow passed by Wuxia and Ralph one after another. He charged towards Thales and Mallows without any obstacles.
Wah! Ha!
A clear and sharp voice traveled into the air.
I bought this road. I am the one who opened this road.
Thales' vision blurred.
He saw the black shadow draw his weapon.
His blade flashed continuously, forcing Wuxia and Ralph to retreat. At the same time, he made the everlasting lamp in the corridor tremble in pain.
If you want to harm the prince, step on my body. The black shadow stopped and revealed a short and small figure that was tightly covered by a cloak.
She brandished the machete randomly and made babbling noises to demonstrate to the dumbfounded people around her. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Everyone, including Thales, was stunned. They watched the performance of the person in front of them in a daze.
Seeing that no one challenged her authority, the person put away her machete and nodded in satisfaction.
That's right. The next moment, Thales' face twitched.
Ida.
The short and small figure nodded. She shook her cloak, put her hands on her hips, and struck a dashing pose. She snapped her fingers.
Correct. Kid, I came immediately when I heard that you were in danger.
But since I'm here, you're safe. You're welcome. Under everyone's strange gazes, the elf protector extended her hand excitedly and patted Thales' shoulder awkwardly. How is it? I arrived in time and saved you from danger. Are you touched? Thales' face darkened. He thanked her dryly. Ah yes. I'm touched. It's all thanks to you.
If you came a little later, it didn't seem to make any difference. Ida nodded in satisfaction and wiped the grease at the corner of her mouth.
Wuxia and Ralph, who were used to this scene, sighed and dispersed. Only the black horse, Jenny, snorted excitedly. Instructor Ida. Mallow's expression tensed up.
Royal Guards, welcome home.
Hearing these words, Ida shuddered. She turned her head around and spoke in a timid voice.
Hey, you're that. Sir Instructor.
A mournful cry rang out.
Doyle pushed through the crowd and pounced on her. His eyes were sparkling and his voice had changed.
Why, I've been gone for 6 years. 6 years. Finally, you're back. Sob. You told me that you would only be gone for a few weeks.
The others looked at him with furrowed brows.
Ida was stunned. She scratched her head in embarrassment.
Sorry. I didn't expect to be gone for so long. I've made you worry. No, since you're back, then I'm relieved.
Doyle sniffled and teared up. He sounded very touching.
I can follow by your side and serve you like before.
Thank you. Ida chuckled guiltily. By the way, that... She suddenly remembered something and looked kindly at the loyal Doyle. Who are you? On the other side, Mallows looked at the chaos in the team and sighed deeply. You know, Your Highness, the price is actually not important.
He turned to the downcast Thales.
Most importantly, when you're bargaining, you're using, Mallows said in a low voice. Is it your own scale? Hearing this, Thales raised his head and clenched his right hand. Empty words? In Ballard Room, Thales chuckled at the king in front of him. What? I have to sign a labor contract to sell myself to you. If I don't do as you say, don't go undercover in a company and steal trade secrets, you'll deduct my year-end performance bonus?
The prince glared at King Kessel.
Boss.
Thales sneered.
Or do you want me to write a secret statement, and when I betray you, you can take it out and tell the world that the prince is a wolf, don't trust him? The Iron Hand King did not respond to his nonsense. He just raised his head and stared at the furnishings in Ballard Room that had not changed for many years. He was silent for a long time. Finally, just as Thales was about to yawn, the king spoke softly. Make a vow. Thales was stunned. King Kessel's eyes were bright. We will form an alliance and make a vow to bear witness to this moment. Vow. Thales blinked, somewhat surprised. Wow. This, I really didn't think of it. Vow.
The prince ruminated on the word.
So old-fashioned? King Kessel did not speak. He just stared coldly at Thales. Thales sighed. All right, Your Majesty. The next second, Thales pressed his right hand and flipped onto the conference table. The king frowned. Thales sat cross-legged, flipped open the lid of the wine pot and took a sip. He choked and his face contorted.
Then, if you agree, if you accept, if you acknowledge our agreement today, if you are willing to fight side by side with me and move forward together until the kingdom is clean and Constellation is revived, Your Majesty Kessel. Thales gritted his words and put down the wine pot in disgust. Let us drink together and swear an oath of alliance. He knocked on the wine pot and pushed it towards the king. For the kingdom of Constellation.
King Kessel frowned. He glanced at the wine pot, then at the disheveled but arrogant Thales, and snorted in dissatisfaction. What's wrong? Thales laughed and patted the table under his butt. Hey, don't tell me this table is an antique used by someone. If I recklessly jump on it, will you teach me a lesson? King Kessel shook his head. He was expressionless as he gently pushed the wine pot away. Thales frowned. This is the Yankee custom of swearing, barbaric and backward. The king said slowly, we have a better way. Under Thales' strange gaze, King Kessel stretched out his palm and held the staff of Constellation by the side of the chair. At that moment, the jewel on top of the scepter emitted a dazzling blue light without warning, illuminating the entire Ballard Room as if it was daytime. Thales closed his eyes and turned his head. What the hell? Fortunately, the blue light disappeared in a flash. King Kessel put down the scepter and spread his left hand. Thales opened his eyes in pain and slowly regained his vision. He discovered that on the king's left hand, there was a sizable ring lying quietly. It was grayish-white. His expression was ferocious. This is the coronation item of the Jade Star royal family. King Kessel turned the strange ring on his hand with a strange look in his eyes. For 700 years, it has been hidden in the staff of Constellation, only appearing for a short period of time whenever the throne changes hands. Coronation item? Thales narrowed his eyes and sized it up. This ring, this shape, doesn't look like an orc-style bone ring. The Iron Hand King knew of his doubts and went straight to the point. It was forged from the bones of rare and heavy ancient terror beasts, smelted into the hardest part, and painstakingly forged. This time, Thales was truly shocked. Orcs. The king did not answer,
his gaze still fixed on the bone ring. Thales scrutinized the strange ring. There were many beast heads engraved on the surface of the ring, and without exception, they were all roaring angrily. He compared it with what he had seen and heard in the desert. Although this bone ring was already very big, compared to the orcs, it's too small, Thales said doubtfully. Because it was not made for orcs, but for humans, the king said faintly. Its name is Gertoxa. Gertoxa. Thales recalled the orc language lessons and guessed, I don't know if your intonation is correct, but this syllable and structure in the orc language should be a noun or a pronoun. And these two affixes should be positive and glorious, and an abstract concept. As for the actual meaning, it depends on the pronunciation and writing, as well as the different language habits of the three major orc branches. Covenant. King Kessel did not give him a chance to show off his studies and answered him directly, this is its meaning. That is its meaning. Covenant. Gertoxa. Thales' gaze was attracted by the bone ring, and he softly recited its name. Covenant? The king nodded. 700 years ago, the allied forces of the mountain elves and the northern humans suffered a crushing defeat. They were wiped out overnight, and the situation in the Battle of Eradication deteriorated. The Battle of Eradication. Thales' heart sank. At the critical moment, a mortal went north alone, and embarked on a dangerous journey. He went against the ancient last line of defense of humans, and went deep into Queequor Glacier. Queequor Glacier. The king's voice was long and deep. He wanted to break the taboo of humans since ancient times, and seek help from the ancient enemy to form an alliance and fight the calamity together. The ancient enemy. Fight the calamity together. Thales was puzzled. A mortal? The king nodded slowly, and his words carried the weight of history. When he returned from the glacier, 8 war flags fluttered behind him. In the Orc kingdom behind the glacier, there were 8 tribes who were willing to put down the blood teachings of their ancestors, and cast aside their blood feud. They marched down south with great force. Thales could not help but hold his breath. So, for the first time since the uncivilized era, the Orcs passed through the natural stronghold of Queequor, the ruins of the last line of defense of humans, the 38 sentry posts built later on, and entered Northland province. They set foot on the territory of the former human empire, migrated thousands of miles, and joined the Battle of Eradication. In the next second, King Kessel's gaze was sharp. Just like that, Xianxia, with great courage, broke through unprecedented obstacles, and brought a powerful army of reinforcements that no one expected, but the world could not accept. And thus stabilized the war in Northland. Helped him in the end, reversed the cold wind. Xianxia. When Thales heard this name, he could not help but think of the silver light in the boundless darkness between the mountains under Dragon Cloud City. This is the first time I've heard of it. The Iron Hand King nodded. Of course, the Northlanders of the later generations did not think that it was a glorious thing to rebel against the orthodoxy and associate with a ferocious-looking foreign species, King Kessel said flatly. Especially after the Battle of Eradication, the relationship between humans and orcs worsened again, and they became enemies. The Iron Hand King put down the bone ring in his hand and pushed it in front of Thales. And this is the token that Xianxia formed an alliance with the orcs in the past. Gertoxa. Alliance. The king paused for a while. Thales picked up the bone ring, suppressing the doubts and shock in his heart, and slowly digested this strange piece of history. There are a total of 8 beast heads carved on it, representing the consensus of the 8 sacred chieftains of the orcs, the king said slowly. It is said that Xianxia followed the orcs' etiquette and single-handedly defeated all his opponents, thus gaining the orcs' respect and trust in exchange for their understanding and promise. Single-handedly. Thales turned the bone ring and looked at the obscure words around it. He remembered the orc duel he encountered in the desert and sighed. All right, it's a legend. But why is it here? On the scepter of the King of Constellation? King Kessel raised his head. After the Battle of Eradication, the new nobles of Northland and the remnant citizens of the Empire had a conflict again, and Xianxia and Tormund I met each other with weapons. But the 2 kings eventually signed a truce based on their foresight, and let bygones be bygones. Thales remembered the library in Dragon Cloud City and came to a realization. This ring bears witness to the treaty established by the 2 kingdoms, and the oath made by Xianxia and Tormund, the king said in a low voice. In the end, The founding king of At gave it to the king of Renaissance as a sign of reconciliation and trust. So, Raikuru used this thing to exchange for Tormund's triumph?
Oh,
Thales's expression did not change.
I see. Then why did you take it out?
King Kessel stared at him quietly and did not answer. Thales reacted and could not help but laugh.
Isn't that the Northlander's oath method?
He tossed the bone ring and did not know whether to laugh or cry.
Barbaric and backward?
In the next second, King Gertakosa was thrown into the air by Thales, but he was caught by the king.
King Kessel stared at Thales solemnly. The atmosphere became heavy. This made the latter nervous.
At an extremely slow speed, the king put on the covenant on his index finger and extended it towards Thales.
Here and now, with Gertakosa as our witness, we swear an oath.
His expression was solemn and did not seem to be joking.
Thales' eyebrows twitched. You're really going to do it? Is he a drama queen or something?
But the Iron Hand King stared at the teenager and enunciated each word clearly.
You will help me push the kingdom forward, remove obstacles, and break the shackles.
His gaze sharpened. For this at all costs. Everything.
At that moment, Thales could not bear the king's sharp gaze.
So general? He could only turn his head away and joke to ease the atmosphere. There's no clause or anything?
The Iron Hand King stared at him for a while before gently removing the bone ring. The oath is made by people, not by cold words.
The oath is also connected to people. The king said softly. We have a tacit understanding in our hearts regarding the agreements we make, the promises we keep, and everything we have said before. There's no need for unnecessary words.
Thales' eyebrows twitched. He chuckled unnaturally. Sounds like playing house. But the king did not want to play house. He pushed Gertakosa in front of Thales.
It's your turn. Seeing that the king was so serious, Thales had to pull himself together and pick up the simple but ferocious bone ring.
All right. Thales did not think too much. He shook the ring on his hand.
And you? Put it on, King Kessel interrupted him, his gaze growing colder.
Thales could not help but frown. But he still carefully turned the bone ring and put it on the index finger of his right hand. Unlike its ferocious and rough appearance, it felt smooth and warm to the touch.
Thales gulped and aimed it at the king.
All right. Here and now, with the covenant as our witness, we swear an oath. I will help you push the kingdom. Thales looked at the king and said seriously. And you will respect my wishes, listen to my opinion, and treat me sincerely without reservation.
There will be no deceit.
There will be no deceit. At this moment, the prince and the king looked into each other's eyes and felt the seriousness in each other's eyes.
After a long silence, King Kessel nodded.
Then, in the name of Kesselmindi's Eddie Jadestar,
I promise.
He stared at Thales. Thales felt uncomfortable under his stare. He just wanted to get out of here.
Then in the name of Thales there and Jorana Kessel Jadestar, Thales coughed.
I agree.
Is it done?
Damn it. Although wearing the ring was not uncomfortable, the prince did not feel good. It was like he was bound by something.
The king looked away, nodded and said softly, Then the agreement is set. Thales sneered and shook the bone ring on his hand.
Then the contract takes effect? At this moment, thud. Thales only felt a muffled sound explode in his ears. His eardrums hurt, and he subconsciously covered his ears with his hands. Then the agreement is set. Is set. Is set. The heavy and layered voice came from all directions. It echoed endlessly and shook the entire palace. But it was useless to cover his ears. This heavy and strange voice was pouring into his brain in an indescribable way, and he could not even tell what language it was. Those who betray this alliance, those who betray, those who... If he really had to describe the feeling, it was like thousands of blades were tearing at a piece of steel. Even the table and floor tiles under him were shaking incessantly. Deserted by all. F***CK. Thales only felt the world spin. He could not help but close his eyes, but he felt everything around him vibrating at a high frequency. He could not help but shout, "What the hell?" The sin of hell's river surged madly, but it did not have the slightest effect. The heavy and sharp voice continued, becoming shorter and more forceful, and clearly distinguishable.
blazing body. The words rose and fell, shaking people's hearts. Thales only felt his chest go numb. Soul breaks hell's river. Finally, the last syllable disappeared, and everything stopped. Thales leaned on the table, put down his hands that were covering his ears, and opened his eyes with trembling hands. He was already drenched in cold sweat without realizing it. Ballard Room was still quiet. The lights shone, and everything was as usual. Opposite him, King Kessel sat on the chair, similarly rubbing his forehead with a pained expression. "Relax, this matches the records." Thales struggled to get up and quickly took off the bone ring. It rolled a few times and stopped on the table. The beast head opened its mouth ferociously, as if to swallow everything. "What the hell is this thing?" Thales took a few deep breaths, still feeling a lingering fear. "Magical power, right?" The king exhaled and gradually returned to normal. "This is the curse." Thales desperately rubbed his ears, but found that they no longer hurt, as if everything just now was an illusion that never happened.
"Curse?"
King Kessel nodded, and his expression became cold again. During the age of the Empire, some people said that they came from the depths of hell, from the source of hell's river, and that they were proof that demons were disrupting the human world. Some people said that they were just fabricated by charlatans, alarmist self-proofing prophecies, but self-deceiving. Others said that they came from the mysterious and terrifying unnamed ancient god, and lurked in the corner that the god of light missed when he created the world. Let's spread the word that Me reading app is really not bad. It's worth installing. After all, you can read books in a cache and read them offline. But even the once knowledgeable wizards could not completely understand the secrets within. They could only classify it as the most secret and taboo part of magic, keep a respectful distance from it, and shelve it. The king cast a glance at Gertoxa before he looked at Thales quietly. His words were profound. This is the curse laid down by the ancient wise men of the orc tribe. It is mysterious, difficult to break, and has lasted for a long time. Curse. Thales panted and wiped his sweat. Is it useful? What can it do? The Iron Hand King chuckled. Those orcs. He was silent for a while before he spoke. 700 years ago, the 8 orc tribes who were willing to help the humans fight against the calamity did not send their troops out of generosity and sympathy. Thales' expression froze. Raikaru promised them a land without snow and ice for them to live and reproduce after the war was won. King Kessel said slowly, "That is the 8 great orc tribes under the dragon skeleton throne in the Great Desert today." Thales frowned. The Great Desert? He recalled his experience in the desert and his brief contact with the orcs. The 8 great orc tribes in the desert came about because of this? Thales immediately reacted. Wait, a land without snow and ice? The king stared at him quietly. Thales burst into laughter. So Raikaru played a word game? The land he promised before the war, but distributed to the orcs after the war, was not wanted at all. A barren desert? How should I put it, Raikaru, you damn little smarty? Thales thought of Silver Shadow Man in the belly of the mountains and did not know whether to laugh or cry. A word game. But the Iron Hand King snorted coldly, causing the lights in the room to tremble. He glanced at Thales lightly. Do you know how the King of Dragon Knights passed away? Thales' smile disappeared when he heard this. He had a bad feeling. He died of illness. Thales said cautiously, King Raikaru spent his entire life on the battlefield. He was plagued by illness and died young. His nephew, the Smiler, Nuvan Walton, inherited Raikaru's position and title. He renamed Arund Castle to Dragon Cloud City to commemorate his uncle, the founding king of At. Speaking of this, Thales could not help but think of Raikaru's vow, and the centuries-old struggle between the king and the archdukes. But the Smiler and the 9 suzerains under Raikaru refused to accept each other, causing At to fall into a terrible division and turmoil. Until Black Eye John led his army on a northern expedition, forcing them to unite. The 10 archdukes signed Raikaru's vow to resist Constellation together. Yes. As King Kessel listened, he snorted softly. But that was the official story. Official story? Thales narrowed his eyes and waited for the rest of the story. In the kingdom's secret intelligence department, there is an extremely old top-secret intelligence sealed by Fatal Iris herself. The king said faintly, It recorded that one night after the establishment of At, countless people in a ruined castle woke up in shock. They heard the piercing wind, echoing through the vast sky. They also saw the blue flames covering the moon, melting all the snow on 1,000 peaks. Wild wind, vast sky, blue flames. As he listened to these unnatural phenomena, Thales, who had experienced it before, asked in surprise, "What?
You mean?"
King Kessel was silent for a while before nodding faintly.
Exactly.
That mythical dragon, the so-called Queen of the Sky, who was said by the people to be the spouse of the King of Dragon Knights, descended on the cliff of the sky that night. In the narrow and dark Ballard room, the Iron Hand King spoke in a low voice. It sent down merciless flames. The successful and respected human hero, the King of Dragon Knights, Xianxia I, alive, burned to ashes. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights dimmed.
What? Thales cried out in shock.
He turned his gaze to the table and fixed it on the grayish-white and ferocious bone ring.
What the hell? The statue that stood at the highest point of Dragon Cloud City. The hero that the Northlanders were most proud of. The founding monarch of At. The silver shadow under the mountains. The King of Dragon Knights. At. His fate.
He was, by his own, or by the wife that was rumored by the world, by the Queen of the Sky. Thales' mind went blank. He could not understand the logic behind this truth. As I said, the one who made the oath is a person, not a cold language. Cheating and playing with words are just petty tricks. The king said slowly, fearfully and solemnly. Playing tricks, playing with words. Thales' gaze froze. Wait. Rikaru's promise, the orcs, the land without snow and ice, the great desert. So, what happened just now was the one who betrayed this alliance.
The betrayal of those close to him. Recalling the demonic voice he heard just now, Thales was stunned.
Xianxia has his own judgment on what kind of agreement is made, what kind of promise is kept, what kind of betrayal is, and what kind of abandonment is.
Opposite him, King Kessel also stared at the bone ring. His eyes flickered.
It will, when necessary in its own way, respond.
Respond.
Under the mountains, the laughing silver shadow flashed before Thales' eyes for the last time.
It was replaced by that demonic voice. Burning body. Soul breaks hell's river. Chapter 631. In the future, I'll probably publish the chapters like this.
On one hand, I'll avoid using the chapter table of contents of the main novel, and on the other hand, I'll avoid people saying that I'm using the word count of the foreign chapters to swindle money. After finishing these 2 transitional chapters, it's the same as changing my mood and adjusting my writing state. Tomorrow, I'll go back to writing Thales' main novel.
Kingdom Bloodlines chapter on 4 and 8 currently typing. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to obtain the latest update. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.